Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Chelsie. I looked at the list and everything seems to be in order. Can you double check? Nikki, the boss's assistant, asks while I'm perusing the lingerie collection. Yep, we're all good. Great. Anya just texted. I'm gonna go. I just nod at Nikki as she takes quick steps toward her office. As I look at another collection I curated, I'm beset by how satisfying it is to finish one batch and for people to love them. That totally looks good on you, Maddie. I compliment one of our models as I pass by to check the raw shots on the screen. This is exactly the part which I love most about my job. We cater to different sizes and body types. Our mission is for every woman to feel beautiful and sexy in their own skin. I'm Chelsie Woods, and I've been working for Essence Brands as a lingerie designer for 3 years. I love working here, but I have bigger dreams for myself. I then notice Nikki entering the studio, and Anya, our boss, behind her. She greets everybody with a smile, as she always does. What do we have here, Chelsie? Anya asks as she stands beside me, scanning the photos. The pair Maddie's wearing is called Lisbon, I answer. I was just there last week, she says enthusiastically. I remember. Is it okay that I use the name? I ask Anya shyly. Are you kidding? I love it. I sigh in relief and smile at her in return. She then asks where the rest of the collection is, and I gesture in their direction. What do you think? I inquire as she meticulously scans each piece. She looks at me with cheerful eyes, and I know what's about to come. I feel my lips lift into a smile because, once again, I've impressed my beloved boss and mentor. I think you don't need me to say anything. You can already see the answer on my face. She winks. Thank you so much, Anya. It means a lot to me that you like it, I say modestly. Well, I just dropped by to see what's going on here, but I'll be heading out now. I have to meet a client over lunch. Good job, Chelsie. She taps my shoulder and bids her goodbyes to the rest of the team. As I watch her leave, another hand touches my shoulder. Looks like you've done it again. Done what? Nikki just smirks at me and pinches my waist. If Anya smiles in lieu of compliments, Nikki does it through pinches. We're almost done here, right? Drop by my desk later so we can have lunch together. Bye, Nikki reminds me. Sure. As the other employees finish their work so we can meet our goal for the morning, I sit on the corner to observe. As I watch, my thoughts drift to the events in my life that led me to this. Ever since I moved here from New Orleans 5 years ago, I've been living the dream. I'm working for a company I love. I have amazing coworkers, a very kind boss, and I live in the Big Apple. Still, I feel there's something missing. See, I studied fashion design in college, and I've been drawn to designing lingerie since. I pour my heart and soul into every design, because I want every woman to feel confident in their own beauty. Chelsie, could you check this? The photographer calls my attention. I shake away the remnants of my thoughts as I approach the screen. When I'm satisfied with everything I see, I call for a wrap and we start packing up. We did great! Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, the people respond in unison. It always humbles me to see the smiles on my coworkers' faces after a successful project. In other companies, the marketing department would have been all over the whole collection, but here at Essence, we work differently. Because I designed the collection, I have a direct hand in its marketing and promotion. You ready to go? I ask Nikki as soon as I reach her table. Thank God. I'm starving. Let's go. Being the extrovert that she is, Nikki greets every person we come across and invites them to join us. She always does this, and I really admire her for that. What? She asks when she catches me staring blankly at her once we sit down to lunch at a corner bistro. Nothing. I was just lost in my thoughts. The waiter comes by and we order. Afterwards, there is a silence. She then gives me her signature pointed look and says, "Tell me." I sigh and give in. I guess I'm just worried. Nikki's face instantly becomes concerned, reaching for my hand and questioning. About what? About pursuing my dream. Do you think I can do it? Suddenly, she lets out a teasing laugh. When she sees how annoyed I am, Nikki says sorry and immediately turns serious. Sorry, I just find it funny you don't see just how talented you are, she explains. You can't blame me. You know I have so many what-ifs in my mind. True, but honey, look how far you've come. She reaches for my hand again. Your talent is exceptional. Nikki is the only person from work who knows about my dream of having my own lingerie store. She's my confidant. She's the only one I can share my worries with about what it will take to make my dream come true. Look, I'm telling you this as a coworker, not as a friend. You're so talented and you think outside of the box. You have what it takes. Just keep your eyes on the prize. I squeeze her hand to thank her, but she interrupts me by saying, I'm not done yet. Sorry. Even though we're working for a great company, I know how much you want your dream. I'll always support you. Our intimate conversation is interrupted when the waiter arrives with our food. Nikki smiles once again, and I'm comforted by it, knowing I have a friend who has my back. Chapter 2. Chelsie. My curiosity increases as I get closer to my apartment and notice that the TV's on. It rarely happens that my roommate arrives before I do, but today I'm thankful for it. I didn't want to come home to an empty apartment. Don't you think it's a little early to drink beer? I tease Lily, my roommate, who's holding the remote and busy switching channels. It's happy hour already. Why are you home early? I'm quite surprised. It's one of those days. We were actually able to follow our schedule. Can you believe that? A lucky day indeed. Well, I'm glad you got here before I did, I reply. She looks at me making snacks in the kitchen and says, Do you miss me that much? You wish. I'm just glad I'm not home alone today. You're so sentimental, Lily teases. I laugh and grab a bottle of beer to join her on the couch. We hold our bottles and toast each other as we sit in silence for a few minutes. Before I can initiate another conversation, Lily speaks up first. So how are you? I know I rarely see you enough to ask you that. You know me, nothing spectacular. Work's good. Busier. We just launched a new collection. Hey, did your boss like the names of the lingerie? I find it funny. What do you mean? I ask in confusion. In a good way. I just picture a couple getting it on and the guy saying, I'm heading to Tokyo. She snorts. I just look at her, my head mentally picturing what she just said. I snort and agree, yeah. It's on. God, I rarely get to watch this on TV, she yells, excited to watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine. We watch the show in comfortable silence. It's rare I get to spend time with my roommate and one of my closest friends. Call me a softie, but I treasure these quiet bonding moments. They matter just as much as the loud ones. When the episode ends, Lily stands up to get us more bottles of beer. She tosses one to me. I suggest that maybe we should order dinner first, but then she warns me that dinner can wait, but conversations can't. How about you? How's work? I ask. As usual, busy as hell. Sometimes I can't even distinguish night and day anymore. I can't count how many cups of coffee I have every day. She pauses as she takes a swig of her beer. Don't get wrong, I love my job. But it's tiring, she complains. Suddenly, a huge wave of guilt instantly rushes through me, and I suddenly relate to her situation. I let out a strained smile, which Lily immediately notices. Why? Do you feel the same? She inquires. I think for a moment, trying to gather the words to explain exactly what I'm feeling. By all counts, I should be happy. But how come I'm not? There must be something wrong with me, right? She lets me take a sip of my beer before I finally admit that I've been feeling exactly the same way. I tell her that, even though I love what I do as a lingerie designer, I feel like there's something missing, like there's a void I need to fill. She remembers my dream of having my own lingerie store and tells me that I should go for it. Woods, there's never a right time to go for your dreams. If you jump, there's no turning back, she explains. You'll be all in, and then you'll do your damnedest to make it succeed. Maybe. I guess I'm not ready yet. See, that's not right. When do you think you'll be ready? When you have enough money to start a business? No. When you have enough experience? No. You'll never be ready. You're right. Maybe I'm just afraid. Damn right I am. And no, you're not afraid. You just lack confidence. She then gestures for us to take another swig, and we do. You must be really tired today, I tell her. Not just today, honey. I just never get the chance to relieve my stress. Cheers to genuine happiness and to pursuing our dreams, she invites. Our conversation continues, but this time no longer so serious. Lily's given me lots to think about, but not now. It can wait until later when I'm alone in my room, looking up at the ceiling. I can figure out whether she's really right, and I'm just being a coward. All of a sudden, Lily thinks of an idea that will benefit both of us. You know what? We should go out, she says excitedly. Now? Not now. We should have a girls' night out. God, I miss going to a bar. Actually, me too. Yeah, that would be nice. Great. Tell Nikki to come, okay? Of course. Come to think of it, a girls' night out may be just what I need to take my mind off things. I've been all over the place. Designing the collection, launching it, and thinking about my dream, I haven't had time to go out. I deserve a fun night out with the girls. Hey, who knows, you might get laid, Lily teases. Right, I'm single. I broke up with my scumbag ex 9 months ago, and I've barely thought of him since. Sometimes I do miss having someone I can share my day with or to hang out with. Don't get me wrong, I've dated, and some of them are great, but I just haven't felt a connection with any of them. Lily suggests a day, and I agree. I hope Nikki is free too. Excitement surges through me. I can't wait to let loose and have fun, for once.
Chapter 3. Scott. Good morning, sir. Let me get your luggage for you, a bellboy greets. Thank you. New York, the Big Apple, I have to say, it certainly meets my expectations. There's a sense of thrill and excitement permeating the air. Good day, sir. How can I help you? The receptionist calls out. Good morning, Claire. Reservation for Scott Kalman, please. Okay, sir, let me check that for you. Sure. As I wait for the beautiful receptionist to do her thing, my eyes roam the lobby of the hotel, trying to familiarize myself with the place. Sir, I need one proof of identity, please. The receptionist interrupts. Here you go. After a few more minutes, Claire finally gives the keycard to my suite and welcomes me to the hotel. I say my thanks and proceed to the elevator. It's my first time in New York City, and so far it doesn't disappoint. High-rise buildings, busy streets, and people always walking in a hurry. It's exactly as I pictured it, though I'm not here for leisure. I'm only staying for 6 weeks to film a cooking show we're calling Taste Nation. I immediately search for my room, and when I open the door, I'm pleasantly surprised and quietly impressed. The glass windows give a panoramic view of the city, and the bathrooms, good God, continue with the view. "Not so bad, Jane," I say out loud as if my assistant is here with me. She booked me this suite, and I agreed to it sight unseen. Just when I'm about to drop on the bed, the doorbell rings, and the bellboy announces that my things are here. I thank him for his service and give him a tip. You might be wondering what I'm doing co-hosting a show. Well, nowadays, being an executive chef isn't all there is. You have to be a restaurateur too, and by that, I mean you have to think beyond the food and think about business. Any talent or skill you have will go to waste if you don't market yourself. Hence my reason for being here. "Finally!" I yell in satisfaction as I remove my shoes and shirt to lay on top of the bed covers. I close my eyes for a bit and I can't help but think about the restaurants I left back home. 6 weeks is quite a long time to be away, though I trust my friend and business partner. It's quite different being in the thick of things myself. Uneasy, I get up and place a call. "What's up, loser?" Rose answers. "Hey, I just arrived in my hotel room." "Good. How was the flight?" "It was good, actually. Hey, listen about—" "No, Scott, you will not and cannot talk about work today," she warns. "What do you mean I can't? You just arrived, and it's what? It's noon. Go out for lunch, explore the city. I just want to remind you of some things." "Hey, I got it. That's why you have a business partner," she replies. "Besides, you've only been in NYC for a few hours and work is already in your mind. Loosen up a bit." I laugh and say, "Fine. I'm actually going out tonight for drinks. I'm meeting one of the producers of the show." "Attaboy, that's it. Have fun!" She ends the call before I can say anything else. She's right. I should relax and enjoy this moment. Who knows what these 6 weeks will be like, especially with the crazy schedule they have in store for me. Actually, the only reason I even agreed to filming a cooking show is for publicity. Now that I have 2 successful restaurants back home, bistros called Wilma and Nola, I'm thinking of opening a 3rd one, maybe in a year or 2. Rose is right. I should savor this experience. Come to think of it, filming a cooking show might be fun. It's something I've never done before, and it would be interesting to customize my process for television. I've been told I'm pretty charismatic. This will be the true test of that charisma. Will I be able to entice people at home to tune in and watch? Besides, it's a good excuse to distance myself from what I'm dealing with right now. I'm dating this woman who's becoming too attached. I like her, but I'm not into serious relationships. I have to break it off soon. "Hi, Scott. I heard you've already arrived. Are we still on for tonight?" The message from the producer I'm meeting says. I almost ditch him, but then I suddenly hear Rose's voice in my head yelling at me to go and have fun. So, without even caring, I reply, "We're still on. See you tonight." I wake up from my nap feeling refreshed and notice that it's almost 30 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. Surprisingly, I only received one work-related text, and it's Rose just updating me that the seafood has arrived. However, I did receive a ton of messages from the girl I'm dating. I got 10 messages from her within a span of 2 hours. "Hey, I know you're in NYC now. I just want to tell you good luck and at least try to have fun. Exoxo," the first message says. Even before I can read the second, I receive another. This makes 11. "Hi, honey. How are you? I haven't heard from you," the second one says. I go through the other messages, just selecting them all to delete when one catches my eye. "Hello, human. Are you planning to reply or not? Maybe you're with someone else. Just tell me," it reads. God, she's clingy. It's time to end it. I don't know what I'm waiting for. See, the thing is, you can't force someone to be as invested in you as you are in them. I've been upfront from the very beginning. I just want to date casually and have fun. Nothing more, nothing less. I've had my fair share of women, and I don't want to settle down. I I have a lot to do at work, and it's always been my priority. Of course, I won't deny that there are moments when I wonder if I'll ever find the right woman. Some of my friends tell me I have very high standards, but I guess I'm just being cautious. Others say only perfection will satisfy me, which I deny. Near perfection will be enough. I'm joking. Anyway, it's the least of my concerns. I need to get ready to meet the producer.
Chapter 4. Chelsie. Honest to goodness, I'm so excited. I've been staring at my closet for almost 30 minutes, confused by what I should wear tonight. I keep flipping the clothes in their hangers over and over, feeling like there's nothing I can wear. "Hurry up, will you?" Lily suddenly yells from the living room. "Time to go." "Wait a minute. You know you should just wear what you wore at work today. It's time to go and you're not dressed." I'm getting annoyed. She adds, "I know. I'm sorry." Panic comes over me, so I just grab the simplest dress I see and pair it with heels. I try to convince myself that having fun and letting loose are my two goals for the night, so clothes should be the least of my concerns. "Nikki's already asking where we are," I tell Lily while I hurriedly put on my shoes. "Hurry. I'm gonna wait for you in the car. Lock the door." I take one last look in the mirror before I run out the door. Lily doesn't stop honking until I make an appearance. When I get in, she looks me up and down, checking out what I'm wearing. "What?" I ask defensively. "You took so long to get ready, and this is what you're wearing?" She has an incredulous expression on her face. I couldn't decide what to wear. I just grabbed the first thing I saw. "What about your face? You forgot to put on makeup." "No." I put my hands up to my face in panic, looking horror-stricken until I see her mischievous face. "You!" Lily snorts like a pig. "You should have seen the look on your face." As we drive to the bar in Soho, I can't help myself but feel ecstatic. I'm looking forward to setting aside my concerns and just being free. I can't even remember the last time the three of us went out for a drink. I suddenly hear my phone ring while Lily is looking for a place to park. I realize it's Nikki and answer right away. She must be inside already. "Where the hell are you?" "I already started," Nikki shouts. "We're around." Lily is just looking for a parking spot. "Well then, hurry up. I'm at the bar." "Don't blame me. Blame who's on the phone with you," Lily interrupts. Nikki just laughs and drops the call. When Lily and I finally enter the bar, flashing lights and soft but upbeat music welcome us. We immediately make a beeline for the bar to meet Nika. "There you are," Nikki screams in glee. Nikki kisses our cheeks in greeting and immediately gestures for us to sit. I look around the bar and notice only a few people are here, maybe because it's still early. "What took you so long?" Nikki questions. "Ask her," Lily nonchalantly replies, and both of their eyes turn to me. "I'm sorry. I didn't know what to wear." "Why? Are you on a date?" Nikki mocks. "Come to think of it," Lily adds, "you can pick someone up here." "What? No, it's girls' night." "Well, we won't stop you from leaving if you end up meeting someone tonight," Lily winks. The two keep on teasing me about how long it's been and how tonight's the night to pick someone up. I just agree, so they'll finally shut up. "Are you girls ready to order now?" The bartender, enter Nikki's husband, chimes in. "The usual, please, Joe." "Thanks," I answer. "Since you guys are here after a long time, your first drinks are on me," he announces. "That's what I'm talking about." "Thanks, bro," Lily yells in glee. "My pleasure." Joe leaves us with our drinks. The three of us haven't seen each other nor been able to catch up for some time, and after a moment, we're all erupting in laughter at Lily's work stories. It feels nice to finally just relax. Several hours pass, and I finally feel the alcohol kicking in. The bar is getting noisier as more people arrive. Now it feels like a real girls' night. While my face gets redder when I get tipsy, Lily gets louder. She keeps betting that there are men already looking at us. Truth to be told, She's right. See those 3 guys over there? They've been staring at us for a while now, Lily whispers. Not for me, Nikki says, and immediately shows her wedding ring. Too bad. He's hot, Lily utters. My husband's hotter, Nikki giggles. You're disgusting, Lily mocks. The men smile at us. Given the way we've been ogling them, I'm sure they think we're interested. It's all Lily's doing. She even gives them a flippant wave and a saucy grin. After a few minutes, 3 drinks come our way. He didn't get the message, did he? Nikki tells us in disgust, showing off her wedding ring again. It's just a free drink, babe, her husband jokes. We end up accepting the drinks and waving at them in return. Lily then keeps teasing me that I should entertain the Asian guy because his eyes seem focused on me. But I'm not really interested. Okay, I'll be honest. I did entertain the thought that I might get a date tonight, but I'm not actively looking because I came here to unwind and have a good time with my girls. You're such a killjoy. Come on, at least try it, honey. The 2 keep pestering me, and as I roll my eyes at their antics, a man at the far right corner of the bar catches my eye. Seems he's been looking our way for the past few minutes. You'd think he'd be embarrassed to be caught staring, but not this guy. I meet his gaze head on for a couple of seconds before I turn my head away, hiding what I'm feeling in the darkness of the bar. What happened? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Lily inquires. To my right. What? Guy on the right. Blue eyes, ruggedly handsome face. Damn, he's hot, Nikki compliments. When I try to take another glimpse of the guy, a sense of familiarity comes over me. I know those eyes. I try to squint to see more clearly, and I'm sure my gut feeling is correct. I do know him. It's Scott from college.
Chapter 5. Scott. Staring at the bright lights under the darkness of New York City, it reminds me of those times I used to labor in the quiet of my kitchen, making up recipes and working to get my restaurant off the ground. Now that I've reached a point where I feel like my hard work is paying off, I want to expand and innovate. That's why I'm here. I do know that to achieve my goals, I need to play nice. That's why I'm out when I'd rather be in my hotel room experimenting in the kitchen. Oh, well, I'll be here for 6 weeks. I might as well enjoy everything the city has to offer. Mr. Kalman, good evening. Mike, one of the producers, invites when I spot his car outside the hotel lobby. Hop in. So nice to see you. You ready to go? He asks. Yes, let's go. He seems nice. During the drive, he maintains light-hearted conversation. He asks me how my trip was and how I'm finding the city so far. It takes us several minutes to arrive at the bar he's been talking about. I'm sorry, Mr. Kalman. It's always traffic here, he explains as we wait for the red light to turn green. No, it's okay. Please call me Scott. Okay. It's your first time here, right? It is. Well, I hope the bar won't disappoint you. I like it there. The ambience is good, music great, and it's always lively. I'm already feeling good about it. By the time we get to the bar, a few people are already there. He's right. The ambience is indeed good. The bar has a calm, yet energetic vibe. I look around the area, and the people seem to be enjoying themselves. I like it, I tell him. Good. This is my favorite bar in the city, actually, he replies. Really? Yes, since it's your first time here, Scott drinks on me, he says with glee. No, it's okay. I insist. Kind of like my welcome gift to you. Tell you what, just buy my first drink and the next round will be on me. I insist. Whiskey on the rocks, please. He nods in agreement and heads to the bartender to order. While he's gone, more people arrive and the music changes into more modern, upbeat ones. Sorry it took me a while. The place is packed. It's okay. Cheers. I hold my drink out for a toast. This guy is a great conversationalist. Though young, he's personable and enthusiastic. No wonder the network sent him to babysit me. We start talking about my restaurants, and I find myself telling him about my start. His network probably sent him a dossier of my background, but I tell him some things that aren't included in my resume. However, I can't help but to look over his shoulder, my gaze drawn toward a curvy, attractive woman by the bar. I force my eyes to focus on the conversation, but I feel them going to her of their own volition. Is there something wrong? Mike asks. No, sorry, that person just looks familiar to me. Well, it's NYC. Everyone looks the same. We pride ourselves on being like everyone else, he jokes. I laugh. I've noticed that most people here are wearing dark colors. Most have come straight from work, and no one meets anyone else's eyes unless they want to hook up. Maybe Mike's right, and I'm just imagining things. But suddenly the woman turns to me fully, and I know now where I recognize her. Isn't that Chelsie Woods? I try to smile at her when she turns to face me again, but she doesn't seem to notice. As I try to continue my conversation, I manage to steal more glances at her. She used to be timid and shy back then, but this girl seems quirky. She mustn't be her. I'm sorry, will you excuse me for a minute? I really think I see someone I know, I tell him. No problem, I'll just wait for you here. I don't take my eyes away from the girl, and as I get nearer, the more sure I am that it is her. I wait for the chance to swoop in because she seems to be enjoying her time with her friends. Excuse me, Chelsie? I'm sorry. She responds shyly. Chelsie Woods? It's me, Scott. Scott Kalman. Of course, how can I forget? Thank God it's really you. It would have been so embarrassing to approach you and find out I was wrong. Well, you're right, it's me, she states happily. How are you? I'm good. I'm pretty great. You? Likewise, I just arrived here today, actually. Really? She yells out. What are you here for? Work or leisure? Work. I'll be shooting a cooking show. Wait, are you a celebrity now? She yells again to be heard over the loud music. No, it's publicity for my restaurants. I own 2 in New Orleans. She then introduces me to her friends who gave me cheerful handshakes. After a while, they tell us they're going somewhere and leave us alone to catch up. I can't believe the change in Chelsie. She used to be so meek and shy during college. How about you? Do you live here now? I ask. I work here, lingerie designer, she replies. Wow, really? That's interesting. She tells me she's been living here for 5 years, and she's working for this big company I haven't heard of. Yet it's not surprising since I've never had a reason to purchase lingerie. She asked me more questions about my restaurants and the show. I get the feeling she doesn't want to talk about her job much. Well, it's really nice to see you. I think the last time we saw each other was still in university when we were working on student government. Yeah. You know what? I can't remember that. As much as I want to continue catching up, I realize I'm acting unprofessional by keeping Mike waiting. He must be bored out of his mind now. I bid my goodbye to Chelsie, but then she stops me by suggesting we exchange numbers, which I'm happy to comply with. Great. We should meet while I'm here, I invite. Absolutely. I tell her goodbye again and I head back to my table. Well, tonight's been nice. I'm glad I did go out.
Chapter 6. Chelsie. For Christ's sake. Did I seriously forget to disable my alarm on the goddamn weekend? The pulsating pain at the sides of my head hit me as soon as I opened my eyes to my phone going off at full blast. It takes me a couple of minutes to process that the noise coming from my phone isn't my alarm. It's something more dreadful. I silently commend myself for using a pleasant ringtone. I can simply wait for the caller to give up and even enjoy the song that's playing. This decision makes it to my very short list of right choices. Unfortunately, my career-driven superego can't help but think it might be Anya wanting to talk about the recent winter collection I pitched earlier this week, and I don't want to wake Lily up. The ringing stops just as I have it in my grasp. My headache intensifies after seeing a whopping 5 missed calls and hearing a voicemail from my sister. Hey, Chels, it's Lindy. Obviously. I thought you'd be less busy on the weekend, or maybe 1 in the afternoon is too early. Mom's been asking how you're doing since you haven't called in a while. When are you free to chat over the phone? Call me back. I'm pretty sure she's caught on that I'm not even trying to make time for a call, judging by the haughty tone that laces her soft voice. I can vividly picture her brows arch, coupled with a few eye rolls, as she listens to my messages. Screw it, I groan as I force myself toward the kitchen for some Tylenol to alleviate the headache that's getting worse by the minute. I down 2 tablets. I'm sure I'll need it by the time I finish the call with Lindy. Making myself as comfortable as possible on the high stool and armed with a cup of ginger tea, I browse through different excuses in my head while waiting for Lindy to pick up. I'm half praying she doesn't answer. That way, it will no longer be my fault I didn't get to talk to her. What a surprise. You're calling back within the day, she greets loftily. I was working late on a design portfolio and slept in the whole morning. I reply flatly. There's such a long pause on Lindy's end, I have to check whether the call disconnected or not. The silence gives me time to formulate a reasonable explanation or two as to why I haven't visited New Orleans since I moved out after graduation. If you have no plans of visiting, can you at least give Mom or Dad a call? Surely you have breaks between work, Lindy says indignantly. They've both been pestering me to call you since you haven't gotten in touch lately. And they still get worried, you know. I pinch the bridge of my nose and monotonously recite the script I have ready. I'll try my best, but I've been given the opportunity to spearhead the fall and winter collections, and things are pretty hectic. Dad was upset you weren't able to come home for his birthday, she murmurs. We all teared up a bit when he blew the cake and wished you'll be home for Christmas. I'm caught off guard and have no ready reply to this. I miss them, of course, but not calling so much is actually my defense mechanism. I know I'm here to fulfill my dreams. Hearing their voices just makes me long for home, and hearing about Dad wishing for me to come home makes my heart break. I want to bawl and give in to the guilt and tears I've been bottling up inside me, but the words come out wrong, like they always do. He shouldn't have said it out loud. Now his wish won't come true. Another long pause. This time I'm grateful I have the time to collect myself. Can you come home for the holidays, Chelsie? There's no hint of haughtiness in her voice. If anything, it sounds brittle. It's been 5 years, and it feels like I lost 2 siblings. I force down the lump forming in my throat. After Michael's death, I don't have the courage to see them. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I can only muster enough strength to make a few phone calls every month. I hold the phone a few inches away and let out a shaky breath, attempting to compose myself before speaking again. Battling the dizziness brought by the massive hangover and sudden proliferation of repressed emotions, I'm trying to come up with something else to talk about. Skirting around impending confrontations, and in a desperate attempt to steer the conversation away from topics that can weaken my resolve, I open my mouth to ask. By the way, I interject, does the name Scott Kalman ring a bell? Of course it does. He's one of the rising business tycoons in town. He left his father's company after a year and started his own restaurant. Why do you ask? Lindy's comment about Scott branching away from his father's business piques my interest. I bumped into him last night on my way home from work, and we had a brief chat. It's nice to see a familiar face once in a while. You know each other? Lindy sounds pleasantly surprised. We were both part of the student government back at uni. He used to be quite a player. Did he open his restaurant recently? With those looks, I'm not surprised, she chuckles. I don't even realize that Lindy and I have been on the phone for quite some time, and being genuinely chatty without any sarcastic quips. I've forgotten what it's like to talk to my sister. We used to chat for hours on the phone without noticing the time. If I remember correctly, he has 2 right now. He might be looking to expand there in NYC. Ethan's sister, Ellen, is working for him in one of the branches. She says, Ellen's name is like a splash of cold water on my face. You were quite close when you were in college. weren't you?" Lindy adds. Just hearing her name brings unbidden memories come crashing down, and I'm reminded of why I left my family, why I don't have the right to enjoy conversations like this with Lindy, and why I'm punishing myself by staying away for all these years. I have to go. My boss sent an email, and she wants to have a video conference in 30 minutes. I wrap up the conversation briskly, and Lindy is clearly taken aback. "Wait," she says hastily before I end the call. "Will you make plans to visit soon?" "I'll try to plan my schedule," I reply, "but don't expect much." "I miss talking to you, Lindy. Tell Mom and Dad I miss them. Talk to you soon," I add before ending the call. My hangover is still painfully hammering through my head, but the conversation with Lindy makes me feel trashier than ever. Now that I know how fancy Scott is now, I have to take him somewhere more impressive. I really bit off more than I can chew with that one.
Chapter 7. Scott. I look up from the cue cards I'm studying when one of the show's staff calls my attention to remind me about the flow and that we will be starting in a few. I nod and give her a soft smile and thanks. My smile widens marginally at her abashed reaction. The first half of the first show was an interview about my background and how I worked my way to the top, nothing I haven't answered before. In every magazine appearance back in Louisiana and in all the articles written about me, I've answered these, or variations of them. Of course, the classic question is always there. Was your father supportive of this? Which is a poorly phrased query on whether my father offered his resources to aid the growth of my business. It irks me when people assume I had a boost to get to where I am now because of my father. My father never praised my successes as a restaurateur after I left his business, without his approval, of course. He's not part of my success. Nola Bistro, my first restaurant, is a success because of me and my business partners, Rose and Tim. When I left the company, he made it very clear I won't be receiving any assistance from him. My mother and brother expressed that they wanted to help, but I refused. I wanted to prove that I was capable of making a name on my own. And here I am. He ridiculed me big time when he heard I was taking up culinary arts and was apprenticed under Chef Thomas Keller after I quit my position. David Kalman didn't raise his sons to work, let alone apprentice for someone else. He's a man with a huge ego, and unfortunately, I take after him. Mr. Kalman, the staff earlier returned, now wearing a pair of headphones. You will be entering in 15 seconds through this side of the stage. We are back at Taste Nation, and we're down to the last part of our program, still with our dashing guest, Mr. Scott Kalman. What will you be cooking for us today, Scott? Marcus, the show's main host, opens the conversation while the cameras start rolling. And you owe us a spicy scoop about a certain woman. One thing I've learned in that 1 year of being part of the real estate business is knowing what sells. Apparently, people love getting the spicy scoop of who's dating who, and bachelors, including myself, are automatically subject to such gossip. I thought you might have forgotten about that during the break, I answered cheekily. This is a really easy recipe and uses very simple ingredients. It's a traditional dish in the low country of the coastal Carolinas and Georgia called shrimp and grits. I smile widely at the cameras and look over at Marcus, who's anticipating that scoop he's waiting for. Don't these people care about my success story? Just my private life? It's one of my favorite dishes, I continue, and it reminds me of the woman I lost, but who I loved most. Marcus leans over the kitchen top. That sounds like a tragic love story. Who is this remarkable woman who owns the heartbreaker's heart? Her name is Wilma, and she was my late grandmother. Disclosing about a love interest can stir the media for some time, but expressing affection toward a family member leaves a better impression. I may come off as a jerk and sound like I'm using my Nana for publicity, but this dish truly reminds me of her. Marcus is visibly disheartened by my answer, but, like the professional he is, he quickly recomposes his facial expression and gushes over my statement. My Nana always gave me a warm feeling of home and fierce love, which is what this shrimp and grits is all about. While explaining the recipe step by step, we chat about my grandmother. I always loved talking about her, and her story is way more interesting than who I'm dating. She was an amazing woman and a great cook. She made me fall in love with cooking. I'll let you and the rest of the viewers with us today in on a little secret, Marcus. I throw in a wink that my best buddy, Tim, would deem flirtatious. I can hear a few women in the crew swoon. My nana used to say that cooking for others is not simply about giving them good food, but serving them food that reminds them of home. That's what I had in mind when my business partners and I opened Nola Bistro, our first restaurant, I say proudly while giving the shrimp one last round of sautéing. It takes roughly 25 minutes to finish cooking. And as I stand in the middle of the glaring lights, watching Marcus enjoy his meal, I can't help but be scornful of my father. You know, Marcus, cooking for you reminds me of my dad, I say, looking directly at the camera. I don't elucidate, but I know it will go over well with the viewers at home. I know for a fact that my father will see this episode. My mom accidentally let out that he watches every media appearance and interview to make sure I don't throw him under the bus or do something to tarnish his shiny reputation. To everyone watching, what I said sounds like a sweet statement of respect for the old man. But we both know better. My participation in Taste Nation is a sign that my restaurants have garnered fame and are becoming established names in the game. I received the invitation to attend when we were having a family dinner arranged by my mom. She was ecstatic when I shared the news at the table. I also remembered what my father said, every word that left his mouth. You expect me to brag to my colleagues that my son has been invited to join a cooking show and cook for someone? Dad's words would have been enough to deflate the celebratory feeling at the table, but his words just lit a bigger fire under me. I looked him in the eye and raised my glass in toast before downing it and celebrating the victory with the rest of the family. Chapter 8. Scott. I lie down on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. My show started filming today, and I'm so happy. This is the best thing that's happened to me in months. I'm achieving my dreams. This is a big step to expanding my life's work. Sighing, I close my eyes, debating if I should call my mom. I didn't even have the chance to tell her I was going to New York before I had to leave. I need to tell her I'm here before she hears about it from someone else, otherwise I'll never hear the end of it. Grabbing my phone from the table, I walk toward the floor-to-ceiling windows as I press on her number. I stare at the flashing city lights like dazzling stars, one hand in my pocket. Her phone keeps ringing, but just as I'm about to give up, my mom's soft voice comes through the phone. "Scott," she exclaims. "You finally called me. I heard you're in New York. How come you didn't call me? I had to hear it from a friend." "Tracy Kalman," my mother says in greeting. "You didn't even come see me? And now you're there, and who knows how long until I see you again?" Here we go again. Next, the guilt trip. I sigh. I can't believe the child who used to chase after me every time I left the house, the child who always wanted me to kiss his always away and no one else, can stand to not see me for such a long time. Oh, how your children forget all about you when they're grown. Yes, Mom's a drama queen, but I still love her. Sorry, Mom, I was just swamped with work, I explained gently. Although I don't like her theatrics most of the time, I know she's only doing it because she misses me. I also admit I have my shortcomings as a son. We haven't seen each other as much since I started my restaurants and started making a name for myself in the business. Don't cry anymore, I say, smiling. If you cry, you'll get wrinkles. You won't look like my beautiful mother anymore. Your friends might not even recognize you. My mom is quite conscious about how she looks. She's one of those moms who always took care to dress well and look good every day, even if it's just to go to the store. "What wrinkles? I'm still young," she insists. Her crocodile tears instantly stop. A crisp chuckle escapes my lips, and Mom continues with her tirade. "Are you saying I'm old? Please, Scott, I can still look like your sister if I want to." Grimacing, I can't stop the image from forming in my head of my mom wearing more revealing clothes to look younger. No way! I changed the topic. Anyway, Mom, we started filming today. Filming what? She sounds confused. Mom, my cooking show, remember? I say to her, shaking my head. Don't tell me you forgot? Of course not, she replies. I thought maybe you're venturing into another field. Acting, perhaps. You've done it before, so I'm just making sure. You're so handsome, you'll put all those other actors to shame. I grin. My mom's so damn supportive. If I tell her I'm running for president, she'll start campaigning for me right away. She's always been like that. She's my staunchest supporter. When I first said I wanted to be a chef, at first, she couldn't accept it, but she came to accept that I wanted something else for my life. From then on, all she wanted was my happiness. My father's face flashes before my eyes. Of all the people who were against me pursuing my passion, he was the most vocal and the most pessimistic. He didn't want me starting a career in the servile arts, as he called it. He wanted me to be like him and get into the real estate business. He refused to listen to me or give me a chance. At the thought of my father, my mood deflates like a balloon. Mom, I say, you don't have to say that. My mom giggles. You got your genes from me. Your dad and I are so proud of you. I know you are, Izzy, I ask, leaning on the window. We both know he doesn't approve of what I'm doing. David Kalman will never say outright that he's proud of me. It gives me a heavy heart. I rub my chest as I sigh. Why don't you come see us? She asks in a small voice. Your dad's missing you. I'll check my schedule, Mom. I rub the back of my neck, feeling lethargic. Good night, Mom. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Silence takes over before Mom speaks. I see. We're waiting for you at home. Call me again soon. Mom hangs up. Taking off my clothes, I go to the bathroom for a quick shower. Ruffling my wet hair, I sit by my bed and read a book on my iPad. I read through a few famous cookbooks, looking for inspiration. At present, I've opened 2 restaurants without my family's help. I come from a long line of real estate entrepreneurs, and my father brought our company to new heights. He wanted me to follow in his footsteps, but ever since I was a kid, I'd always loved cooking. It's my first love. The first time I set foot in a kitchen, I knew I wanted to be a chef. I did try becoming a real estate mogul. I worked for my dad for a year before I gave up and decided to pursue my dream. I feel my eyes start to droop. I'm so sleepy. Suddenly my phone vibrates and it instantly wakes me up. I check it and my heart races when I find out it's Chelsie. I read her message. Good evening. You free tomorrow afternoon? Excited, I immediately reply. Good evening, Chelsie. Yes, I have some free time tomorrow. Filming will end mid-afternoon. Why? Maybe she's going to ask me out on a date. Grinning, I want to laugh out loud. I'm so giddy. She replies immediately. Meet me at Pier 83 at 42nd Street and wear something comfortable. Are you game? Sure, I reply. Great. See you tomorrow, Scott, she messages. Good night.
Chapter 9. Chelsie. I'm tapping my fingers anxiously against the handle of my handbag and looking at my watch every few seconds. I had joked to Scott over the phone that he might need to teleport himself immediately after his shoot so he can be by the pier at 3 o'clock. I had booked us a cruise around Manhattan, but I had booked it before I found out that it happened at the same time as his shoot was predicted to end. So much for wanting to surprise him, I grumble, once again taking a look at the time. At the moment, I'm preparing what to say to the lady in charge of ushering people on board, should Scott end up running late. I'm just taking my phone out and mentally debating whether it might be rude to ask him if he's already wrapping up when my phone vibrates. Why are your brows scrunched up? I'm unsure if it looks cute or intimidating. I stifle a smile and raise my head to look for Scott. My gaze locks with his just as he's coming out of a classic New York City cab. I raise an eyebrow at his dimpled smile and let out a grin, myself aware of how my breath hitched at the sight of him. Scott was unarguably one of the most popular boys on campus. He used to date a lot. I admit, my initial thought when we saw each other in the club the other night was that he had become even more dashing, if that was possible. but seeing his charming smile under the late afternoon sun, the light breeze tousling his hair, he exudes confidence and charm. I'm in awe at how great he looks in just jeans and an olive turtleneck sweater. Scott Kalman has aged like wine, smooth and fine. You made it before 3, I state, as we make our way toward the deck. I told the producer I'm making a simple dish, so we can end earlier. There he goes again with that breathtaking smile of his. I said, I have important business with an old friend, he continues, dimples deepening as he turns his smile in my direction. This man puts all the men I've dated in my 5 years here to shame, and that includes my scummy ex. I shy away from his warm yet intense gaze and bring my focus to the mesmerizing NYC skyline. We exchange an easy conversation about how his taping went. It's a shock to Scott when I mention that it's my first time to see the Statue of Liberty up close. Don't look at me as if I've committed a crime, I chuckle, nudging him jokingly. He gives me a skeptical look. Well, what have you been up for the last 5 years that you were willing to miss out on all sights? Building my career, same as you? I give him a wink from across the table. We had retreated indoors and situated ourselves at a table with a great view. The weather is biting today, and being near water makes it even chillier. My sister mentioned how you're making it big with your restaurants. I didn't take you as a chef kind of guy when we were in school. Scott explains that spending a lot of time with his grandmother during his youth made him fall in love with cooking. She had taught him everything he knew. A ray from the setting sun hits Scott's face and makes his eyes glow. I'm entranced by the way he's speaking so passionately, and I find it endearing how much his whole face lights up with enthusiasm as he talks about something that matters so much to him. He looks even more ravishing as he talks about making good food for people. Anyone listening to you right now can tell how much you love what you're doing. Your dad must be really proud and lucky to have you as a business partner. His face dims at the mention of his dad, and he looks away. I bite my lip as I quickly catch his reaction. Maybe his dad isn't the most supportive when it comes to his business ventures. Well, that makes 2 of us. He wasn't thrilled when I left the real estate business, he says indifferently. And I guess it worked out better to have close friends than parents as partners. He chuckles, as if realizing something out of the blue. His manly laugh draws me in. I find myself leaning against the table, intrigued and drawn to this handsome man in front of me. Damn. And I thought I'd been lucky to escape from his charm at uni. Now that I think about it, I surrounded myself with friends from college. I'm pretty sure you know them. Who? I question, curious. Remember Tim Brown? He asks in return. I laugh in response. Scott was the cool, popular, and laid-back member of the student government. And Tim was loud and brazen, friendly with all student groups. Both of them did well at school, were both charming, and dated a lot of ladies. He's my best mate, and now we're partners in business. Starting my first restaurant wouldn't have been possible without Tim being there. Ellen also works as my inventory manager, Scott mentions. Have you talked recently? You were inseparable for the better part of college. Oh, Ellen, that's, I stumble on my words, thinking of a response. Her name brings back a lot of memories. The flashbacks make my heart clench painfully. That's great to hear. What's the name of your second restaurant? I change the topic abruptly. Scott shoots me a questioning look, but lets it go as he begins talking animatedly about food. I make a mental note. If I want to distract him, all I need to do is mention food, and he's off and running. I can listen to him talk all day. Even after all the years that have gone by, it's still very easy to strike a conversation with him. His voice is laced with passion, and I'm glad he chose to pursue his dream, even if it meant going against his father. Another pang of hurt hits me when I remember how I turned my back on my family to chase after my own dream and run away from the guilt.
Chapter 10. Scott, I feel great, I exclaim as soon as we're done cruising in the boat. I turn to Chelsie, and the words I'm about to say get stuck in my throat. The moonlight is shining on Chelsie, making her look ethereally beautiful. My eyes fixate on the beauty before me. "What is it?" she asks, tucking a strand of her hair self-consciously behind her ear. "Do I have dirt on my face?" Chuckling, I shake my head and change the topic. "Are you hungry? Let's have dinner." "That would be nice." Chelsie forgets her question, beaming at me. "I've been salivating since I came to this part of the city earlier. This place has a lot to offer when it comes to delicacies." "Really? Where do we eat?" I ask, letting her decide. "What would you like to have?" Chelsie tilts her head, thinking. "There's a French bistro nearby that's well known for their delicious homemade pasta. Also, there's an Arabic restaurant well known for their use of unique spices." "Oh," I whistle. "That sounds nice." "We can also go to a seafood restaurant." Chelsie shrugs her shoulders. "There's one nearby famous for their fresh ingredients." "Damn, this place has a lot to offer," I exclaim, and look around at the shops. As a restaurateur and a chef, it's thrilling for me to taste new dishes. I feel like I want to taste the homemade pasta she's talking about. "Why don't we go to the French bistro with the homemade pasta?" I ask. They must have a lot of unique drinks, too. "Just as I thought," Chelsie grins. "Well, we have to walk a few blocks to get there. Let me be your tour guide on the way." "Sure." Chelsie enthusiastically introduces all the shops we pass. She's very knowledgeable, and I can see how much she loves this place. She says she comes here to shop and eat often. The place is bustling with New Yorkers and tourists. Everyone seems to be having fun. I smile as I watch the vibrancy of the place. It's infectious. Chelsea's happiness is affecting me, too. "It's nice here, right?" Chelsie asks as we turn down another block. "Here we are. Welcome to Saint Germain." She points at an establishment that's buzzing with people. There are tables and chairs outside. Customers are eating or drinking merrily. The 1960s-inspired bistro looks chic. Chelsie grabs my hand, leading me inside. I think the hand-holding means nothing to her, but I feel her warmth coursing through my veins. We sit at a corner table. It's private as huge potted plants veil us from most of the public. We order their specialty. Chelsie seems to be a frequent customer, as the waiters and waitresses all know her. "I come here during weekends," she says to me, "especially when I crave time to relax. The food here heals my soul." We both laugh. God, I like a woman who knows how to appreciate food. Our order arrives in minutes, which amazes me. "That's fast," I comment, and we eat our food. I give the dishes a thumbs up. Damn, this fettuccine is good. Chelsie smiles, eating with gusto. Wiping my mouth, I ask her about something I'm curious about. "So, how did you end up in New York? What drove you here?" I ask. Chelsie stops eating for a moment and takes a sip of water. "I want to be the biggest thing in lingerie design," she says honestly. "Wow." I lean against my chair, surprised. She's very courageous. Not everyone can make it big in New York. Also, lingerie? It's not mainstream. Most designers aim to design clothes like gowns or wedding dresses. Surprising, right? Not everyone believes me when I say I'm a lingerie designer. It's not every day you hear people say that, nor do they admit it. Chelsie shrugs. She adds, "Most people have misconceptions about lingerie design. People get the wrong idea when I tell them about my job." "Why is that? I see nothing wrong with it," I answer as I twirl my fork on the pasta. "I don't know. Most of them think I should model it as well since I design it," she states with a laugh. Then, Chelsie frowns as if remembering something bad. I know her sarcasm isn't directed at me, but at the people who assume things so falsely. "Don't mind them," I encourage her. "I face those people in my line of work, too." "Thanks." Her face brightens up. I just let their comments pass, you know. Lingerie designing isn't all about skin exposure. Engineering and technology play a part too. Chelsie starts enthusiastically talking about the behind-the-scene process of making lingerie. I'm learning a lot. I used to think it was all about sewing some fabric together and making it in different colors. It's a damn art, and I admire her for sticking to what she loves despite people's misconceptions. In short, lingerie design is artistic and scientific. It's all about aesthetics, engineering, and technology. That's amazing to hear, I say, complimenting her sincerely. I came here for the opportunities, Chelsie adds. Her eyes are twinkling, and her passion is making my heart burn with ardor. It makes me want to do more for my craft. I think I've said too much, Chelsie laughs. We finished eating more than half an hour ago. I can't believe I talked that long. I guffaw, covering my stomach. She's really cute. Her expressions are so genuine and innocent, too. I guess it's time to leave, I ask her. Chelsie nods and grabs her bag. I've paid for our meal already. We walk out of the bistro in silence, comfortable in each other's company. The cool evening breeze washes over my face, waking me up. I'll take a cab home, she says as soon as one stops in front of her. I wish she could stay longer, but I know she has work the next day. I smile, nodding. Message me when you arrive home. Take care. Chelsie gets in and the taxi disappears in the busy streets of NYC. I enjoyed this day a lot. Chelsie and we have a lot in common. The attraction I'm feeling toward her is overwhelming. Should I go for it?
Chapter 11. Chelsie. I love coffee, I mutter, taking another sip. I can never start my day without it. I'm grumpy all day if I don't take my daily dose of caffeine. I give my coffee a little stir, staring at how the contents swirl. I can see my smiling countenance reflected against the ceramic mug. This is quite unusual. I'm normally grouchy if I wake up this early in the morning. Oh, what a miracle. You're awake early, Lily snorts, disrupting my thoughts as she comes out of her room, still wearing her pink pajamas. I only cackle at her sleepy face. I always wake up early, Lily. I take a bite of my tuna sandwich and wipe the crumbs from the corner of my mouth. You know I always wake up earlier than you, she says, sitting across from me and snatching the tuna sandwich away. She ignores my pout and continues to speak with a knowing smile. And I guess this is all because of that guy you met at the cocktail bar. What's his name again? I grab my sandwich back from her and then say, before taking another bite, it's Scott Kalman. Sweet name? She shrugs and makes herself a mug of coffee in the kitchen before taking her seat again with a giddy grin. So, how'd your date go yesterday? I stop munching when she says date. The thought of having a date with Scott heats up my face. I wave my hand in denial, trying to keep my cool. That wasn't a date, Lily. I'm just touring him around. I bite my lip, looking away. Lily snorts playfully. Oh, yeah? I sigh, having enough of her teasing so early in the morning. Lily can be dorky and annoying at times, but that's part of what I love about her. Yes, Scott is just a friend who's visiting New York for work, Lily. Nothing else. I explain, trying to justify the afternoon I spent with him. Scott's face appears in my mind, and I have to turn away to hide my expression. I can't deny that I'm fond of him. I admit I found him hot before, but that was when we were still at school. We're both grown up now. Who cares if he has those mesmerizing blue eyes? That attractive smile, that masculine frame? Any woman would swoon over him, but not me. I'm immune. I won't deny I admire him, but it's all because of his courage to pursue his dream and live out his passion. He's driven. He's successful. And he stuck it to the people who doubted and belittled him. Anyway, I can't have a relationship with someone who's only here temporarily, let alone someone who's going back to New Orleans. If you say so, Lily shrugs, unconvinced. Changing the topic, she asks about Scott's reason for visiting New York. Thankful for the change in topic, I eagerly tell her about his restaurants and his cooking show. I feel a little thrill, proud that he's made such a success of himself. He'll surely become famous throughout the country, and everyone will fall in love with him. Lily is thrilled. That's amazing, Chelsea. Maybe one day we can visit your family in New Orleans, and we can even eat at his restaurant. I only smile at her, feeling uneasy about the idea. I would love to taste his dishes, but I don't have any plans of coming home just to try it. We finish the rest of our breakfast in silence, but I can feel Lily's stares behind my back as I wash my dishes in the sink. Slowly, I turn around and meet her playful eyes. Hey, is it just me or is there something else going on between the two of you? I've just brought my mug back to my lips when I hear her question, and I almost choke. I can't handle Lily's bluntness sometimes. I cough a little. Lily, no, there's nothing between us except friendship. I shake my head emphatically. You should spend the night together. Then you'll see if it's really just friendship, she says pointedly. I can't help but blush again. I don't want to think about it, but I wonder if he's down for it too. What a ridiculous thought, Chelsie. My phone rings and I heave a sigh of relief at the interruption. I check and my heart skips a beat when I see Scott's name on the screen. Who's that? Lily asks, curious at my strange reaction. I only look at her, wide-eyed, before I answer the call. It's him. I turn around to give myself some privacy, though I can feel Lily straining to hear behind me. Hey. Good morning, he greets. How can he sound so nice so early in the morning? Hey, Scott, I greet, trying to sound casual while biting my lip. Am I disturbing you or something? He asks, making me shake my head. Then I realize he can't see me, and I say, Oh no, I just finished my breakfast. Me too, but I was thinking, I'll be filming more episodes of the cooking show. Would you like to come visit the set sometime? I mean, when you're free. Excitement courses through me as I nod, biting my lip. Sure, I would love to. I check my schedule. I'm free this Friday afternoon. Am I going to make it? Yep, I'll see you this Friday then, he says agreeably. A grin plasters on my face. Cool. See you soon, Scott, I say, ending the call. Are you sure you're not into him? I shriek when Lily surprises me from behind. I clutch my chest, still trying to recover from the shock. Because I really think you are, girl. I huff at her. Lily, I'm not, okay? Whatever. I have to get ready for work now, and I'll be home late. Ugh. She walks out, going back to her room while I stare at the window, smiling. Chapter 12. Chelsie. I wonder if they've already started. I mumble to myself as I walk briskly to the studio, where Scott's set is. It's already Friday afternoon, and I'm running a little late. I got stuck in traffic, and now I'm worried I wouldn't have the chance to talk to him before filming starts. I just hope I'm in the right studio. I fix the hem of my white bandage dress as a crew member approaches. Hi, I'm here for Scott Kalman. May I know where he is? Ah. You must be Chelsie Woods. Mr. Kalman is still in his dressing room. Let me take you to him. I sigh with relief and follow her. There are so many things happening around us. Everyone seems busy preparing for the shoot. There are a lot of cameras and spotlights. There are stations with multiple screens and prompters too. I wonder how it feels to stand there for almost an hour or so. It must be nerve-wracking to be in the spotlight, but with Scott's outgoing personality, he'll probably do just fine. We stop in front of a room with Scott's name on it. The woman turns to me and points at the door. You can go inside any time, Miss Woods. He's waiting for you. I smile at her. Thanks. She leaves and I take a deep breath. I know I look good since I took the time to actually dress up this morning. My own coworkers didn't know what to make of me when they saw me at the office. I hope it doesn't look like I'm trying too hard. Shrugging the thought off, I knock on the door gently. Scott. I knock again, holding the knob when I realize it's unlocked. Did he forget to close the door? Well, the woman did say to go right in. I enter the room to look for Scott. The dressing room is quite large, having its own private living area. I proceed further into the room, wishing to see Scott. I stop in my tracks when I see him shirtless, the muscles in his back rippling as he faces a large vanity mirror. My throat dries up when I realize his pants are unbuttoned. He takes a gray long-sleeve shirt from the closet and puts it on when our eyes meet in the mirror. I almost forgot how to speak. He turns around, surprised. I can't help but examine his well-toned pecs and abs. I gulp at the wonderful sight. He looks exactly the way I pictured him. No, better. Oh, Chelsie, you're here. I'm sorry, I'll just finish changing, he says, smiling. I should really be the one to apologize for intruding, but the words have caught in my throat. I clear it and struggle to look him in the eye while he tucks his shirt into his pants. Yeah, sure. I'll wait outside then. I rush out, sitting gingerly on the couch. I didn't wait for him to answer. I know my face is fire engine red with embarrassment. I try to calm myself, but Scott's body is perfectly imprinted in my mind. My face is burning hot. I give my cheeks a pinch, trying to stop myself from remembering his body. Cut it out, Chelsie. Scott is just a friend. Yes, that's right. I shouldn't be entertaining lewd thoughts about him. He's just a friend from New Orleans, and he can have any girl he wants. Why would he want to hook up with an old friend, a boring one at that? I sigh, feeling calmer now. Scott then comes out of the room, looking great in his gray shirt, black slacks, and loafers. We go out together, walking all the way to the set. He explains the way they film to me and gives me a seat right by the director's chair. The filming starts, and I'm fascinated by how passionate Scott is when he talks about what he does. There's always a smile on his face, telling me that cooking is something he really loves to do. He finishes cooking and shows off his seared duck breast with sweet potato pecan casserole, a regular dish in his restaurant, Nola's Bistro. My mouth is drooling at the delicious sight, and the smell is permeating the room, making everyone's mouths water. We're all excited and can't wait to have a taste after filming wraps later. Scott looks so professional on stage. The way he interacts with the host and looks at the camera really invites his audience to join in and experience what he's doing. I see no hint of nerves in him at all. I find myself admiring him even more. He chose his passion over his family's business. It reminds me of myself in a different way. And cut. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, the director announces after an hour of filming, as the crew erupts into wild applause. Scott congratulates everyone as he takes off his apron and comes to me with a smile. Congratulations back there. You did great, I praise. He smiles wider, bowing modestly to me. Thanks. We turn around and notice that the set's lights are off. Everyone is busy cleaning up the studio, but Scott asks me to taste his dish, which makes me squeal in excitement. We then amble to the corner, and I'm giddy at finally getting to taste his cooking. Scott serves me a portion of the food. I'm surprised when he offers his spoon to me. I maintain eye contact as I let him feed me, the food causing an explosion of flavors in my mouth. Wow, this is delicious, Scott. I can't help but moan in delight at how incredible the food is. I take another bite of the tender duck breast and sigh in content. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. He smiles, watching me enjoy the dish. This is so good. This is really your calling. I take a spoonful of the sweet potato pecan casserole. The food is good, but not fancy. It's the kind that reminds you of your childhood and being around the love and warmth of family. I can cook your favorite dishes for you if you want. I look at him, feeling tingles in the pit of my stomach from his sexy smile. Really? Yes, and for free, he says, winking before taking a bite of the tender meat himself. I'm looking forward to it, I answer, imagining the things we could get up to in the kitchen, but I quickly brush it off, not wanting to think more about it. His offer was innocuous. I shouldn't dirty it with these shameless thoughts of mine. We both smile at each other and enjoy the food. But as nostalgia hits me from its flavors, I remember my hometown, and I do my best to ignore the melancholy, distracting myself by flirting with Scott.
Chapter 13. Scott, ever since I became a chef, cooking for people to satisfy their appetites has always been my mission. It makes me happy to see them enjoy the dishes I cook for them, but I've never felt fulfilled until I hear Chelsie praise my cooking. I can't deny the fact that I'm glad she enjoys the dish I've prepared. I can't stop watching her eat. My heart flutters at the sight until we finish. We decide to help the production crew. I move and carry boxes while Chelsie helps with the wirings. Everyone thanks us before they all leave. I watch the starry night sky as we stand outside the studio. The streets are pretty with those city lights. But as I look at the beautiful woman beside me, also mesmerized by the sky, everything else pales by comparison. It's been a tiring day. After all that work, I would normally be in bed getting some rest for the next day. But since I have Chelsie with me, I can't resist wanting to spend more time with her. The night is still young, don't you think? I ask. My eyes are glued to her. You think so? She replies, looking at me. She catches me staring at her, but it doesn't bother me. I can't help but appreciate her beauty. Yeah, why don't we go somewhere else? I suggest, grabbing my phone to check the map. Where to? Want to grab a drink? I hold my breath as I wait for her answer. She smiles and nods. I would love to. Great. Do you know any clubs nearby? Do you still like to dance? She asks all of a sudden, looking at me with those twinkling eyes. You know, I still remember watching you dance the salsa at one of the college parties. I grin in complete surprise. Oh, so you've been eyeing me even then. Who wasn't? She snorts. The University of Louisiana's #1 eye candy was on the dance floor. No one could resist ogling you, even the head of the male cheerleading team. I chuckle. I can still remember the moment very well. I also remember asking her to dance, and her turning me down because she was too shy. I mention it to her, and she laughs. I was really self-conscious back then, but I'm not anymore. It's been a while since I've danced too. I've been so busy opening my restaurants. It would be great to dance again. Dancing has always been my favorite hobby. My parents used to dance at the country club as a way to unwind, I tell her. Her hazel orbs are drowning me. And yes, I would like to dance again. This time, with you. She beams as the city lights illuminate her pretty face. Let's go dancing then. I know the perfect place. Let's go. We grab a cab and she asks the driver to bring us to a salsa club called Bembe. The congas and other musical instruments, the people, glasses clinking, they welcome me, and I can't help but feel hyped up about it. We get ourselves a table at the bar and order drinks. I warn Chelsie not to drink too much, or else she'll miss out on the chance to dance with me again. She just laughs in response and touches her glass with mine. I watch the dance floor, already itching to join the dancers, the singers, and the band encouraging everyone to let loose and dance. Only a few people are there, so I down the last few drops and ask for Chelsie to dance. She takes my hand and grins spread across our faces before I lead us to the dance floor. I've been waiting for this moment. I guide her hand around my shoulder and place mine on her waist. We dance a bit, our heads resting against each other. We surrender our bodies to the song until the conga drum rolls, and I spin and dip her. "You surprised me!" Chelsie squeals, giggling before I bend her backward and we dance uninhibitedly to the music. I can't take my eyes off her as I let go of her and watch her dance a few inches away. I reach for her again and she spins gracefully back in my arms. "Wow. You're still so good at this," she whispers, sways her hips sexily. I grab her waist and our feet work together in sync. "You are too. I can't believe you never danced with me before," I say, pulling her toward me as I spin her around, letting my arm wrap around her waist. We continue to dance and sway our hips to the rhythm of the drums. The music, the smells, her body, and scent are intoxicating me. We dance, completely enjoying each other's company. I'm having a lot of fun dancing with her. She's a great dancer. What she lacks in skill, she makes up for in enthusiasm as she moves her hips in time to the beat. She looks so beautiful right now. I can't keep my eyes off her, even as I spin and guide her all over the dance floor. When it starts to get crowded, I pull her closer to me and our faces touch. Her breath tickles my lips as our hips sway against each other. I can't help but stare at her inviting lips. We lock gazes, and before I know it, our lips brush against each other, and we share the softest, most amazing kiss.
Chapter 14. Chelsie. It's 2:30 and I'm having a late lunch with Lily and Nikki. All three of us have had hectic work weeks and could use the break, especially me. We decided to try out this new restaurant called La Cuesta. Venting is best done over chips, salsa, burritos, and a little Mexican beer. "She's here," Lily announces while munching on a chip. Nikki comes rushing to us with a big smile. "I'm so sorry I'm late, guys. I just finished work. Miss Anya left me lots of paperwork to file," she explains, getting comfortable on her seat while I bite my lip, lost in thought. Only when I feel fingers snapping in my face do I realize they've been talking to me for the last few minutes and I haven't responded. "Earth to Chelsie," Lily snaps. I apologize for zoning out and grab a bite of the chicken burrito that's now on my plate. "Why do you look like that?" she asks, staring at me in confusion while checking the menu. "What look?" "Like you're thinking deeply about something," she says, calling a waiter for assistance. "Is something wrong, your work or what?" I shake my head, massaging my temples. "It seems I have a little hangover from yesterday." "No, I'm okay, it's just..." "Just what?" they both ask as they wait for my answer. I let out a sigh and face them. "I can't stop thinking about yesterday." "Yeah, how'd that date go?" Lily snorts as she takes a sip of her beer. "I don't even know what time you came home." She snaps her fingers and leans against the table, grinning. I think I already know where this is going. "Tell us all about how it's not a date." "Lily, I told you it's not," I explain again. "But I took him to Bembe yesterday, and I made out with him in the middle of the dance floor." I bite my lip, embarrassed. I've never done anything like that before, and I can't help but feel mortified at my behavior yesterday. What must Scott think of me? Of course, I've dreamed of kissing him multiple times in the past, but never under those circumstances. I touch my lips, still feeling his lips against mine, and my heart flutters as I remember how he smiled at me after. "Oh my," Lily and Nikki squeal, obviously happy for me as they see this as the end of my dating rut. Me, I'm not so sure. "Tell us more." Nikki shakes my arm, and I give in, hoping they can help me sort out my feelings. I end up telling them everything. How Scott asked me to taste his cooking. How we ended up dancing the salsa in that place. I admit I like being with him. He's good company and all, but I kind of regret what happened yesterday. He's been a good friend since uni, and I don't want to start anything with someone who's only here for a visit. Not to mention someone from my hometown. Lily and Nikki exchange sighs. "You're being so uptight about this, Chelsie. Just enjoy." Lily encourages me as she takes a spoonful of her food. Nikki agrees, nodding. Right. You're both consenting adults. Just have fun with him. Nobody said anything about committing. Yes, Lily squeals. The two give each other a high five as they reach an agreement. Scott's gentle smile crosses my mind, but I shrug it off and face the girls again. Scott is nice, yes, but I would enjoy myself with him if he's not from New Orleans. He's just visiting, so this won't last. I don't want to get attached to someone like that, I state as I take a sip of my coffee. I definitely wish I'd met Scott under a different set of circumstances. My life is complicated right now, and he's a factor I can't control. Some of the happenings in his life remind me of my own, but unlike me, he's made it through successfully by himself. A deep sigh escapes from my lips. This is quite a headache. I hope I can behave myself and remember I can't enter into a relationship with him. Are you serious? She asks. I only nod at her as I take a bite, but Lily sighs and confronts me. Girl, it doesn't have to be serious and long-term. You know, just have fun flirting, maybe even sleep with him or what. I toss a tissue at Lily for being so blunt. My face is burning hot, and she just laughs at me. Lily has a point, Chelsie, Nikki adds. Lily and I listen eagerly. She has a thoughtful look on her face. It's okay to enjoy his company for a short while. There's nothing wrong with that unless you want to pursue a real relationship with him, of course. I don't know, I grunt, ruffling my hair in frustration. I really don't know what to do. It's easy for them to say those things. How I wish they knew the real reason why I don't want to go back to New Orleans. When it has something to do with my family, I find myself unable to explain. It's a lot more muddled than I've made it out to be. Sighing, I stare at the busy streets while Lily and Nikki chat about other things. What they just said keeps playing in my mind, and I can't help but think about Scott. Scott is hot and definitely my type. Maybe there really is nothing wrong with enjoying myself and just seeing where this leads. I just have to remember he's not here long term, and maybe that's enough to keep my heart from getting broken all over again.
Chapter 15. Scott. I look at myself in the mirror, watching while the makeup artist finishes with the powder on my face. I have another filming session today, and some chefs will be accompanying me and tasting my dishes. I can't help but feel nervous. Since my plans for expansion rest on this show, I can't help but feel nervous at what they're going to say. I'm confident in my dishes, of course, but I always put a little of myself in each dish, and I hope they like it as much as my customers do. A knock disrupts my thoughts, and I turn around. I smile at the crew member who waves at me. The makeup artist finishes with a flourish and leaves the room. Mr. Kalman, they're ready for you. The guy announces, and I nod. I'm almost done, I say, folding my long sleeves up to my forearms. Ready when you are, sir. He then leaves me alone in the dressing room. I watch myself in the mirror, gearing myself up for the cameras. I stop and touch my lips, remembering that blissful night with Chelsie a few days ago. Chelsie, I smile, feeling her kisses against my lips. Even until now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. I can't stop thinking about her. Chelsie amazed me with her dance moves, and I couldn't help but be mesmerized by her movements. With her body so close to mine, I'd felt electrified by her. I never knew making out in the middle of the dance floor would be that hot, though it probably wouldn't have been with anyone else. I'm not sure if it was the alcohol, but I've tried resisting the attraction to her, and that night, I just gave in. Her kisses set me aflame, and I can't help but yearn for more. I can still remember how soft her lips are. She's such a good kisser. I'm ecstatic when I remember our tongues dancing along with our lips. Everything had stopped, and all I could think about at that moment was her. Everyone had still been dancing, yet all I felt were her hands locked around my neck. My hands had pulled her impossibly close to me, and I didn't know where I ended, and she began. I let out a chuckle, shaking my head. I still can't believe how things are turning out. It's funny, but I never thought Chelsie would reciprocate the attraction I'm feeling. During our senior year in college, we always hung out with our common friends. I've always found her beautiful, but I never thought she'd want to be with me as well. I'd always felt she was a little shy, and far too good to want to be with a guy like me. Even though we were at student government together, I knew what sort of reputation I had. She's changed a lot since then. She's more open now, not as guarded. I hope she'll give me the chance to get to know her a little better. I wonder how she's doing. Since that night, I haven't been able to contact her due to my hectic schedule. I want to see her again, but I want to make sure I'm not rushing when I do. Sighing, I straighten my shirt and leave the dressing room. Everything is ready, and a crew member gives me my apron. The other chefs are already preparing their ingredients in the kitchen. I tie my apron around my waist when I hear my name. Ready for today's filming, Mr. Kalman? I turn around to see John Herrera, one of the show's producers. He tells me how well I've been doing, and he's hyping up the other chefs too. He's a good guy. In fact, he was the one who went to my restaurant in New Orleans and invited me to join the show. Oh, and by the way, John taps my shoulder and faces me with a grin. Are you and your girlfriend enjoying your stay here in New York? I can only stare at him in confusion. My girlfriend? Yeah, the woman you invited last week. I chuckle. I guess he's referring to Chelsie. She's the only one I've invited to see me on set. That's Chelsie Woods. She's just a friend. She works here in New York, and she's been touring me around, I explain. John is surprised, saying he thought we were a couple. He had been here at the time, but he didn't want to intrude when he saw us together. He apologizes for his mistake, but I only shrug it off. Somehow, hearing someone think of Chelsie as my girlfriend doesn't sound so bad, but we've only just seen each other after so many years. It would be absurd to think of starting a relationship so soon. Oh, and don't forget about the cocktail party this weekend, okay? You're the guest of honor, and you definitely need to be there, Mr. Kalman. Don't worry, I'll be there. But, can I invite someone? I ask, hoping I can use this as an excuse to see Chelsie again. Why, of course. You can invite your friend. He nudges me and wiggles his eyebrows comically. I chuckle at his antics. She's not my girlfriend, John, I repeat. He snorts and taps my shoulder. Not yet, I guess. We laugh again, then he leaves. Filming starts soon after. I've decided to make one of Louisiana's most popular dishes, a seafood jambalaya. My grandmother used to love making this for me, and I've enjoyed tweaking it and serving it to our customers back home. I know I have to bring my A game to impress the other chefs, and I do. But I can't help but think about inviting Chelsie to the party. I just hope she says yes. Fortunately, the other chefs have nothing but praise for my dish, just as I'm all praises for theirs. We even promised to keep in touch and collaborate on dishes in the future. It will make for more exciting dishes in all our restaurants. As soon as filming wraps, I excuse myself and immediately call Chelsie. I invite her to the party, and I feel like I've won the lottery when she says yes. She sounds excited, and she seems to be looking forward to spending more time with me. I think this is a good sign, and I can't wait to see her again.
Chapter 16. Chelsie. It's a warm Saturday night in New York, and I'm glad Anya postponed the team meeting. I want extra time to prepare myself for this party, mentally and physically. I have a vague suspicion Nikki talked Anya into rescheduling, probably letting it slip that I'm going out on a date with a real man for the first time in 9 months. But I'm not complaining. I sit patiently in front of my vanity as Lily fixes my hair with her curling iron. She fusses over me, knowing how jittery I'm feeling. This is our first official date, and I'm looking forward to dressing up and seeing Scott's reaction to the way I look. I can't help but touch my lips, tingling whenever I remember our kiss. I wonder if he'll kiss me again tonight, and a thrill goes up my spine in anticipation. Stop it, I chide myself. It was just an impulsive kiss. You've had those multiple times. Get it together. But the problem is, Scott isn't just another man. He's a friend, which already complicates things in the best of times. But we have things in common that, as far as I'm concerned, only makes things more muddled between us. Then it dawns on me that tonight will be the first time we see each other after that night in Bembe. And another wave of jitters hit me. My heart feels like it's making its way out of my throat as the lift nears the rooftop. I fuss at the jade green mini dress I'm wearing once again, and Lily's comment echoes in my head. Look at you second-guessing yourself. Is the tube cut fine? Is the slit too much? Does the color look good? Yada yada. You really have it bad for this Kalman dude, don't you? The timely ding of the elevator interrupts my pep talk. I didn't reply to Lily, but I remember thinking that I'm a successful, strong, confident woman. I shouldn't have to wait for a man's compliments to feel good about myself. I already know how good I look. I'm in the act of taking out my phone to send Scott a text when I catch sight of him in the entryway. He's already seen me, and he has his hand out as I emerge from the lift. I can't take my eyes off him, and I get a tremendous ego boost when I see the way he's looking at me. Eat your heart out, I think to myself. He walks forward to meet me, and the fervent look in his eyes sends delicious shivers down my bare back. Scott's eyes gleam and visibly darken when I smile at him flirtatiously. I meet him in the middle of the hallway. Scott greets me with a lingering kiss at the corner of my lips, and I melt. I know what I want, and I want him. I don't want to second-guess myself any longer. I'm sleeping with Scott Kalman before the weekends. You look stunning. He takes his time to eye me up and down, pausing slightly on my lips, which I bite unconsciously. You don't look too bad yourself, I reply. His warm touch on my back makes my heart beat erratically as he escorts me to the party. A beaming man in a velvet blazer is the first to approach us. So you're the reason Scott stubbornly waited outside, he teases. I smile self-consciously. Chelsie, this is John Herrera, one of the producers of the show, Scott introduces. She's one of my friends from college and is nice enough to act as my personal tour guide in the city. Scott takes me with him as he interacts with some more producers, one of whom is Mike, the guy he was with when I first saw him that night at the bar. I'm sure a lot of them are speculating on who I am to him, but they don't outright say anything. He keeps a firm hand on my waist and puts an arm around my shoulders when he introduces me. He rubs my arm when a cool breeze passes by. He's acting extra sweet, and I'm relishing every touch. The only time Scott left my side was when he had to make a statement in front of the press for the show's official release. I marvel at the way he carries himself. He's at his most captivating when he engages with a crowd. As he wraps up the interviews, we make eye contact. I gesture that I'll wait for him by the roof deck, and he nods in response. The rooftop exterior is really neat. Plush love seats line the rail, while two-seater rattan couches are placed across. I relax against one of them and feast my eyes on the breathtaking view of the Hudson River. Enjoying the way the city lights dance on the water, I slowly sip the champagne that was given out during the toast. After a while, a pair of strong hands gently rest on my shoulders. You should go easy on the alcohol. I'd like you sober for the rest of the evening, Scott teases. He moves around and sits on the cushion, across from me. This seat gives a better view of the river. I already have the best view here, thank you. I can't take my eyes off her the entire evening. His gaze is smoldering. It would be nice to have you close to me. I look at him from beneath my lashes and give him a sultry smile. Scott grins, biting his tongue between his teeth. You've been flirting with me all night. Because I want to, I reply archly. And you've been touchy with me the entire evening. Because I want to. I roll my eyes at his response and finish off the champagne. If you want a drink, we can order some wine in my hotel. We can relax, unwind, and have a different kind of fun. I let out a fake gasp. I leaned forward, and his eyes flickered toward my chest for a fraction of a second before brazenly staring back at me. Do I have to drink for you to take me to your hotel room? I twirl a strand of my hair without breaking eye contact. I'm enjoying the predatory dance we're having. I'm pretty sure he is too. He grins. You're shamelessly seducing me right now, and with the feeling of our kiss still fresh on my lips, there's nothing more I'd like than to take you up on it. A meaningful stare down passes between us. Let's keep things casual, I say, and fool around for your remaining weeks here in New York. Scott's lopsided smile drives my thoughts haywire. He stands up and gestures toward the direction of the elevator. Thank God we bumped into each other on my first week here, he comments, giving my rear a tight squeeze. I couldn't agree more. Chapter 17. Chelsie. Damn, I can barely walk with my knees quivering like this. Scott's breath is grazing my ears and cheeks, and it makes me burn with lust. Heat courses through my veins, making me weak. I lean my head on Scott's shoulder as we walk through the lobby of his hotel and to the elevator. The silence between us is nerve-wracking, but the wait is even more torturous. I wish I could take off my clothes now and show everything to him. His hand around my waist is barely propping me up. I catch a glimpse of him, and his face is stoic, but what he truly feels is different. His hardness grazes my back. Despite our clothes, the heat seeps into my skin. As soon as we enter the elevator, Scott pushes me against the wall and we kiss. This is a private lift connected to his private suite. Well. Things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 18. Scott. My eyes squint at the light peeking through the blinds. Then, I feel something under my blanket. What? My brain usually takes a while before it functions properly in the morning. A warm hand suddenly touches my morning wood. My eyes open abruptly when I remember who's sharing my sheets right now. My head whips to the other side of the bed, and it's empty. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. Chelsie, I growl as I grab her. I'm ready to go for another round. She giggles and slaps me in the buttocks. Cool it, hotshot. I'm about to go to work. Chelsie lies in my arms. I groan. That's so unfair. You gave me pleasure, I should do you too. I can barely stand with all the acrobatics last night, she whispers in my ear. How about you buy me a cup of coffee instead? Sure, I would love to. I kiss her lips. I'd like to take her for another ride, but she seems to be in a hurry. You're going back to your apartment? I ask her as we get off the bed, dressing up. Yeah, I need to look decent. She smirks and winks at me. I guffaw, rejoicing at her cheekiness. Let's go, she says, and clings to my arm as soon as we step out of the bedroom. Sure. After an enjoyable 7-minute walk, we arrive at the coffee place. It's the nearest coffee shop to my hotel. This is also a hot spot for delicious coffee. Why don't you sit down? I'll order, I say to her, pointing to an empty chair on the side. Chelsie shakes her head. I'm fine. Anyway, I need to leave immediately. Okay, I shrug as we go to the counter and I place our order. Then suddenly someone grabs Chelsea's attention. Greg, you're here! Chelsie exclaims, smiling. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Hey, Chelsie, the man drawls, giving Chelsie a once-over. You look hotter than the last time I saw you. Chelsie covers her mouth, giggling. and your tongue is as smooth as ever. I look at them, confused. Who's this man? Chelsie seems to know him well. My hackles rise because I don't like the way he's staring at her. I'm jealous. It surprises me because it never used to be in my vocabulary. And who is this? The man looks at me. Maybe he noticed my hostile glance. Oh, this is my friend, Scott. Chelsie introduces me. Scott, this is Greg. He's my ex. Oh, an ex. I nod. Now I'm even more surprised because they're on such good terms. So, what are you doing here? Chelsie asks as we wait for our orders. I'm here for work, Greg replies. He's about to say something, but the waitress places his steaming mug of coffee in front of him. Well, I guess this is goodbye. Greg winks at Chelsie and nods at me. Then he leaves. Don't come back. You seem chummy, I comment offhandedly, not looking at her. Well, we parted on good terms. Things didn't work out between us. He's not the scumbag ex. With Greg, we just ended it. Mutually, because we both wanted something different, she replies, shrugging her shoulders. Really? I ask, staring at her. Chelsie nods. Yes, it was just one of those things. We parted friends, but we don't keep tabs on what the other's doing after the breakup. He seems like a good man, I pry, hoping she'll share more details. Yeah, she agrees, and it's like a jab to my heart. He wanted me to move to Seattle, and I didn't want to do that, so we broke up. She doesn't look upset. I guess she's over him. Why don't you move back home? I ask in a hesitant voice as we receive our orders. Chelsie stares at her cup before answering. Family matters. I see. I didn't pry deeper. Perhaps someday she'll open up to me. We walk out of the shop. I hail a cab for her. Bye, Scott, she says as she enters the cab, disappearing from my sight. Damn, I miss her already. Chapter 19. Scott, the past weeks in New York have been surprisingly magical. It may sound silly, but I have no better word to describe it. With Chelsie, it has been magical. At first, I thought I would end up thinking about New Orleans my whole stay here. My life is there, and I'm used to being hands-on in everything I do, but right now I feel like I wouldn't mind if I stay longer. It's because of Chelsie. The shoot for the show was great, but I've been looking forward to spending time with her more. She excites me, and it's not just because of the sex. Right now, I'm getting ready for another workday, beaming because Chelsie spent the night over again. I'm arguing about which shirt to wear, wishing I'd asked Chelsie for help before she left. I imagine what she would tell me, and I shake my head in disbelief. After college, I never thought I'd see her again, knowing she left New Orleans to try her luck elsewhere. But here we are not only seeing each other, but sleeping together too. The sex has been unbelievable. Both of us weren't looking for this at all. I've never been friends with a person I'm sleeping with. Even if I date someone longer than a few times, I don't get attached, and I don't care enough to build any sort of relationship. But it's different with Chelsie. I get to be myself around her, and it doesn't feel weird at all. This is my first time having a friends with benefits arrangement. I won't lie. It's great. It's not stressful, and I'm honestly having fun. But I have this question in the back of my mind. Is it normal that I'm looking forward to seeing her all the time? If it's just because I want to screw her, then I think it is. But I actually want to spend time with her even outside my hotel room. Do friends with benefits do that? Of course, I tell myself as I'm buttoning my shirt up in front of the mirror. Your friends and friends hang out. Maybe because I've never done this arrangement before. Chelsie told me the rules clearly, so I just have to keep them in mind. Perhaps feeling this way is normal. Or is it? I ask myself, talking to my reflection. God, my mind is in shambles. I only have less than 2 weeks left here in New York. After I wrap up the show, I'll be flying back to New Orleans. That was the plan in the first place, and I didn't find anything wrong with it. But then, Chelsie came along, and now I feel bad for needing to leave. I know there's no other way around this. Her life is here, and mine is in New Orleans. This is how things should really be, I guess. We have a fun time together, have lots of sex, and then we go on as if nothing happened. There's nothing wrong with that plan. But it doesn't sit well with me for some reason. I'm dragged from my thoughts when my phone rings. I walk away from the mirror, grab my phone, and answer without even looking at the screen. I huff. Hello? This is Scott speaking. A short pause and then a snort follows. Of course, it's Scott speaking. I called you. I scrunch my face, trying to make sense of what's going on. I check my phone and see that I'm talking to Tim. Oh, sorry, man. What's up? Hello, you sound like you've forgotten I exist, Tim says in mock indignation. He chuckles and snickers, really finding this situation funny. Are you okay? Yeah, I answer him, rubbing my temples as if it could free me from my thoughts. I'm just getting ready for work. You sound distracted, Scott, Tim says. He sounds both concerned and confused. Has New York been messing you up? No, not really. I just have a lot in my mind. Why did you call? I just wanted to check on you. I didn't think I really had to. Are the restaurants okay? I ask, sorting my priorities in my head. Sorry, I wasn't able to call you the past few days. That's why I called you, Scott, Tim snickers. I haven't heard from you, and you didn't even ask about the business once. I vaguely recall calling him once or twice over the past few weeks, but maybe that's my imagination playing tricks on me. Maybe I meant to call. But with Chelsie distracting me, I forgot. Tim will definitely not let this go. So, are you going to tell me what's up with you? He continues. I've known Tim Brown all my life, so there's no point in denying this. He's a bit dense as a person, but he's assertive, caring, and smart to the people who matter. He already feels like something's going on, and he won't stop until I explain myself. Listen, I sigh. Remember Chelsie Woods? Chelsie Woods, he repeats. He goes quiet for a while, and then he beams. I can hear it over the phone. Oh, we went to the same school, right? Yeah. Well, we met here in New York. She lives here, apparently. Cool, Tim chimes. Where did you guys meet? In some bar the other night, I answer, and we've been spending a lot of time together since. I don't know why I feel hesitant to share this with Tim. We both know this isn't news. I've had flings with women before, but talking about Chelsie feels like talking about a secret. Oh, so that's why, Tim teases. I can imagine his face from the other line. New York isn't so bad, huh? Nah, it's just another fling, I tell him, changing my tone intentionally. I'm sure he won't dig deeper. I'll be flying home in less than 2 weeks. Nothing can come of it. Just another fling, he confirms. Are you sure about that? What are you saying? I chuckle, thankful he can't see me shaking inside my hotel room. Now I know I'm lying, but to whom, I'm not sure. Of course, it's just another fling. All right, Tim laughs. Whatever you say, but please keep us updated, Scott. We're running a business, in case you forgot. I will, I assure him, chuckling to ease my own tension. Thanks for checking up on me. Tim hangs up, and I throw my phone on the bed. It's the first time I talked about Chelsie to anyone, and now I'm even more baffled. Said it's just a casual fling, and it should be. But why do I feel nervous when I talk about her? I think I have deeper feelings for Chelsie.
Chapter 20. Chelsie. This doesn't look right, I mumble as I stare at the lingerie in front of me. The red lace on the bra doesn't fit the whole concept of purity. Maybe I should replace it with yellow or blue. It will go well with white cotton. I sigh for the umpteenth time. I've been doing overtime for days now. My work's piling up, and I don't even have the time to see Scott. It's been days since we last saw each other. Scott reaches out to me every day, asking me out, but I can't make time on my schedule. After all this extra work, I'll probably sleep for an entire day. Chelsie, Anya pops into my workstation, looking for me. You've been working so hard. I need to finish this design, I reply, smiling at her. What do you think? Well, I think the blue will go well with it, Anya answers. Are you leaving? I ask, my eyes perusing her outfit. Looks like she's about to party. She grins at me, shaking her booty. I'm planning to have fun tonight. Laughing, I tease her. Out with your man? Anya wiggles her brows in silent agreement. You, on the other hand, seem to be glowing. Who is this lucky man who's making you smile? Is he a lion in bed? Anya curls her fingers in imitation of a cat. Shaking my head, I refuse to answer. But I avert my eyes in embarrassment. I haven't been that obvious, have I? Oh, Anya teases me, giggling. I'm going. Don't forget to lock up, okay? Also, maybe you can give your lover boy a tour. Show him what you got, babe. I jolt when she slaps my buttocks and sachets away. Shaking my head, I smile. Anya makes it easy to work with her. Will do? I shout after her. No answer. She must really be in a hurry. Let's finish this. I try to motivate myself as I take my tape measure again. I have a lot of things I still need to do. The only way I can meet Scott is if I finish all this. It would be nice to go out with him and unwind. My cheeks grow hotter when I remember the sex we had last time. It was so good I couldn't forget it. Reliving it has been keeping me up at night these days. Stretching my hands, I grip the measuring tape, but the ringing of my phone interrupts me. Who can it be? I murmur, grabbing it from the edge of the table. My heart swells when I see it's Scott. Oh my, I giggle like a teenager. I put him on loudspeaker so I can continue to work while I talk to him. Hey, Chelsie. His sexy voice lingers in my ears. I'm afraid I'll come on the spot if he says my name in the same way. I'm outside your studio. His words take my head out of the gutter, and I stare at my phone. You're here? I exclaim. Yeah, I'm waiting for you, he answers. My heart beats loudly like a drum. This is a pleasant surprise. I'll meet you outside. I rush to the entrance, running as if my life depends on it. When I open the door, Scott's smiling and mesmerizing face greets me. My hand on my heart, I try to calm down. God, he makes me so speechless. I haven't seen him in days, and he already looks 10 times better than the last time I saw him. My throat dries as I remember what we did last time, too. I swallow visibly. Hi, Scott. I'm hoping he doesn't hear the quivering in my voice. Holding onto the knob tightly, I gesture for him to come in. You're blocking the door? He grins, teasing me. Instantly, my face grows hot with embarrassment. Stepping away, I open the door wider. Scott swaggers in, looking around. Then he turns to me. Chelsie, we haven't seen each other in days. Yes, I know, I reply, staring into his face and taking in every part of him. My work's confining me to the studio. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Scott glances around, observing. You have a really nice place. There are mannequins all over, some with clothing and some without. It's messy with all the cloth draped over the workstations. Usually it's not like this, but since everyone's busy, cleaning up isn't on the agenda, as we just want to go home after a busy day. After this week is over, this place will be back to normal. Why don't I give you a quick tour? It's not usually like this here. Everyone is just so busy, I explain. I have my private workstation here. Would you like to see it? As we go to my personal workroom, I give him a tour of the studio. Scott is so enthusiastic, his interest makes me happy. He's the first man to show any interest in my work like this. Most men I know just want to bed me, without bothering to really get to know me. Then we arrive at my workstation. Scott whistles when he sees the lingerie on the mannequins. Blood rushes to my head, making me heady with the desire. His fingers touch the lace on the lingerie I'm currently making. That's the one I'm working on, I say, licking my lips. Why do I feel like he's touching my body and not the mannequin? This is really, really good, Scott comments as he turns to me. His gaze is fiery, and it feels like he can see through my clothes. Are you wearing your sexy lingerie? My breathing halts for a moment, and I nod almost absent-mindedly. Scott's lips curve into a sexy smirk, and he steps closer to me. His teasing ignites my desire, and I reply naughtily, "Yes, wanna see? Why don't you show me?" I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at VixaVaughnRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 21. Chelsie. I thought New Yorkers hate New Jersey pizza? Scott holds the menu in his hand, studying it like the true restaurateur he is. I make an exception for Raza, I answer. Plus, we're so close to downtown Manhattan, it's practically in New York. Raza has one of the best pizzas I've ever had. Lily brought me here the first time we started living together, and I've never tasted anything better. I don't know. I've heard that having a genuine New York pizza is something I should experience before going back to New Orleans. He places the menu on the table to look at me, a teasing smile on his lips. Just wait until you taste their food. Right on cue, the waiter comes and serves our order. He places 2 pizzas in front of us, and the smell is enough to make my mouth water. God, I love the smell of garlic and melted cheese. We start with the burrata pizza. First tomato sauce, garlic, burrata, and basil. One of the classics. I watch Scott take the first bite, and for some reason, I feel nervous. It's not like I'm the one who made these for him, but I want his approval of the food I've chosen too. Scott's face lights up as he takes a bite, and I know he likes the food. Happily, I grab my own slice. What do you think? You're right. This is great. He finishes his first slice before I'm halfway through mine and starts with the other pie. That one is the guancia, made of tomato sauce, fresh mozzarella, guanciale, shaved onion, and pecorino. I don't exactly know what those ingredients are, but they're listed on the menu. Might as well pretend I understand. Scott finishes his second slice in no time, the salad forgotten at the table. Lily walks in just as I finish my first slice, and she joins us at our table. Hi, I'm Lily, the roommate. You must be Scott. She greets Scott, who does the same. Oh, pizza, I'm starving. She grabs her own slice and proceeds to eat. Scott can't seem to stop himself, and he digs in once more. So you're that guy from the bar? Lily looks at Scott, studying him. At least you look just as good now when I'm sober as you did when I was drunk. Thank you? Scott looks at me, and I can't help but laugh at the two. Lily never has any filter. She just says whatever comes to mind. Time flies, and we finish almost all our food. Lily and I both learned a lot of things about how shooting a cooking show works from Scott. The amount of work that goes on behind the cameras is quite interesting. Lily has a lot of experience in that regard, but not when it comes to cooking shows like this. How long have you been roommates? Scott asks, taking another bite. Seems like forever, Lily jokes. Although nowadays, it feels like I have the apartment all to myself. She teases, giving a mischievous laugh. Then I apologize. I seem to be the cause of your current predicament. Oh, no apologies needed. I actually love it. I'm having the time of my life. Watching the two of them laugh and joke around like they're long-lost friends is sending waves of warmth through my chest. Lily's always been an extrovert, and she never has a problem getting along with people. I just didn't realize Scott was the same. We were friends in college, but other than his popularity with the ladies, I can't seem to recall how he was back then. We hung out with the same crowd sometimes, but never really got to know each other. I always thought he was out of my league. Scott's phone beeps, and Lily jokes about him being a busy celebrity. It's one of the producers of the show, and he's needed at the set ASAP. Like, what kind of emergency could a cooking show have? The chicken isn't defrosting fast enough? Sorry, sweetie, I have to go. Scott gives me a quick peck on the lips and says his goodbyes. So you're sweetie now, huh? Lily teases as soon as Scott is out of earshot. I can't help the heat creeping up my cheeks. This is actually the first time Scott has referred to me like that. We usually keep it casual and just call each other by our names. I'm not gonna lie, I like the sound of sweetie coming from Scott. I tell Lily the same, and she gushes about the pet name. Sweetie, it seems things are going great. She raises her eyebrows suggestively before finishing the last slice of pizza. Lily and I spend the rest of the time talking about Scott's show. They invite famous chefs to cook and share famous dishes from their own restaurants. Then a few home cooks try to recreate the dish after tasting it. It seems like an interesting concept, and the judges are the different chefs themselves. I always admire people who can cook complicated dishes. I never had the patience to learn. I can only do the basics, like boil water. I wonder what happens to all the food cooked during the shoot. Do they just throw it away? Do the staff eat it? Maybe you can ask Scott next time, I say, laughing at how serious Lily looks. You ask him, when am I going to see that guy again? She retorts. How long is he going to be here anyway? They're filming the last few episodes next week. I answer, trying and failing to hide the sadness and disappointment in my voice. I don't even know why I'm feeling so forlorn about it. Scott doesn't seem the least bit bothered. He's happy enough to finish his work here and go back home, probably forgetting about me. How do you feel about it? Lily asks, although the look in her eyes shows how heartbroken she is for me. I'm fine, I force a smile. We both agreed to a casual fling, so there's no reason to be emotional and dramatic about this. We both know what this was when we started it. Maybe it's the universe's way of telling you to go home to New Orleans. I mean, he seems like a nice guy, and it sucks that he's leaving. The mention of my hometown is enough to snap me out of my blues. Oh no, I don't think so. Not a chance, I answer, a little too forcefully than I mean to. She nods her head, even though she looks like she wants to say more. It's one of the things I love about Lily. She knows how and when to give people their space. She doesn't push too much, not when it comes to the important things. I know it sucks that he's leaving, but I'm not going home just for him. I've built so much here in New York, I consider this my home now.
Chapter 22. Scott. I'm drooling, I hear one of the producers comment from the sidelines. I smile as I continue adding more garlic to the pan, the aroma surrounding the studio. I can't blame the producer for the comment. Now, Scott, please tell us what you're making and how. Marcus, the host, says off-cam. This is one of the signature dishes at Wilma. One of my Grandma Wilma's favorites, actually. She taught me how to make it. I continue to stir the pot. What I'm making here is a crawfish etouffee. Now, it's about time to add the crawfish tails, some salt, black pepper, white pepper, red pepper. I show each ingredient to the camera as I add them to the pan. Thyme, oregano, bay leaf, green onion tops, and parsley. Now, it's important to mix well, otherwise you could end up with a clump of raw ingredients in there. I'm also going to add a little something special that the contestants will have to figure out later. I give the camera a little wink and the crew laughs. Making this dish reminds me so much of my grandma, the one who got me into cooking. She always supported me and was my #1 fan before she passed. I remember the days when I would beg my parents to take me to her house so she can teach me how to cook. Scott always cook with a smile, she would say. She said it adds flavor that people can taste if you cook your food with bitterness. It didn't really make sense to me back then, but I was a kid, and I believed her. It's still something I do even now. Whenever I find myself frowning or feeling down when I'm cooking, I remind myself of Grandma's words. Probably why my restaurants have been so successful these past few years. Everything is thanks to Grandma. A flood of emotion and memories overcome me, and I find myself feeling a little down. Maybe I'm just homesick. After adding the chicken broth and waiting for it to boil, I lower the heat to let it simmer. At this stage, you have to continue stirring gently. Now, we just wait? The host asks. Yep. Continue to gently stir until the crawfish tails are tender. I'd give it 10 to 12 minutes. I answer, checking my watch. Reminding myself to smile, I try to concentrate on my dish, but I can't help the gnawing feeling at the back of my head. Why do I feel so homesick now when I was okay the past few weeks? I look up to say something to the producers, but something catches my eye, and what I was about to say is forgotten. Chelsie is standing behind one of the cameras and smiling proudly. She gets excited and waves when she notices me looking, and I almost do the same, forgetting I'm in front of the camera. Looking at the bright smile on her face, it makes me realize that maybe it's not exactly homesickness I'm feeling. I think I'm more upset at leaving Chelsie than anything else. She and I have only been together for a couple of weeks, and those weeks had been absolutely great. I have to admit that she made me more excited and happier than I've been in a while. The past relationships I'd always seemed so dull. I give Chelsie a big smile and a wink, and I see her stifling a giggle. I can almost hear the sound from where I'm standing. It's strange how I've made note of all these small things about her. How she smiles, the sound of her giggles, her laughter, even her moans, and the way she scrunches her nose when it itches, the way she pretends she doesn't want fries but finishes the whole bag in no time. Thinking about them only makes me feel worse for leaving. I would love to stay here, but I can't really leave the restaurants for much longer. I've already been away too long, and I need to get back. Plus, Chelsie doesn't seem bothered about me leaving. I know she told me this is just a casual thing, but still. Is it wrong to expect a little sadness from her? Maybe I'm just overthinking everything. Maybe it was all just fun for her. Like an alarm going off in my mind, I check the pot. Perfect. My hands move on their own. It's like muscle memory. I scoop some out and serve it on top of the rice I prepared earlier. Like my grandma always said, there is no better way to serve this than on rice. I prepare 2 plates and place both on the counter. The contestants would have to taste them later. Like I've been doing for the past shoots, I stand to the side, still visible to the camera, and wait as the contestants are brought in and taste my cooking. Positive reviews and reactions all around. Of course, it could just be because of the fact that they're in front of the camera, but still it gives me joy hearing people compliment my grandma's recipes. Hours pass, and finally, we're done with the shoot. We give each other a round of applause, grateful for each other's hard work and dedication. I can't believe it's done. 6 weeks went by so quickly, it feels like it's only been 2. Well, there's a reason for that. A small voice in my head pipes up, and I try to ignore it. No need to keep going down that rabbit hole, especially now. I know Chelsie played a big part in my stay here in New York, but as much as I would love to stay with her, I need to get home. Not that she cares if I do anyway. You okay there? Mike walks up to me. You seem a bit serious. You should be celebrating. We're done. I fake a laugh and a smile. He's right, of course. I'm good. Just gonna miss the crew. Well, quit sulking. Your girl is still waiting for you. What? Mike tilts his chin toward the back of the room where Chelsie is standing, talking to one of the makeup artists. Well, I'll be. She's still here. I thought she'd left an hour ago. She turns to me just as I look at her and flashes me one of her bright smiles. There's your reason. Chapter 23. Scott, New York really is quite a place, I would have to admit. The street buskers to the professionals, the huge, towering buildings, the swarm of people who are always in a rush, and of course the infamous New York traffic. Looking at it now, I already miss it. It really is a place where dreams are made of. I guess Alicia Keys was right. The view from the see-through elevator at the studio never fails to amaze me. For 6 weeks I've been riding this thing, and it still takes my breath away. The New York skyline really is a sight to behold. I turn to Chelsie, who's standing right beside me, also looking out into the buildings. At least, this is another beautiful thing I can share with her. Looking at her sends waves of sadness through my chest. I've gotten attached to her, and it really sucks that we have to part. The elevator dings, signaling that we've reached the top floor. I nudge her on the arm, and she jumps a little in surprise. Chelsea's been acting distracted since this morning. I can't help but hope that maybe she's also sad that our little fling, if you can still call it that, is ending. I know there's no point thinking about it, no point getting my hopes up because, at the end of it all, I still have to go back. My home and my life are in New Orleans, and hers is here in New York. Chelsie and I never discussed sharing anything long distance, and it's also something I'm not really sure we would be willing to try. I've been around other people who tried to make it work, and most of the end results are the same. Pain and heartbreak. This is us. I take her hand and we exit the elevator only to be greeted with cheers and applause from the staff and crew of the show. I'll be flying back home tomorrow morning, and tonight is our wrap-up party. The network insisted on having it despite my initial protest. I would have preferred to spend my last night here with just Chelsie. Scott! We turn and see Mike heading toward us. He calls me over to meet some of the network executives. We were introduced to a few people from the network who I've never met, all with different titles and positions that I would never, for the life of me, remember. With all the socializing we've been doing, Chelsie and I barely have any time to be alone. And that's the one thing I want most right now, to be alone with her. Now let's hear it from our head chef, Scott Kalman. John is on stage doing the honors of officially starting the party. A spotlight searches the crowd for a minute before landing on me. The crowd cheers and applauds, and all my refusals are drowned out. I'm not good at making speeches and usually end up rambling like a weirdo. I'm better at small groups and one-on-one conversations. You can do this, Chelsie whispers in my ear, and just hearing her voice, so soft yet encouraging, gives me the boost I need. All right, you got me up here. I start, and the crowd, led by John, laughs. Chelsie is standing front and center, exactly where I want her. I thank the staff and crew first. Without them, the show would not have been possible. Their hard work and dedication is what makes everything running like clockwork. Then, of course, I thank the producers and executives and everyone else working behind the scenes. Without their support, this show wouldn't have gotten off the ground. The crowd is silent now, listening intently. I want to wrap up my speech as quickly as I can. But then, one look from Chelsie and suddenly words just start coming out. This has been one of the best and most memorable experiences I've ever had in my life. I would never have been possible without all of you. Chelsie gives me one of the sweetest smiles I've ever seen. I'm very lucky to have had the chance to explore your beautiful city. I guess it's not that big a deal for you folks, but hey, it's my first time. A chorus of laughter from the guests, but all my attention is on Chelsie. She laughs along, and I give her a look of gratitude. She's the one who took me around after all. She nods like she understands exactly what I'm thinking, and maybe she does. I talk a little bit more about my experience, and the whole time it feels like only Chelsie and I are in the room. I had an amazing time working with all of you, and I hope someday we get a chance to work together again. I give a round of applause to the crowd, but that probably depends on the ratings. The crowd bursts into laughter, and it continues for a while, even after I've climbed down the stage. John goes back on stage to give a few more words, and after that, everyone is left alone to mingle and just enjoy each other's company. Not wanting to waste any more chance to be alone with Chelsie, I find Mike to let him know we're leaving. Then I grab Chelsie and we quietly slip away. As soon as the elevator closes behind us, I hold her close to me, and her lips find mine with the same intensity. I wonder if she's been wanting the same thing the whole night. My hands roam all over her back and hips, wanting to pull her even closer. The elevator dings, and we quickly, though reluctantly, separate. The doors open and a few people are standing there, waiting to enter. I give her a quick wink, and she giggles before we step out hand in hand.
Chapter 24. Chelsie. As soon as the event ends, we immediately leave and return to his hotel room. Tired? I ask him as we sit down. I cross my legs and glance at him from the corner of my eye. He smiles at me, his fingers going through his hair. A bit, he replies. There were a lot of people today. It was definitely a success, I whisper. Scott's leaving tomorrow. Frowning, I bite my lips as I try to put it at the back of my mind. We need to celebrate tonight. Yeah, thank you. He moves closer to me and grabs my hand. You've helped me so much, Chelsie. What did I do? I inquire. Bringing my hand to his lips, Scott kisses my open palm. My heart flutters with warmth and desire. You motivate me, he rasps as he looks into my eyes. You're so amazing. Thank you. His words surprise me. I never expected he would think of me this way. Somehow it makes me emotional, but I rein in all my feelings. What's happening to me? There's this fear eating at my heart. I'm so scared. Scott's going to leave, afraid I might say something that will reveal my thoughts. I kiss him with as much passion as I can muster. My heart throbs for him, but I can't voice out what I'm truly feeling. Is this love? Am I in love with Scott? How can I be so foolish as to fall in love with a fling? It's impossible, right? Pushing my tongue into his mouth, I move it wildly inside. His tongue entwines with mine, connecting us. My hands grab his shoulders as I push him down, then I straddle him. We kiss again with Scott taking the lead. His hands grab my dress, almost ripping it apart, but I stop him. Well, things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. Chapter 25. Chelsie. This isn't the right color, I say to my assistant, staring at the lingerie in front of me. This isn't the right cloth either. Frowning, I do my best to push through the mental block I've been struggling with. I've been so unmotivated these days, and it has affected my work. I have a lot of projects lined up, but I'm not doing well. Usually working excites me, and I brim with energy, but this time I feel burdened. It's as if the load is very heavy, and I just want to lie down in my bed and sleep. Sighing for the umpteenth time, I sit down on the sofa, leaning my head against the back. Closing my eyes, Scott's face flashes in my head. His smiling face remains in my memory. The nights we spent together linger in my mind, and it feels like I can still feel his touch on my body. I can't remember how many times I've touched myself because of him. It's been a month since he left, and I still can't forget him. Almost every minute of the day, I think of him. Whenever I sleep at night, he's the lead in my wet dreams. God, I feel so tired with my situation. I don't know what to do anymore. My heart clenches so hard whenever I think of him. He disappeared from my life so fast, like a flash. It's as if the memories we shared were just so fleeting. They're sorely lacking. I want to see him, maybe spend more time with him. It's so frustrating that I can't do anything about him in my work. Anya assigned me so many projects, but I can't focus. This is my dream job, but I can't seem to do it. Hey girl, how are you doing? I cock my head to the side when I hear a familiar voice. It's Nikki. She's standing by the door. Come in. I grimace. Do I look that bad? Maybe the makeup doesn't do a good job at covering the dark circles under my eyes. Perhaps I need to put on more makeup. Or maybe I use too much foundation. I touch my face, feeling conscious. I'm fine, I add, grumbling. You and Lily keep asking if I'm okay. It's as if there's something wrong with me. Seriously, I'm good. Nikki gives me a sad smile. You've been so down lately that you got us so worried. You're not acting like your usual self. Why don't we go out to party? My usual self? What am I like usually? I'm always like this. I stare at her, shaking my head. There's no need to worry too much. How are you? Don't change the topic, Nikki says, frowning. You haven't been yourself since Scott left. At the mention of his name, my heart speeds up, and it feels like a herd of horses is running after me. The pressure in the room becomes so intense, I can hardly breathe. Clenching my hands into a fist, I deny her words. Come on, don't be like that. I'm just tired. Yes, you are. Scott. I cut her off this time. I don't want to talk about him. Oh, please. Scott left a month ago, and that's it. Shrugging my shoulders, I try to act nonchalant like it's nothing. But deep inside, a hand is squeezing my heart dry. Nikki raises her brow in question, observing my reactions. Up to you. I just want to tell you that his show just premiered. Maybe you want to watch it? I don't want to talk about him. Standing up, I turn my back on her. I'm going back to work. Okay, Nikki sighs. But just in case, you should take a day off. Anya will approve of that. She knows you've been working so hard for the company. Maybe it's time that we have some girls' night out. I ignore her, waiting for her voice to fade. And soon the sound of her footsteps disappears, and I take a deep breath. I turn towards the door and she's not there. Good. The last thing I want is for her to keep nagging that I'm missing Scott. I don't want to remember, nor do I want to entertain these feelings in my heart. Lily's nagging me too, telling me to talk to Scott. What am I supposed to say to him? I miss you? Are they out of their minds? What Scott and I had was a casual relationship. Suddenly, a piercing pain erupts in my heart. Great. Now I feel like dying because of him. I should just focus on work, I murmur as I ignore my feelings and force myself to work. Soon, I'll forget all these crazy feelings I have for him. I go to my bedroom as soon as I arrive home, falling on the bed directly. Burying my face on my pillow, I have this urge to cry it all out. Crazy, I murmur, sitting up. How can I cry? Pretending to be strong is so hard. God, he left a mark in my heart. No matter how much I deny it, I miss Scott. I've tried to stop thinking about him, but he comes back to my mind every single time. Tilting my head to the side, I stare at the television in front of me. Should I watch it? I can watch his premiere tonight. I look up at the wall clock. It's 5 minutes past 11 p.m. Sighing, I lie down again, arms spread wide on the bed. If I watch, I'll probably call him and congratulate him just to hear his voice. Staring at the ceiling, I imagine what I'll do. I cover my face with my arms as I stifle a sob. Scott and we're nothing to each other. We don't have any connections whatsoever aside from sex. It was very clear from the start. The moment we did it, it was to quench our desire for each other. I sleep while thinking of him, and he visits me again in my dreams.
Chapter 26. Scott. The familiar buzz inside Wilma takes over me and I'm on my toes. It's the weekend, a month since I've returned from New York. All sorts of New Orleans customers are having dinner at my restaurant, families, couples, friends, and even some dining solo. From the kitchen, I hear people talking about the show I did in New York. Their voices overpower even the sizzling and clacking I make while I'm cooking. My chefs and assistants are yelling over each other, and I've been summoned outside a couple of times. They want to meet you, Scott, Tim tells me. He's helping me supervise the kitchen, but is obviously distracted by the customers. It's wild out there. If you're not going to shut up, get out of my kitchen, I say calmly. It's a gentle warning that I hope he'll take seriously. Can't you see I'm busy cooking? Tim raises his hands like he's surrendering, a teasing smirk on his face. Apologies, Mr. Celebrity. Is Rose outside? I ask, sprinting from one pan to another. Orders are coming in endlessly, and I wish people would go home already. Aren't we full yet? Oh, we already put up the closed sign, buddy, he answers. He picks a piece of fried shrimp and chomps on it. We're done for the day. I hit his hand and shove him away. Stop eating our orders. Tim is so lax sometimes I want to punch him. On days like this, when I have my hands full, I'd rather have him at least 10 meters away. Sometimes I think he'd still be jolly, calm, and playful even when everyone around him is dying. Your show just premiered, Scott, he huffs. Of course, people will want to get a glimpse of you. I hold my knife up and he backs away. He grins, winks at me, and then points at the kitchen door. Right. Got it? I watch Tim as he tiptoes his way out. I shake my head, wipe the sweat off my face, and continue chopping. The closed sign outside is the only thing that's keeping me alive. Scott! A woman's stern and demanding voice rings out. I mutter in my head. What now? I let go of my knife, place my hands on my waist, and turn toward the door again. For heaven's sake, I just want to cook in peace. After that, I just want to go home and collapse on my bed. Rose stands by the door, holding it open. Her eyebrows are raised and her lips are pursed. She commands me, out. And then Tim peeks behind her, chuckling like a brother who just called Mom for rescue. Rose crosses her arms and taps her foot. Honestly, it was smart of Tim to ask her to take over. Leave the kitchen to your cooks, Rose snaps. We need you outside. Tim puts his hands in his pockets, looks around the kitchen, and whistles. I'm really going to punch him when I get the chance. Listen to her, bud, he chimes. We don't want her to get mad. Rose glares at me, and I start trembling. Tim and I are afraid of her, and whatever she says, we do. So yes, I'm washing my hands and freshening up to face the people. That's my boy! Tim cheers, and I pretend to take a swing at him. He flinches but laughs, making Rose even more pissed. The moment we walk out of the kitchen, the three of us put on our professional smiles. The murmurs and whispers get louder, and some phone cameras start flashing. I wave at familiar faces, greeting them as if I'm in the mood to socialize. Rose heads to a family on our biggest table, while Tim goes back to coordinating with our waiters. I'm fully aware that more than half of this room wants to talk to me, but I'd rather just cook. I stand behind the counter, using the bar as a shield to protect me from the worst of human interaction. Not too long after, two women in skimpy, glittery dresses walk up to me with their champagne glasses in hand. Scott Kalman. The blonde one greets me. She reaches her hand out and gives mine a squeeze. The man of the hour. Both of them won't stop giggling, dropping hints and giving me meaningful stares. I can't even understand what they're talking about as I'm on the brink of insanity. They're obviously flirting, but I just can't find it in me to respond. Want to grab some drinks after? The other one finally asks. We'll wait for you. I look at the time, itching for the hour to pass. I look at them, smile quickly, and say, sorry, but I think it's going to be a long night. Maybe next time. I watch as their smiles slowly disappear. Their eyes widen in shock, but I can still feel the pressure of their persistence. I wave at them and excuse myself as I head to our office next to the kitchen. I fall to my chair, place my feet up on my table, and sigh loudly. The jazz music we're playing finally weakens the buzz, and I'm relieved to get just a minute of peace. But suddenly, the door opens and my business partners storm inside. Damn, I mumble, rolling my eyes impatiently. Won't you leave me alone for a sec? Rose locks the door and they both stare down at me like parents. They look concerned and confused, asking me a question without words. I stare back at them and finally ask, what is it this time? Are you sick? Tim asks. What? Are you sick? He repeats. What do you mean? Am I sick? Rose stomps toward me and places her hand on my forehead. I sit up straight, really impatient with these two. Rose crosses her arms and looks at me intently. You've been turning down gorgeous women since New York, she recites. Are you sick? Her words strike me deeply, leaving me quiet and frozen. I can't believe they noticed even that when I haven't even been doing it on purpose. I'm now wondering at my actions myself, but I just tug my ear and look away. Shut up, both of you. I scowl at them, annoyed that they could see right through me. I want them to leave me alone, because I don't want to admit that I haven't been able to get Chelsie out of my head. I've been remembering our times in New York, painfully longing for her and her body. It's been a month, but she's still all I can think about. It's frustrating me that I can't do anything about it. Are you okay, Scott? Tim asks. I shoot daggers at him, but eventually take a deep breath and sigh. Give me a moment, I ask him and Rose. Please. They look at each other before they finally get out of the office. I haven't heard from Chelsie since, so she's probably moved on. Of course, I'm not okay, but I should be. Damn it!
Chapter 27. Chelsie. Finally, it's the weekend. I've been waiting for this all week. I basically dragged myself to this point. It's been so hard at work, with the minutes feeling like hours. The fact that I've never felt like this before makes it even more frustrating. I blame Scott. Or maybe I should blame myself, because I can't get him off my mind. I cover my face with my pillow and I muffle my scream. I've already slept for enough hours, but I still feel so tired. I'd do anything to feel well rested. Get yourself together, Chelsie, I snap out loud. I take my pillow off my head and look around my room. There's no way I'm leaving the apartment today, so I'll have to find something to do. I changed my curtains last week, so it wouldn't make sense if I changed them again now. I'm using fresh sheets, and it's not the time for laundry yet. I have to do something. I sigh when I look at my messy desk. It screams, clean me, and I start gathering the strength to actually get off my bed. I have to fight today, just like what I've been the entire week. I drag myself across the room and study the stuff on my desk, all dusty, unorganized, and annoying. How the hell did I let it get to this point? Starting with the notebooks and journals I haven't touched in months. I wipe everything off. I realize I have hundreds of pens I don't even use, and some of my sketches are also scattered, stained, and crumpled. I find 2 boxes, and I have no idea what's inside. I open the first one, snicker when I find my old designs from high school, and then carry the whole thing away. Accidentally, I hit the other box and it falls to the floor. Shoot, I mutter. I put the box back on the desk to tend to the other one. My heart sinks when I see a family photo with Michael in them. I'm taken back to the past, and everything is dark again. The heaviness I've felt the entire week is nothing compared to the feeling I'm struck with right now. I'm spiraling down to the night we lost Michael. I don't want to, but suddenly I'm 20 years old again. I'm a junior in college, sneaking out with Ellen Lopez to the borders of New Orleans. We had a great plan, but now we're stranded. It's okay, Ellen comforts me. We'll get home safe, all right. Tears are streaming down my face, and I'm trembling with anger. I can't believe him. Me too, Ellen agrees. We're standing beside an empty road after my boyfriend left us. The argument got so bad, he drove off without us. You think you can call Michael? Ellen asks. Maybe he can pick us up. But he hates Greg. I quiver. Michael has never liked my guy, and I'm scared he'll tell me off again. Eventually, I fold and dial his number. Where are you? He sounds angry but deeply concerned. I can hear him dangling his keys and opening the door to his room. Are you safe? Yes, I stutter, trying not to cry again. It hurts that he's still so ready to rescue us even after I've disappointed him. I'm with Ellen. Don't go anywhere, he commands. I'm on my way. Those were Michael's last words to me. He was all in and all out for me until his final moments. He got into a fatal accident on his way, and he died on the spot. Tears well up in my eyes. I'm paralyzed. My heart is clenched as if it all happened just yesterday. There's a lump in my throat, the one I always get whenever I remember Michael. I sit on the floor, frantically grabbing the photos so I could put them back in the box. I've always blamed myself for Michael's death, but all I've ever done about it was to run away. I don't have the guts to face my demons, and some of them have followed me all the way to New York. My hands shake as I put the photos away, avoiding Michael's face. Honestly, I don't want to see any of these photos. We look so happy, so perfect, so complete. Everything we're not right now. I flinch when my phone blares. I'm snapped back to reality, and I get on my feet to see who's calling. Lindy's name flashes on the screen, and I instantly know that something's wrong. For some reason, I'm experiencing the same feeling of foreboding I felt on the night Michael died. I put the phone to my ear and nonchalantly answer. Lindy? Chelsie, she yells, obviously panicked about something. Where are you? I'm in my apartment, I answer, putting my hand on my chest to feel my heart. What's wrong? Why are you hysterical? It's Mom, she stutters. I'm lightheaded and feeling nauseated. I don't know if I'm ready to hear what she's about to say. What happened? She's at the hospital with Dad, Lindy tells me. She collapsed at the library. All sorts of nightmares start rambling in my mind. I hold on to my desk for support. What's wrong with her? I'm still on my way to the hospital, she answers, sounding like she's trying her best to calm down as well. I hear keys and a door being shut. I don't know what's happening, Chelsea. We stay quiet for a while. I listen to her pant, and then she sniffs. She cries out, I'm scared. My world crumbles. Deep inside, I know it's finally time. I've been running away for so long, and no matter what I do, my demons will always find a way to get to me. Scenes from the roads of New Orleans flash before me. Our home, the neighborhood, and the whole city, coming after me all the way to New York. My chest feels tight, and the lump grows bigger. I'm flying home, I speak up, each word stabbing me hard. I'll be there as soon as possible. I'm hurting, but I imagine the smiles on Mom and Dad's faces. I can't afford to lose another family member. Whether I'm ready or not, it doesn't matter. When it's time, it's time. Chapter 28. Chelsie. Breathe in, breathe out. That's all that matters now. I'm drowning in emotions, pain, worry, and guilt, but I must focus on my breathing. If I don't, I'll lose control and I might end up in the hospital as well. I hold my own hands, praying quietly for our mother. Lindy still hasn't told me what's wrong with her, so all I can do is pray it's nothing serious. What's important is that she's still alive. Woods? I ask the nurse at the station. She tells me the room number, and I thank her. My heart pounds against my chest, knees wobbling, and eyes welling up. How do I face my family after 5 years? Setting foot in New Orleans has already gotten me spiraling. What more seeing them again? Breathe in, breathe out. I take careful steps, checking room numbers along the hallway in this unfamiliar hospital. I'm sure I've been here before, but for some reason everything looks so new. It's probably my brain cushioning me, forgetting things that may trigger terrifying memories. Chelsie, a woman from the end of the hallway, stands from her seat and calls me. When I realize it's Lindy, my heart leaps. I want to run and embrace her, but a big part of me is holding back. Oh, thank God. She jogs toward me with her arms open. She starts crying the moment she holds me, and all I can do is pat her back. Where's Dad? I ask, quietly waving at Ethan, who's standing behind Lindy. He's inside with Mom and the doctor, Lindy answers. She pulls away, brushes my hair from my face, and smiles sadly. It's so good to see you, Chelsie. I take a moment to observe how time has changed my sister. She still looks the same, but a bit older. Her black, wavy hair is now mixed with a few gray strands. She has dark circles around her eyes, and I'm thinking it's because she's been crying a lot. It seems like she also lost weight. I've seen her in recent photos, but she looks a bit different in person. Lindy holds my hand and gives it a squeeze. She leads me to the bench set outside Mom's room, and we sit beside each other. Ethan, looking the same but also a bit older, asks me how my travel went. The worst. I want to answer. I really don't mind long plane rides, but this one's the most difficult. First, because I was fighting so much against coming, and second, because I couldn't stop worrying about Mom. I clear my throat as if I could get rid of the lump in it. I give them a weak smile and tell them it was fine. Lindy squeezes my hand again, touches my face, and brushes my cheek with her thumb. I'm so glad you're here, she whispers. She looks at Ethan and they both beam. I wish I could say the same, but honestly, a part of me is glad I'm here. I'm torn between two halves that want different things, and the only thing that's keeping me sane is my breathing. The least I can do is let Lindy hold my hand as tightly as she wants. Suddenly, the door behind me swings open, and the three of us turn. The doctor comes out and greets us, introducing himself as Dr. Chad. Lindy and I stand up, eager to know what's really going on. Your mother is now stable, Dr. Chad informs us. She had a stroke, which is why she collapsed. Lindy steps in front of me with her hands on her chest. She bombards Dr. Chad with questions, and I stand beside her waiting for her to calm down. Thankfully, Dr. Chad handles her gracefully. The good thing is she was brought to the hospital quickly enough, he says. Had she been brought in late, things would have been much worse. The right side of her body is still weak, which can happen with strokes, he continues. But I assure you, she'll recover with physical therapy. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Lindy starts tearing up again, thanking Dr. Chad repeatedly. Ethan pulls Lindy away gently, as she's obviously close to having a panic attack. Thank you, Dr. Chad, I speak up. We'll do our best to look after her. Dr. Chad nods and thanks us as well, and then checks up on Lindy. I've seen her having these attacks before, and I'm confident Ethan knows how to help her. When Lindy confirms that she'll be fine, Dr. Chad excuses himself. How are you feeling? I sit back down, and she immediately holds my hand again. She's breathing heavily, but she flings her thumb up. Let me get you some water, Ethan tells her. He looks at me and asks, "Is there anything you want?" I'm actually famished, but I don't have an appetite. I'm still in disbelief that I'm in New Orleans after 5 years, and I need to see Mom to assure myself that everything's okay. "I'll just have water too," I answer Ethan. He heads to the cafeteria, leaving Lindy and me to ourselves. Lindy continues regaining her breath, and I start wondering about Mom and Dad inside the room. Half of me isn't ready to face them, but the other half can't wait to hold them in my arms. I'm paralyzed, stuck between two opposing forces. I feel like I'm about to explode out of my skin. I know Mom will get through this. She's a strong woman. The thought eases my anxiety for a moment. But Dad, it's a different story. I'm confident I want to see Mom again as soon as possible, but I don't think I'll ever feel the same about Dad. I've always known he disapproves of my job. He also didn't like that I decided to move so far away from home. Out of all the relationships I have with this family, the one with him is the most brittle. When was the last time I talked to him? And when was the last time he asked how I was doing? I imagine how my parents look. Like Lindy, I've seen recent photos, but I've been avoiding them, afraid of the demons I've been running away from. This should be the second worst time in my life, next to Michael's death. I feel like I'm being suffocated by guilt as it celebrates my comeback. I feel so defeated and stuck, partly regretting flying back as soon as I could. Everything stops when I hear the door swing open again. There's a slight creak, and footsteps follow. My entire body freezes, and my breathing halts instantly. I know it's Dad. I can feel it's him, and I know he's looking at me, probably wondering if it's me as well. I slowly turn my head to the side until I can see his hands. When I've got no choice, I take the leap and finally look up. My eyes meet his, and we hold each other's gaze for what feels like forever. A sharp pain strikes my chest. I still see the same pain in my father's eyes.
Chapter 29. Scott, I'm relaxing in the restaurant's office, making the most of the calm before the storm. It's early in the afternoon, and we're expecting another hectic evening. I'm used to it, but I will always need at least an hour to myself to stay sane. My weeks have been busy, yet they don't feel that eventful to me. I know it's because of Chelsie. I've already accepted that. I don't want to beat myself up for thinking about her every day. The rush and buzz help me in keeping it together, though. But she's always at the back of my mind. I guess I'll just have to suck it up until it gets better. Outside the office, I hear Ellen talking on the phone. I try my best not to eavesdrop, but I can't help but hear some of her murmurs. She sounds shocked and worried, and a part of me is curious as to why. Eventually, her voice gets louder until she's almost panicking. I'm sure it's not about the restaurant because she mentioned hospital. I stand up, open the door, and check on her. Ellen hangs up and then starts typing on her phone. She's aghast, and she doesn't even notice I'm there until I'm already beside her. "Is everything okay?" I ask calmly. She turns and looks at me with fear in her eyes. She tells me my sister-in-law's mother is in the hospital. I'm quite relieved that I'm not close to any of the people she mentioned, but I'm still concerned. I start thinking about her family, trying to figure out who's who. They said it was a stroke, and half of her body is weak, Ellen adds. Her phone beeps, and she starts typing again. "But how is she?" I ask, even though I don't directly know the patient. I hope she and her family are all right. "Well, she was brought to the hospital right away," she answers. "Had she been brought late, she would have been worse." That's still good news. I don't actually know how to comfort her when I'm feeling this detached from the situation. But it's true. At least she was brought to a hospital early enough. Ellen huffs and then puts her phone down at the counter. She pauses for a while, and then she looks at me sharply. She squints and then asks, "Aren't you friends with Chelsie Woods?" My heart drops to my stomach upon hearing her name. Suddenly, I'm connecting all the dots. Ellen Lopez is Ethan Lopez's sister, And Ethan is Lindy Woods' husband. Lindy is Chelsea's sister. Yeah, I stutter, caught off guard by Ellen's question. Her mother is in the hospital? Yes, she says sadly. She flew in from New York as soon as she knew. I cuss to myself. My heart stops. My mind rambles with the thought of having Chelsie in New Orleans. My thoughts are all over the place, and I can't help but gasp quietly. I hope Ellen doesn't notice. I try to keep it cool, carefully thinking about my next words before I say them. Oh, really? Chelsie is here? I stutter. Damn it. I'm shaking, and I can't seem to get my bearings. Ellen is staring at me, obviously confused. She blinks fast, furrows her eyebrows, but remains quiet. I clear my throat in an attempt to redeem myself. Yeah, she's here, Ellen says. She takes a deep breath and seems to snap out of her confusion. Ethan called to let me know. He said she came home. I nod and purse my lips as if I don't care that much. But inside, there's a hurricane brewing. I'm a mess, having no idea if I'm dreaming or not. Did you know that Chelsie and I used to be close? Ellen huffs. She looks ahead, rests her elbows on the counter, and sighs. She sounds gloomy, like she's recalling something unpleasant. What happened? I ask, trying not to sound so interested. It's her personal story, but I want to know about anything that involves Chelsie. We drifted apart when her brother died. Oh, it is something sad and incredibly personal. I'd love to know more, but it's not something I should ask Ellen. I stay quiet, giving her time to assess her emotions. Anyway, she sighs. She gives me a weak smile and shakes her head. Sorry, I was just shocked about the news. No, it's fine, I assure her. Are you okay, though? Yes, thank you. I'm just waiting for Ethan to give me more updates. How do I find out more about Chelsie? Where is she now? When did she arrive? Great, I say nonchalantly. And then I change my tone. Chelsie Woods, huh? I'm glad she made it here safely. Yeah. Ethan said she's barely left the hospital since she arrived a few days ago, Ellen informs me. Sometimes I like that she's got a chatty side to her. It's been years since she was here last. She's staying in a hotel at the French Quarter. My heart skips a beat. I don't know why Ellen shared that information, but I'm happy she did. Now, I don't know what to do with it. I start reciting the hotel's address like it's a prayer. I'm thrilled that Chelsie is around, but I'm also torn because who am I? We haven't stayed in touch since I left New York. So what right do I have to reach out? Does Chelsie even want me to? I've already told myself she's probably already moved on, but I still have this fascination with her. We made it clear there would be no strings attached. I think I failed to keep that in mind, and now I'm going insane. Let me know if you need any help. I get back into my office after Ellen thanks me. Once the door is closed, I slap myself. Wake up, Scott, I murmur. Get yourself together. I have an hour until the storm, but I've been wholly dragged from the calm. I don't know how I'll be able to focus on my work now. My mind is going Chelsie. She's in New Orleans. She's close by. I don't think I can pass up the chance to see her again.
Chapter 30. Chelsie. I can tell that Mom is happy to see me, but she's too weak to express it. In her eyes, I can see she has questions she doesn't know how to ask. I feel the same, but I'd rather focus on helping her get better instead. She's sleeping right now, looking frail in her hospital gown. My heart ached a little when I first noticed her gray hair, realizing I've spent years away from her. Dad left to get some clothes from home, and he volunteered to bring food when he returned. I can feel the distance between us. We're meters apart, but we're so estranged, we don't know how to be around each other. It stings, but it's not new to me anymore. I expected it. A knock on the door wakes me up from a nap. I walk across the room and welcome Dr. Chad. He's all smiles, holding a clipboard that intimidates me a bit. I wish Lindy was here to do all the talking. I'm basically a stranger to everyone, and I certainly don't know how I can be of help, but I have no choice but to listen to what the doctor has to say. These are the test results, Dr. Chad whispers. He looks at Mom and then back at me. They look good. You can all go home tomorrow. He hands me the papers, and I read them as if I could understand them. He checks on her quietly, gently waking her up for assessment. I excuse myself, stepping out of the room with the results I'm about to share with Lindy. Out of all the people I could meet outside, I'm both relieved and aghast that it's Ellen who's waiting. The moment I lay eyes on her, I'm brought back to the darkest moment of my life. All the pent-up emotions come rushing again, and I can't even bring myself to say hi. Ellen stands up right away, clutching her bag and looking at me hesitantly. I know I haven't seen everyone for 5 years, but it feels like a decade with Ellen. She's probably the one I've disconnected from the most, given that she was there with me when everything changed. None of it was her fault, but it feels like a punishment every time I see or remember her. Ellen gives me a small, awkward wave. She softly smiles and then mumbles, "Hey, Chels." "Hey," I stutter, unable to move at all. "You're here." I wanted to give your mom some flowers," she tells me. We both look at the pretty flowers resting on the bench she was sitting on. "I was waiting for Ethan and Lindy. I didn't know you were here." I've seen Ellen in some photos online. She's Ethan's twin, so she's probably become close to my family as well. A coincidence, but all the more reason I wanted to avoid them. "It's so good to see you," Ellen huffs. She's getting teary-eyed, and it takes all my will not to do the same. All I can remember is the night Michael died. "I didn't really get a chance to say goodbye before you left for New York," she continues. She's sniffing and shaking her head, probably thinking she's silly for crying. I can't bear to look at her for too long, as it feels like I'm being beaten to death. We stand in front of each other, fighting every emotion we deem overwhelming. I want to run away and never look back. I think of my life in New York and ache to go back there as soon as I can. "You know?" Ellen whispers. I have a feeling I don't want to hear whatever she's about to say. I often think about that night. Damn it, I think to myself. I'm so uncomfortable, and I want to lash out at everyone. Not now, Ellen. I don't need this now. She steps toward me and then gently holds my arm. I flinch, almost knocking her hand away, but when I look into her eyes, I feel weak and vulnerable. In her eyes, I suddenly feel so seen and understood. It's like I've found refuge after running away for too long. Ellen had been with me the whole time, and she had been with me through everything. She knew how Greg treated me, yet I never heard her tell me I was wrong to stay with him. She helped stay calm when he left us that night, letting me know there's always something we can do after things went wrong. She had suggested calling Michael for help, but it was already in my mind even before she said it. Michael was my rock, and even though he didn't like Greg at all, he never hesitated to listen to me. I proved that to myself that night when he drove to rescue us, and Ellen never left me even after. I know you've been blaming yourself, Chels, Ellen tells me sincerely. At this point, I can't stop my tears anymore. And believe me when I say that I'm really sorry. It was a nightmare for me too, she continues. She's brushing my arm with her thumb. But Michael loved you until his last breath. I start sobbing, but I remain unwilling to break down completely. I still feel like a stranger, but a part of me is ready to let go. Ellen drops her bag on the bench beside the flowers and holds my other arm. He was a good brother, and he would have done the same thing for you over and over, she tells me. It wasn't your fault, Chelsie. Her last 5 words break me open. I've been waiting to hear them over the past 5 years. Nobody has ever told me it was my fault, but it was all I felt. It was all I kept telling myself. I hope you can put it all behind you now, Ellen whispers. I'm sure even Michael never thought it was your fault. I cry uncontrollably, falling into Ellen's arms. She embraces me and lets me acknowledge my emotions wholly. She doesn't shush me or tell me to stop crying. I'm sorry I ran away, I sob, holding her in my arms tightly. I understand, Chels, she assures me. It's okay. At that moment, outside my mother's room, I reconciled with the old Chelsie. I know New Orleans again, and I know my family. I remember Michael as the brother who loved me dearly. It wasn't your fault, Ellen repeats. It wasn't your fault, Chelsie. Chapter 31. Chelsie. Ha! I gleefully announce as I set my foot on our front porch. I still beat you, Lindy. You're doing the dishes tonight. The morning sunlight comforts me as a cold breeze brushes by. I immediately take off my sweaty hoodie and hang it on the nearest chair. Running never fails to get me into a good mood. Unfortunately, Lindy doesn't share my sentiments as she's hunched over and massaging her back, walking through the fence and leaning over our mailbox. Damn, sis, my muscles are screaming. How are you still so fast after all these years? Seeing her heavy breathing, I run to Lindy and assist her over to the front porch where we sit on a small wooden swing. I never miss a jogging session at Central Park because I guess it's the closest thing to home. Lindy rests her head on my chest as I put my arms around her shoulder. You could always have just gone home for the weekend. We've missed you. I'm sorry, Lindy. There were just some things I needed to take care of. Heck, I still need to deal with them now. But I promise I'm going to start trying to do better for the family. Lindy wraps her arms around my waist and hugs me tight. That's more than enough. I return with a tight hug of my own. Now, what do you say we head back inside and make Mama breakfast? Lindy stands up, seemingly rejuvenated at the thought of food. Let's. She yanks me by the wrist as she pulls me inside the house. It's been a week since I moved back into my parents' house to take care of my mother, but it still feels surreal whenever I walk inside their home. Our home? Memories that I've repressed for so long come rushing in as I pass through the childhood home that doesn't seem to have changed since last I was here. The sunlight through the kitchen window illuminates the room as if I've just gone to heaven. Maybe I really have. I guess it's true what they say. There's no place like home. The light also shines on a certain spot in the room, the corner of the doorway to the kitchen. As I take a closer look, a tear rolls down my cheeks. I trace my fingers on the strange notches made on the wooden corner. Dozens of lined notches creating the letters M, L, and C. Feeling the rough notches with the letter M only makes me cry even more. He really was a fast grower, Lindy comments behind me. I nod as I wipe my tears and stand. He couldn't wait to get out of the house. Anyway, what say we make breakfast before Dad pops another vein in his forehead? Lindy giggles. You know, he's the one who misses you the most. Well, he certainly has a funny way of showing it, Lindy, I reply as I crack open a couple of eggs and turn on the stove. Lindy takes another pan and heats it up next to me as she pops open a box of pancake mix and quickly makes a batter. After tasting it, she turns to me with a raised brow and a high-pitched voice. While we're on the topic of missing people, you should get in touch with Scott while you're in town. I almost dropped the egg on the floor when Lindy mentioned Scott's name. I keep forgetting I hadn't told her we've been sleeping together when he was in NYC, and I don't think I'm ready to share that information. Scott? I ask. Which Scott are we talking about again? Lindy pokes me with a whisk. Don't you play that convenient amnesia card with me, Chelsie. You know the Scott I'm talking about. That I do. As tumultuous as my week has been with my mother's condition, there was never a moment that Scott was out of my mind. I've mentally been practicing the conversation we'd have if I ever bump into him. It's awkward, and I don't really know what to say. That's why I'm not risking it and staying in the house. Oh, you mean Scott Kalman? I think he'd be too busy with him juggling his new show and new restaurant opening. Chelsie, I didn't even know he was opening a new restaurant. I knew it. You are stalking him, she giggles, and she pokes me again with her batter-filled whisk. Ow, don't be silly. It's all over social media. But she's not far from the truth. I've been monitoring Scott's social media accounts with a passionate fervor using an anonymous account. It's come to the point that I've realized I may be falling for him. Yet, with his smiling, handsome mug splashed in front of his soon-to-open restaurant, I can't help but wonder, what if he's already moved on? But I'll be damned if I let Lindy worry me with this. Besides, Lindy, I don't have time to think about anything else. I'm too busy thinking about Mom to even think about contacting Scott. Lindy walks up to me and squints as she looks into my eyes. I almost take a step back when she gets a bit too close. What do you think you're doing, Lindy? She furrows her brow. Nothing. Just seeing if you're actually telling the truth. The eyes don't lie, you know. That's pretty perceptive of my sister. I let out a sigh and nod my head. You know better than to doubt me, Lindy. And what did your detective skills tell you about me? Lindy scoffs and pours her batter on the hot pan, bubbling intensely. That you're probably going to eat your words for dinner tonight.
Chapter 32. Scott. Table 22 ready, I shout out loud after tapping the bell on the counter. A few seconds later, Jenny, one of the newest servers I hired yesterday, comes by with eyes wide as she sees the steaming plate of seafood gumbo and a bowl of charbroiled oysters. I can almost see the lump in her throat as she takes the food from the counter. Jenny, I call out, and she immediately stops and returns. Yes, Mr. Kalman, sir, she nervously replies. Did you have dinner before coming here? She nods timidly. Then are you feeling under the weather? She shakes her head just as timidly. Then can you at least tell me what's wrong? I can't have you going out there in a packed dining area looking like you're going to barf all over our patrons' food. Jenny bites her lip and averts her eyes. Sorry, Mr. Kalman. It's just that it's been a real honor for you to hire me. Even though I don't have much work experience, and I guess I'm feeling a little anxious. Dad says I'm way over my head for working here. Let me cut you off right there, Jenny, I calmly interrupt. I didn't hire you because of your father. I hired you because you had the guts to come into my restaurant yourself and ask for an interview. Now why don't you go out there and prove your father wrong, eh? My words seem to uplift her spirits, and a wide smile breaks out from her round face. Thank you, Mr. Kalman, sir. I won't let you or my father down. With a pep in her step, she grabs the food and disappears into the dining area. At least one of us isn't letting our fathers down. I head back into the kitchen and call out the next batches of orders coming through. It's been a busy few days after opening Alexa, my newest restaurant. My TV appearance certainly did its job, almost too well, in fact. There are still half a dozen people waiting outside the restaurant, waiting for almost an hour now just to get a table. Luckily, my kitchen team is a remarkably robust young army of chefs who are certainly earning their pay and more. I should definitely give them a raise next month. Suddenly, Selma, my hostess, walks through the double doors. Scott! Someone's here to see you. I let out a deep sigh. Selma, it's your job to keep them out while we're working. We've got a score of hungry stomachs to feed. We can't be bothered with some news reporter or fans right now. But it's your brother, Scott. He's at the bar. Without missing a beat, I take off my apron, tell my executive chef to take over, and head for the bar. I discreetly walk through the sides of my restaurant to avoid the customers who are just as eager to get a picture or autograph with me. As I reach the bar, I see Derek sitting in the middle stool, nursing a tall glass of Guinness. There's the chef of the hour, Derek welcomes as he walks to me with arms wide open. Not so loud, I beg quietly as I return the hug. Do you know how hard it was for me to walk out of the kitchen without getting bombarded by requests from the customers? But it's good to see you again, Derek. You're not looking so bad yourself, Scott, he compliments as he scans the crowded dining area behind me. Your restaurant is starting to look like a refugee camp for the rich. If Selma didn't recognize me, I'd probably still be outside with the others in line. Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe I really shouldn't have done that TV show. Are you kidding me? Derek argues. You were great on that show. I'm surprised the networks aren't asking you to shoot another season. You're a national celebrity now. I order a glass of beer from the bar. You always have a knack for exaggeration, Derek. Exaggeration? You just told me yourself how hard it was for you to get here from your kitchen. Are you still upset with Pops? You know what? You should invite Mom and Dad to your restaurant, Scott, so they can see how successful you are. Maybe that'll put you in a much better mood. Now that I think about it, my father has never set foot in my restaurant even once. My mother had eaten once or twice with a couple of her friends, but the great David Kalman, he just doesn't have enough time to witness the minute accomplishments of the son who strayed from the family path. I take a sip of the cold beer, but it doesn't dampen the bitterness. Mom's definitely going to love it here. Dad, on the other hand. Rose walks in and interrupts me. Congratulations, Scott! I greet her with the best smile I can force myself into making. Rose, so glad you could finally make it. Of course, I missed the premiere, but I'm certainly not going to miss the first week. I think Tim's going to come around tomorrow, and boy, is he going to love all this. Meh, I reply unenthusiastically as I continue drinking my beer. Derek laughs. Don't mind him, Rose. He only seems distracted because he's probably having woman problems again. Rose giggles and puts her arm around my shoulder. I kind of noticed the same thing, actually. Thinking about Dad has made me lose interest in the conversation, and I don't respond to their teasing. But as I look up, I see the last person on earth I expected to come to my restaurant. Chelsie is sitting at one of the tables on the far end, and she looks really annoyed.
Chapter 33. Chelsie. To sisters, Lindy declares out loud as we raise our glasses of wine in the air. The Aaron Rose is surprisingly quiet tonight, which is why the bartender doesn't scold us for our loud laughter and even louder gossip. To sisters, I burst out before downing my own glass of wine. Ellen sighs. Well, I'm not really blood related, so I'm not really sure I should be saying that out loud. Are you for real, Ellen? I question her. We've been through so much together. I don't even know where I'd be if not for you. You're definitely family. I'll drink to that, Lindy giggles as she pours another glass of wine. Ellen finally breaks out into a smile. Okay then, to sisters. I certainly wasn't expecting to spend my night at some bar downtown, but Lindy and Ellen really pestered me into coming with them for a few drinks, and I've got to say I'm glad I did. Are you still worried about Mom, Chelsie? Lindy inquires as she takes out her phone. Look, I've got the CCTVs in our house right here on my phone. Plus, if anything comes up, the nurse is going to handle everything, okay? I didn't even realize there were that many cameras in the house. Wow. Okay, Lindy. Good job with the cameras. Every dollar on those babies was worth it. You deserve a break every now and then, sis. And with my 5th glass of wine sliding down my throat, I nod happily. After finishing our 3rd bottle, Lindy and Ellen finally get up as we walk out of the bar. So, where are we eating? I'm famished. I mumble as I struggle to keep my steps as straight as possible. Maybe I shouldn't have had all of those drinks on an empty stomach. Well, look who's a bit woozy, Ellen teases. Don't worry, sis. I know the perfect restaurant that'll knock the alcohol out of your system and whet that appetite of yours at the same time. Oh yeah? Where is that? Only the best new Cajun restaurant this side of New Orleans, Alexa, Ellen informs. The name immediately strikes a discordant note in my mind. Wait, isn't that Scott's? Lindy and Ellen grab both my arms as they walk. The one and the same, Chelsie, Lindy confirms. I dig my heels on the pavement and force them to stop. Luckily, I'm wearing sneakers along with my jeans and a red long-sleeve shirt. You know what? Why don't you two go ahead? My stomach's been kind of sensitive lately, and I think I'll just cook dinner for Mom instead. Lindy and Ellen give me confused looks. Aren't you supposed to be good friends with Scott, Chelsie? Lindy inquires with a raised brow. Yes, they are, Ellen affirms as she takes my arm once again. Lindy follows suit. Well then, there's no justifiable reason for you not to come with us, Chelsie, because I've been hankering for some gumbo ever since Scott opened his restaurant, and you're coming with us. Besides, Ellen had to pull some strings to even get us a table there tonight. Drat. The things I do for my sister. After taking a cab, we arrive at Alexa's 15 minutes later. If not for Ellen working there and having an inn on the place, I saw we'd have needed to wait a while. Feeling a bit better, I try to make another excuse. You know what? I think the alcohol's gone from my system now, so I think I'll just go on home and check on Mom, Lindy. But Lindy's and Ellen's grips are vice-like. That's even more reason for you to try Scott's food, Chelsie. You need to enjoy all that Cajun goodness and distract yourself. We're finally escorted to our table. The waitress sends over a glass of martinis, courtesy of the house because Ellen was with us. Scott really knows how to treat a woman well. I think to myself as I take a sip. I can't help but feel a hint of pride looking around the packed restaurant. From the red velvet chairs to the white marble floors, every inch of Scott's restaurant reflected his simple yet irresistible personality. I feel lucky I know him. Even more so when our orders are finally served. My fried oysters taste just as heavenly as it smells. Lindy is unabashedly chowing down on her gumbo, while Ellen is calmly finishing her glass of martini. You want to try these oysters, Ellen? They're to die for, I offer. But Ellen shakes her head. Nah, I'm trying to watch my weight. More for me then, I state, before slurping down the rest of my meal, until my heart suddenly drops. I immediately assume it's from the cholesterol of all that deep-fried food I just ingested. But it's really only because I see Scott Kalman surreptitiously walking out of the kitchen and in quietly toward the bar. He greets a man drinking there with the familiarity of an old friend. Oh, hey, I didn't know Derek was in town, Ellen blurts out, as she also spies Scott at the bar. That's Scott's brother, the heir of the Kalman real estate business. Big bucks, Lindy comments before downing the rest of her martini. I'm glad to see Scott smiling again, even if it's from across the room, especially after how we last saw each other. Of course, all joy must come to an end when a gorgeous woman walks through the door, embraces Scott, and greets Derek. To say that I was jealous would be an understatement, as I feel the fork in my hand bend in frustration. Now this is an even rarer treat, Ellen comments. That's Rose, the second partner of Scott's chain of restaurants. She's usually busy this time of year. She must have come to congratulate Scott since she wasn't here during the opening. Ellen says she's only Scott's partner, but I wonder if they're partners in business or partners in something else entirely. I swallow the last of my cocktail, hoping it would keep me from getting upset. It didn't.
Chapter 34. Scott, Rose, and Derek are still talking to me about something. But the world goes silent when my eyes focus on Chelsie, who's sitting at the other end of the restaurant. As if drawn by an invisible force, my feet shuffle their way through the restaurant as I make a beeline toward Chelsie. As much as I savored seeing her gorgeous face again, I can't help but wonder, why does she look so pissed off? My speculations will have to wait as I find myself standing in front of her table, along with her two companions. "Hello," I drawl, never taking my eyes off Chelsie. But as soon as she sees me, she averts her eyes and crosses her arms, staring at the blank wall beside her. The ensuing silence is incredibly awkward, to say the least. A wayward cough breaks me from my trance. The woman on my left greets me with a soft smile. "Hi, Scott. I'm Lindy, Chelsea's sister." That explains it. If Chelsie hadn't been pouting, I would have thought they were twins. Lindy then turns to the woman on my right. "And this is Ellen, who needs no introduction. Hi, Scott. Looks like the place is kicking tonight. I'm happy to see you've been able to escape from the kitchen," Ellen greets with a generous smile. "Of course. I had to come out to see my favorite customers," I grin. "I hope the complimentary cocktails were to your liking." "Oh, very much. It's not too much of a hassle to ask for a refill, is it?" Lindy giggles. Lindy and Ellen continue to chat with me about my TV show and how amazing the food tastes, but my eyes are still glued on Chelsie, who still refuses to look me in the eye. The conversation suddenly stops when Chelsie stands up. "Lindy, I'm coming down with a nasty headache. I think I'll just call it a night and go back to the hotel." Lindy looks worried as she holds Chelsea's arm. "You do look a bit out of it. Just be sure to call me when you wake up, okay?" Chelsie nods and tries to walk, but only succeeds in wobbling toward the wall. I immediately grab her to keep her from falling. She complains that it's just the headache, but her breath tells me it's the alcohol in her system. Lindy gets up from her chair. "I'm so sorry about this, Scott. We don't want to cause a scene, so I'll just help Chelsie back to her hotel. It's just a short walk away anyway." "As if I'd let you girls walk at this time of night," I insist. "My car's right outside. I'll take care of Chelsie while you ladies enjoy the rest of your dinner. And have as many martinis as you want. It's on the house." Lindy looks worried at first, but the prospect of unlimited martinis seems to calm her down. "I trust you, Scott, and thank you for this." "I should be the one thanking you for giving me a chance to see Chelsie again, Lindy." "It's my pleasure, Lindy." Chelsie still looks pissed, even as I assist her into the kitchen and out the back door, where my car is waiting for me. My chef team laughs and giggles as we slog on by, offering their help. But I refuse and tell them they're getting raises as long as they forget everything they saw tonight, though. They immediately go back to their stations and continue cooking. This is why I love hiring locally. As Chelsie and I get to the car, I say a little prayer as I get her on the passenger seat and fasten her seatbelt. I pray she doesn't suddenly vomit inside my car, but maybe that would have been the milder punishment compared to the stinging silence as I drive Chelsie back to her hotel. "So, did you like the oysters?" I ask out loud, hoping to break the ice between us. Not even a peep. "You look amazing tonight," I compliment. And Chelsie did look amazing, even if she's just dressed in her casual clothes. She just glares at me once, then scoffs before looking back on the road. Smooth move, Scott, I tell myself. I turn the radio on, playing some relaxing tunes to fill the void, but Chelsie quickly turns it off the moment my hands are back on the driver's wheel. "Okay, awkward silence it is," I state out loud as I drive through the roads of New Orleans. We arrive at her hotel a painful 10 minutes later. She's no longer wobbling like she did back at the restaurant, but I can tell she's still feeling dizzy. Fortunately, she feels good enough to hand me the keys to her room. I escort her up a few minutes later, thanking God the whole ordeal is over. It's clear Chelsie has moved on and wants nothing more to do with me tonight or any other night. I guess I really was just a fling for her back in NYC. With a heavy heart, I help her to the door and open it for her. She slowly walks inside, not even saying a word as the door slowly closes. But before it could close entirely, Chelsea's hand holds it ajar as she looks at me. "Your duty to me is over, Scott. So why don't you rush back down to your restaurant before your pretty woman friend gets upset for waiting so long?" I try to get a word in, but Chelsie slams the door shut and locks the door. Normally, I'd be devastated by such treatment. But Chelsea's words echo back in my mind. "Before your pretty woman friend gets upset for waiting so long." Is she talking about Rose? Rose DeVoe, my business partner? Is Chelsie jealous? With the spark of hope reignited in my heart, I head back to my car, knowing this won't be the last time I'll see Chelsie Woods.
Chapter 35. Chelsie. What the hell did I drink last night? I grumble as I rub my throbbing temples. The usual morning ray of light that put a smile on my face is now blinding me with agonizing ferocity. I get up from bed and realize I'm back in my hotel room, still wearing my clothes from last night. I stagger to the mini fridge and grab a cold bottle of distilled water, downing it in a few seconds. As soon as the cool liquid slides down my throat, last night's embarrassing events come rushing back to me in an instant. Oh, for the love of God, I moan as I sit back on the bed. How can things get any worse? Out of nowhere, I hear the muffled sound of my phone beeping. After searching all over the room, I finally find it in the opposite corner. I wondered how my phone got there, but I'm even more confused when I read the message my father sent me. Chelsie, can we meet at Jorgen's Cafe in an hour? Thank you. What could this be about? But now is not the time to speculate. Seeing as I only have an hour to get changed and head to the cafe, I dash to the bathroom. Walking briskly, I imagine the possible conversation I'll have with my father. This would be the first time we'll talk properly after Michael's passing, but I'm pretty sure that's not why he wants to talk to me. Could it be he wants me to stop being a lingerie designer? Has he had enough of my, in his words, improper dream? I arrive at the cafe first before I can assume the answers to my own questions. Jorgen is a quaint cafe with European decor. Authentic bricks line its exterior walls, giving New Orleans a tiny taste of the stylish architecture of Europe. And there, sitting at the farthest corner, on one of the outdoor tables, is my father, in his gray pants, white shirt, and sleek black trainers. Slivers of silver line his once black hair, but he still looks as dashing as he did when we last saw each other. He's staring into the corner of the cafe, deep in thought, until he sees me and stands up to greet me. Chelsie, please sit, he urges as he pulls back one of the chairs at his table. Ever the control freak, father. Hello to you too, Dad. He shakes his head as soon as he sits back on his chair. Apologies for my rudeness, Chelsie. As you can probably tell, I'm a bit nervous, but that's no reason for me not to greet you properly. Hi, Chelsie. Hearing my name roll out of his tongue brings a crushing wave of emotion in my heart. A longing I didn't even know was there is finally getting its fill. No apology needed, I reply. Coffee? I want to refuse the offer, but my head is still throbbing, and the sun hitting my eye doesn't help. Yes, a triple espresso, please. A rare smile breaks across my father's stoic face. Must have been a rough night, eh? He signals to one of the waitresses and gives her my order. We sit in awkward silence until my coffee is served, which I immediately sip, despite its scalding temperature. Dad breathes a sigh of relief. Now that you've finally had your first coffee of the day, I think it's safe for me to talk to you. Safe? What do you mean? I ask curiously. Dad leans toward me with an arm carefully on his side of the table. No, we need to talk about Michael. I place my cup of coffee down almost immediately. Goodbye, Dad. Thank you for the invitation, but I have to go. But my dad grabs my wrist before I can stand up and walk away. Please, Chelsie, we can't go on like this forever. A part of me wants to rip my hand away from his grasp, but seeing Father's soulful eyes softens my heart. You have 2 minutes, I inform him as I sit back down. Thank you, Chelsie. I'll get straight to the point. Do you blame yourself for Michael's death? Jesus Christ, he's not holding anything back. I don't even know how to answer that. You can start by telling me the truth, Chelsie. What do you think? Of course I blame myself. Who wouldn't? Michael would still be here if it wasn't for me. Chelsie, Michael died in a car accident. I'm not saying that what you're feeling isn't real, but it's illogical and wrong. Do you even think Michael would blame you if he was here today? That's not fair, Dad. You know what kind of person he was. He'd never do that. Father nods his head. That's because he has no reason to blame you. You weren't the only one who lost someone that day, Chelsie. When Michael died and you left for New York, I lost 2 of my children. It broke my heart. I can no longer hold back the tears gushing down my cheeks. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to hurt you. My father scoots his chair next to mine, pulls out his handkerchief, and wipes away my tears. I know you didn't, darling. You and I both miss Michael so much, but your mother and I miss you even more, Chelsie. Oh, Daddy, I groan as I give him a hug. I miss you too. I'm so sorry. After my sobbing has stopped and my tears have been spent, my heart, though tired, feels calmer and at peace. Part of me had always wanted to reach out and apologize, but the overwhelming guilt kept me from making the first move. I'm so happy that Dad extended the olive branch, giving me the chance to apologize, express my sadness, and share my grief. Tentatively, after I've wiped all my tears and wet his handkerchief, my father asks about my budding career in the city. This time he sounds more accepting of my career, even though he still has some apprehensions about the designs I've made. Rome wasn't built in a day, and I know it will take time to completely forgive each other for all the angry words and missed opportunities. But now, I know we'll get there.
Chapter 36. Scott. I've been waiting for almost an hour outside Chelsie's hotel, hoping she'll be up and about so we can talk. In actuality, I was supposed to arrive much earlier, but something came up at the restaurant that I had to smooth over. I'm not sure if Chelsea's up or still sleeping off her hangover. I hope I haven't missed her. I'm a bit nervous about pursuing this budding seed of hope in my heart. I'm worried that she'll turn me down flat once she sees me. But then, if she doesn't, if she feels the same way, then I'll be the luckiest man in the world. Whatever happens, I know I will never regret trying. I keep my eyes glued on the entrance of the hotel, hoping to see Chelsea's familiar silhouette, but to no avail. I feel doubt and dread growing in the pit of my stomach. What if it's all wishful thinking on my part? I would not only succeed in humiliating myself, but she'll also think I'm an arrogant bastard, too. Taking a deep breath, I know I just have to chance it and find the answers I want. I'm already here anyway. I might as well find out where the hell I stand in Chelsea's life. As I take in another calming breath, the air freezes in my lungs when I spy her familiar figure walking slowly toward the entrance of the hotel. She doesn't see me as she trudges since she has her head bent, so I take the opportunity to study her. She looks a bit tired and her eyes are alarmingly red. I instantly feel concerned because wherever she went, I knew something had happened. When she's about to pass me by, I quickly reach out to grab her arm. With a squeak, her eyes widen with alarm as she whips her head around. She draws a sigh of relief when she sees it's me. Her face reddens, making her nose a deeper shade of pink, before she gives me a small, self-deprecating smile, sniffling. Her hair is a wild mess, like she just woke up and ran her fingers through it. Still, I find her the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on. Scott, I didn't expect you to be here, she says softly, absently wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her shirt. Listen, I shake my head and hand her the bag of beignets I bought for her. I eye the park just a couple of blocks away from her hotel. How about we take a stroll there and you can eat something while we talk? I suggest, nodding toward the park. With a small nod, Chelsie and I begin walking side by side. Since it's still early, the park is quieter than usual, with only a few people strolling or jogging. I watch Chelsie from the corner of my eye as she reaches into the bag and nibbles on a beignet. We're both silent while I wait for her to be ready. About last night, she starts once she finishes eating one of the beignets. I'm really sorry about the way I behaved. Well, it's not the declaration of undying love I was hoping for, but given her condition last night, and the way she was trudging along the path earlier, this probably isn't the time to bug her about her feelings. To me, her happiness and well-being come first. So, is everything okay? With your mother, I mean. Oh, everything's fine, thankfully. The doctor said they'll be discharging her soon. I'm just glad and relieved she's safe now. I'm sure she will be. Before you know it, she'll be back to wrestling you into doing things, I say. Chelsie bursts out laughing at the reminder. She told me before that when her mom needed her to do something like change or drink medicine, she would need to wrestle her to the floor. You know, I say gently, you can talk to me about anything, right? She doesn't say anything, so I take a deep breath and push forward. I can't help but notice that you seem a little upset. You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to. I just want you to know I'm here if you need someone to listen. When I see her lower lip begin to quiver, I panic, wanting to smack my head into something. I quickly lead her to one of the stone benches and invite her to sit. Once she does, she begins sharing her conversation with her father, the reason why she left the hotel so early. She also tells me what happened to her brother Michael, how he died, and how she blamed herself afterward. She doesn't say it outright, but I can read between the lines, and I figure it's the reason I never wanted to go back home. While she's talking, her grip on the bag of beignets becomes tighter and tighter. I gently take her hand in mine and let her squeeze it to her heart's content. I don't utter a word until she's finished telling me everything. I know how much these feelings and these moments have shaped her life, and if I want to have a relationship with her, I need to recognize how cathartic sharing all this will be for her. I can't help but feel honored and humbled that she trusts me enough to tell me everything. Because of that, the reason why I sought her out in the first place will have to wait.
Chapter 37. Chelsie. Mom, you know Dad will flip if he knows you're moving too much so early in the day, I warn my mother as she slowly reaches for the cup of tea beside her chair. I'm currently in my parents' house, intent on checking up on my mother and seeing what I can do to help. With my father gone for the day to settle some accounts and get a few things from Lindy's, and my mother always pushing herself to her limits, she needs watching. My mother just rolls her eyes and stubbornly reaches for the cup again. With a sigh, I abandon the task of trying and failing to work with the vacuum cleaner and make a beeline for my mother. I get the cup and give it to her. She rolls her eyes again, but this time, she does so while grumbling under her breath. I purse my lips to stop myself from laughing. My mother is a poor patient. She's so used to being in charge and taking care of everyone else. I understand how frustrating it must be for her. Yet I find the mulish expression on her face amusing. She looks like a little kid. I'm glad she isn't any worse for wear. I know my mother's still recovering from the stroke, but her progress is happening at a steady pace. She's able to speak normally, and she can move around now, even though it's a little on the slow side. If Mom's health continues to improve, it won't be long before I can return to New York and go back to the life I've made for myself away from home. However, the thought reminds me of my relationship friendship or whatever with Scott, and that makes my good mood plummet a little bit. Ever since he sort of ambushed me when I was going back to my hotel room and offered me beignets, my feelings for him have grown. It didn't help my cause to deny my feelings when he patiently listened to me and my personal problems. I can't believe I told him everything that happened between me and my father, Michael's death, and basically everything in between. That has never happened before. I never open up to most people, though I guess he's not most. Maybe it was because I was still feeling raw after my confrontation with my father. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy my father and I cleared the air, but it left me feeling like a balloon about to burst. Of course, I could have spoken to anyone, but it didn't mean they'd have listened to me the way he did. In fairness to Scott, he really listened. He didn't judge. He didn't interject. Didn't force his opinion. He just let me vent and talk, because of which I've fallen even more in love with him. And that's a huge problem. As much as I want to be with him, I'm still so uncertain what the real deal is between us. It's impossible for us to be together. Even though my father and I have managed to patch up our strained relationship, I'm still going back to New York. My family is here, but work is waiting for me there. I have my career to think about. If the situation was reversed, Scott would probably make the same decision. Chelsie, I jolt from where I'm standing. I feel my face grow warm, and I give my mother an embarrassed smile. I know she can't read my mind, but it's still a bit embarrassing to be caught mooning over a man. What is it, Mom? You need more tea? Are you hungry? Comfortable? I can fluff your pillow for you, I ask, gesturing at the pillow she's using to support her back while sitting on her favorite couch. She shakes her head slowly. Is everything all right? You had a faraway look on your face and now I'm worried about you. Oh, Mom, everything's A-okay. Besides, you know me. I was just thinking of my job back in New York. The lie tastes bitter in my mouth, and the small chuckle I force out feels like glass scraping against my throat. My mother looks skeptical, and she's about to open her mouth when, thankfully, I'm saved by my ringing phone. I quickly fish it out of my pocket and struggle to hold back a groan when I check the caller ID. Isn't it ironic that the one person I don't want to talk about is the same one saving me from my mom's questions right now? I better take this quickly. And remember, finish your tea. I stare at her teacup pointedly before heading out to the porch. It's far enough so my mother can't hear my conversation, but also near enough for me to keep an eye on her still. Hey, Scott, what's up? I try to sound as casual as possible. Hey, you. Are you free for dinner later this evening? My heart pounds in my chest at the invitation. I don't want to, but the thought that this might be the last time we'll be together decides for me. If I can't have him in my future, I may as well have him in my present. Yes, just tell me when and where. Chapter 38. Chelsie. Tap, tap, tap. My fingers can't stop tapping the side of my purse as I make my way to my destination, my dinner date with Scott. I don't know why, but I have a feeling this outing won't be your ordinary, run-of-the-mill dinner date. I don't know why, but Scott asked me to head to Waldenberg Park, which is an unusual venue to say the least. I bet something's up. I had assumed we'd be eating in one of his restaurants, but I guess that would be impossible since he can't cook and have our date at the same time. Besides, with limited time to spend together, I don't really want to share him with his adoring public at the moment. With a sigh, I decide to turn my attention elsewhere. Looking around the place, my gaze flits from person to person, hoping to catch a glimpse of Scott. A couple of moments later, I see his familiar form sauntering in my direction, and a smile immediately curves on my lips. My heart begins to pound inside my chest. He's carrying a couple of paper bags, and I tilt my head curiously, wondering what they're for. When he's near enough, my nose catches a whiff of a wonderful smell coming from them. My brain immediately imagines what food is inside, making my mouth water and my stomach grumble. I hope you enjoy what I planned for us today, he says, grinning while wiggling his eyebrows at me. I can't help but laugh at his playfulness. I respond in kind by reaching out to smack his shoulders softly. I roll my eyes and shake my head. What's the plan? Stand here and starve to death? He grins and slides one of the sinfully aromatic paper bags in front of my face. When I try to reach for it, he holds it up, out of my reach. Oh ho, you better watch yourself, because you will lose portions of your dinner if you keep this up. Come on, we'll have a picnic. I already found us an amazing spot near the river, so we can watch the people and ships passing by. I follow him, and when he stops a couple of moments later, my eyes widen in surprise at the setup that's already waiting for us. He did find a good spot for a picnic. The space was the perfect distance from the other park visitors, ensuring adequate privacy, yet allowing us to share the festive atmosphere. It's still a little early, with the sun only just coming down, and bathing the people in its orange glow. The subdued ball of light seems to sink beneath the waters of the mighty Mississippi, reflecting a beautiful mirage of sparkling whites, oranges, and yellows on the water's surface. When an oyster po' boy suddenly comes into view, I let out a small shriek, almost jumping out of my seat. Scott laughs, pulling the sandwich away in time. I'd almost flipped it off from his hand. He places one of the sweet teas a little away from me as well. Here I thought a po' boy would give you a taste of home, since I know you probably missed it back in New York. I didn't know you're scared of them, he teases. Ha! I growl at Scott, giving him a mock frown before letting the laughter erupt out of me. How can I even be mad at him when he's looking at me like I'm the most precious thing in the world, not to mention his thoughtfulness? No one has ever done anything this romantic for me before. As we eat our meal, we play I Spy with my little eye, trying to one-up each other on points. It's a little bit childish, yes, but I've honestly never had this much fun. We pause and look out into the sunset, and I find that I'm surprisingly happy. Once there's nothing left of our dinner, save for the paper bag filled with trash, we lean back on our picnic blankets side by side, bracing our hands behind us as we watch the sky slowly transition from a purplish pink to a dark blue. I've never felt so relaxed and so content while out with someone before. When I feel his hand over mine, I glance at him with a smile, but it falters a bit when I see him looking at me so intently. You know, Chelsie, he whispers huskily, his fingers tracing circles on the back of my hand, sending tingles down my spine. I never stopped thinking about you after we parted ways in New York. You've been in my mind since I returned home. There are words in my throat and I swallow them down, worrying how they might come across. I honestly don't know how to answer, but Scott saves me by leaning over and planting a soft kiss on my lips. It's so sweet, so soft and so gentle that the thought of our doomed relationship breaks my heart. However much I've convinced myself that I've made peace with it, I just haven't. I want so much more. As if he read my mind, Scott pulls away, his eyes glittering in the semi-darkness. Would you like to come home with me? He asks softly, reaching over to run his fingers over my cheek. Closing my eyes to savor his touch, I breathlessly give him my answer. Yes.
Chapter 39. Scott. I tug on my ear, a clear sign of my annoyance as we're stopped by a red light for the nth time. I normally don't mind red lights as they give me time to unwind and think, but now that I can't wait to bring Chelsie to bed, I feel like the universe itself is out to get me. Having Chelsie beside me is wreaking havoc on my senses. I can't help imagining the feel of her skin against mine. Her very perfume is an assault on my senses. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vix audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
40. Scott. I wake up to find beautiful, delicious-looking cleavage shoved in front of my face. I'm encased in a warm tangle of arms and legs. Chelsie in my arms makes everything seem right in my world. With a groan, I slip my legs between hers and suck a nipple inside my mouth. Before I know it, she and I are doing yet another round of hot, lazy sex. I have to say, this is the best way to start my day. However, as much as I want Chelsie to stay with me for the rest of the day, I reluctantly let her go so she can check on her mom. No matter how many times I offer to drive her to her parents' place, she insists on going by herself. Of course, there's that tinge of hurt in my heart at her insistence, and I wonder if she doesn't want me to meet her family. But then, I'm guessing she's unsure of the status of our relationship. Maybe I should take the lead and just tell her how I feel, to let her know she means more to me than anything. I resolve to keep that in mind and begin hatching a plan. While seeing her off, I kiss her deeply, hoping she feels my unspoken message in it. Even though Chelsea's heading back to New York in just a few days, I feel optimistic now that I know there's something I can do to change things between us. Her impending departure doesn't bother me as much now that my mind is running a mile a minute. After the wonderful night we shared, I don't think I can stomach another night without her. To me, if it's not Chelsie, I'd rather be alone and spend my nights in bed where her scent and memories of our lovemaking can keep me company. From the moment I've stopped running away from my feelings for Chelsie, I decide that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make my relationship with her work. I'm certain that my body, my heart, and my soul only need Chelsie, and Chelsie alone. I love her. That much is clear. I also think this feeling is the real deal, and I'm actually considering opening a branch in New York just so I can be with her. Finally admitting that I've fallen for Chelsie is making me braver and more confident. Somehow, some way, she gives me the strength to do the one thing I've run away from all these years. So, as soon as she's on her way, I decide it's time to tie up loose ends, and I call my parents. Hey, Mom, I'd like to invite you and Dad for dinner at Wilma. Are you guys free tomorrow evening? Oh, are you certain, darling? Finally! My mother gushes breathlessly. I snort. What do you mean, finally? I never failed to invite you to eat at either of my restaurants. Oh, you know what I mean. I know you always invite me to eat. But this is the first time I've heard you ask me and your father out. I bite back a grimace. I never even realized I've been making that distinction. Perhaps because the last time I asked my father, he declined, before I even managed to finish the invitation. Let's just say that after that incident, I never dared invite my father. However, this time I'm more than determined to let him see that, even though I deviated from the family business and I may never achieve the riches he did, it doesn't mean I failed. From the happiness in my diners, nothing could be further from the truth. So will you both be there tomorrow evening? I ask instead, deciding to avoid my mother's accurate observation. Of course, darling. I'll make sure we're both there. And Scott? Yes, Mom? I'm proud of you. Let me just say it's about damn time you and your old man fix your trash up and make up. I choke on my spit, bordering between laughing and wincing. My mother is a sweet woman and prone to drama in the best of times, so hearing her say something like this is disconcerting and makes me see her in a whole new light. Does Dad know you can curse like this? Oh, don't worry, dear. Where else could I have picked it up from? This time I laugh. Thanks, Mom. I'll see you tomorrow evening then. Okay, see you then, darling. I end the call with a huge grin on my face. There are actually two reasons why I finally asked my parents to come. One, I want my father to see my success, and to realize that far from going against the family, I'm honoring it in my own way. Especially the bistro, Wilma, which was named after my grandmother. Two, I also want my parents to meet Chelsie. I want them to see what a beautiful person she is, and for Chelsie to see that I'm serious about her. I'm falling in love with her, and I'm in it for the long haul, whether it be here or New York. With a decisive nod, I start preparing for tomorrow evening. I want everything to go perfectly. Chapter 41. Scott, I watch my parents at their reserved table. Rose is entertaining them while I'm preparing their food. So far, they look relaxed and happy. Yet I can't help but feel nervous. I've been cooking for my customers for years now. Cooking for my parents, especially for my dad, is nerve-wracking. Mom kept her word and brought Dad here, but I'm anxious to find out his reaction about the dish I'm making for them. Done mincing the scallions, I grab 3 plates. I sprinkle the scallions on top of the hot rice before I leave the kitchen with the waiters carrying the tray for me. Rose can turn on the charm when she wants to. I'm glad she's here to talk to them while I'm busy in the kitchen. I can always rely on her when it comes to these things. I can see how bemused Dad is by how many people are in the restaurant. His eyes never lie, just like Grandma's. I take a deep breath, getting closer to my parents' table where laughter is ringing. That is, until Rose notices me. "The chef is here," Rose announces as they stand to greet me. I greet Mom with a kiss. She hugs me tight and scans the room with proud eyes. "Look at your restaurant, son. It's quite crowded and everyone is enjoying their food. Right, hun?" Mom looks at Dad, who's staring at me. I hug him as he taps my back until the smell of the dish stops him in his tracks. We turn around and their food arrives. Rose helps the server put the tray down carefully, even as the others serve them drinks. Dad's eyes are focused on the covered tray, and I can see the longing in his eyes. He points at it, mesmerized. "Is this crawfish etouffee, Dad, your favorite dish?" I reply, remembering how Grandma loved cooking this dish for us when we would get together. Dad, Derek, and I would always drool when the dish is on the menu. Those were the good old days. I used to watch Grandma prepare the ingredients and assemble them into masterpieces. Grandma always made sure she not only fills our bellies, but also our hearts with love. I'm hoping that with this dish, I could reach Dad's heart too. I invite them to sit even though Dad is still staring off into space. I uncover the tray and present it to them with a flourish. "Enjoy your food, Dad, Mom," I say, smiling. I sit in front of them beside Rose, who's awestruck at the proceedings. I wait for Mom and Dad to taste it. They both slowly take a bite, and my heart's beating so hard from nervousness. This is the first time Dad is tasting my cooking. I know he knows I'm trying to win his heart. I just hope Grandma is with us, helping me today. My parents only look at each other as their expressions soften. They look at me soundlessly until Dad says, almost in a whisper, "This tastes just like Mom's crawfish." Dad meets my gaze as his slowly spreads into a smile. I can't help but beam as I watch Dad smile proudly at what I've created. It's something I've been wanting to see for so long. I've only ever seen him direct that expression to Derek. It's the first time he's ever shown it to me. Dad finishes his serving and helps himself for some more. That, to me, is the perfect compliment. "This is delicious." "Isn't it, hun?" Mom asks, taking another spoonful of the dish. Dad nods even as they also try the side dishes. I grin, happy they love it. "Really?" "Yes," Dad retorts and smiles gently at me. "You got your grandma's cooking skills, son. She would have been so proud of you. Just as I am." My heart feels like it's about to burst, and I almost tear up. Dad's eyes are getting glossy too, but he tries to hide it by continuing to eat. But I know him very well. Dad has always been a man with few words, but his actions are always loud and clear. I can't help but feel like all the sleepless nights poring over menu choices have paid off now that Dad finally accepts my passion and appreciates it. Rose holds my hand under the table and smiles at me. I give her hand a squeeze, thanking her, as I watch my parents filling their stomachs. "Your son is the best chef in town, Mr. Kalman," Rose compliments, and Dad quickly agrees. I watch them for a few more minutes before tucking in to join them. For the first time, the chef is taking the night off. Our table is full of laughter. It's been a while since we've had such a light-hearted exchange, and we're all savoring it. Next time, I resolve to invite Derek, too. He's always been a good brother, despite our father clearly preferring him to me when we were growing up. "Are you single, Rose?" Dad asks, enjoying his food while I keep checking my phone. I've I've been waiting for Chelsie to text me. Everything's perfect now. But I want Mom and Dad to meet her. I'm falling in love with her, and I want them to know that. Yes, Mr. Kalman, Rose answers, enjoying her chocolate gelato. Oh, really? Mom asks, surprised. Rose only nods while my phone buzzes. I check it, only to discover that Chelsie has finally arrived. Excitement overcomes me when I see Chelsie at the entrance, looking lovely while talking to Ellen. I'm mesmerized by her, and everything else around her seems to pale in comparison. She saunters to our table as I stand, ready to introduce her to my parents and Rose. Then that's good to hear. You and Scott should get together. You two would be the perfect couple, Rose. Right, Scott? My smile fades when I hear the comment from Dad, but my heart sinks to see Chelsea's reaction when she hears.
Chapter 42. Chelsie. I keep tugging at my dress and fussing with my hair. Will this dress do? Is my makeup okay? These questions keep going through my mind. I'm nervous even as I check my appearance in the mirror. I spent almost an hour and a half shifting through my closet until I settled for my blue-striped bodycon dress and white stilettos. After Scott calls to invite me out to dinner at Wilma's, I couldn't say no. I know I've eaten at his restaurant once before, but that didn't end well. And this time he'll be right there with me. I'm excited but nervous, especially after he informed me that his parents will be joining us. This is a big step in our relationship, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm not really sure why he's getting the four of us together. Perhaps, like me, he just wants to make the most of the time we have left together, and he wants me to meet them before I go. I just hope his parents will like me. I take a deep breath, calming myself down as I smile at my reflection in the mirror. You can do this, Chelsie. Satisfied with my outfit, I grab my purse and leave the apartment. I text Scott that I'm coming before I take a cab to take me to Wilma's. I imagine different scenarios, practicing what I would say to this comment or that. The driver must think I'm a nutcase. I just really can't hide my anxiety and excitement. I want to try and work this out with Scott, and now, with this gesture, I feel like Scott feels the same way too. Chelsie. When I arrive at the restaurant, I see Ellen at the entrance, waving at me. I pay the cab and notice that there are a lot of people here tonight. I can't help but be proud of Scott. Hey, Ellen. I greet her with a hug. She takes a step back and scans my outfit. Wow, you look stunning, she praises, easing my frazzled nerves. Thanks, I say, smiling at her. I look around, hoping to spot Scott in this crowded room. Is Scott around? Ellen nods and points at a table in the corner. Yeah, he's with his parents. There, I see Scott standing up to greet me. My heart flutters until I see Rose beside him, which causes my mood to drop. She's sitting beside Scott and laughing with his parents. What is she doing here? I thought he was introducing me to his parents. I'm feeling jealous, wondering if I can also make Scott's parents smile. Rose is just his business partner, I remind myself. There's no need to get jealous over such a thing. I take a deep breath, approaching them as Scott makes a move to take me into his arms. My heart is beating so loudly, and my palms are sweaty. I have a tentative smile on my smile, but it disappears when I hear his dad say, "Then that's good to hear. You and Scott should get together. You two would be the perfect couple, Rose." Right, Scott? I freeze on the spot as Scott just stares, stupefied at his father. All of a sudden, I feel weak and my throat constricts. My heart sinks to the ground, and I can't help but feel humiliated. I look at Scott again. He's shaking his head, trying to say something, but I step back, turn around, and walk briskly away from the scene. Ellen tries to stop me, asking me what's wrong and where I'm going, but I ignore her and continue running away. I can barely breathe. What his father said keeps replaying in my mind. Now I know why they're so happy around Rose. They like her for their son. Tears escape from my eyes, and I brush them off angrily. I can't help but feel hurt and lost. This is hopeless. I should have known. I don't know where I'm going, but I can hear Scott behind me. I don't care anymore if I cause a scene or bump into lots of people on the sidewalk. He calls me over and over again, but I pretend not to hear. "Chelsie, stop. Please," he begs, and I feel his hand halting me in my tracks. I take a deep breath, trying to compose myself. "Hey, why did you walk away?" he asks with a gentle voice. I turn to him and shrug. "That was your father, right?" He nods, looking apologetically at me. "Yes." I was right. I smile, trying to hold back my tears. "I would love to meet him and your mom, but it seemed I was interrupting your dinner. They seem to enjoy Rose's company." I force a smile, but I look away, trying so hard not to cry, despite the tears again threatening to fall down my cheeks. Scott only shakes his head and holds my arms. "No, Chelsie, please listen to me." "Tell me, did you invite me over just to let me hear that?" I cut him off with a snort, gently moving his hands away from me. "No, Chelsie. It was just a misunderstanding." He shakes his head. He cups my cheeks, letting me drown in his deep blue eyes. "Dad doesn't know about us. That's why I was going to introduce you to them. So please, believe me, Dad doesn't know what he's talking about." I want to believe everything he says so badly, but I slowly take his hands away from my face. "No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here." "What?" "Chelsie, what are you talking about?" he asks. I hail a cab before turning around to face him, letting him see my pained smile as I shake my head. "This is a huge mistake. I'm sorry. I have to go." Before he can stop me, I enter the cab without looking back. I cry silently, letting myself break down while the driver takes me home. Chapter 43. Chelsie. "Bye, Mom and Dad. I hope you'll take care of yourselves, okay?" I sniff, zipping up my luggage while I'm speaking to them through FaceTime. Yes, I'm finally going back to New York. Unfortunately, I couldn't go to my parents' house to say goodbye today. I had gone yesterday to see them in person, but the hotel is closer to the airport, and given how early my flight is, I'm leaving from here instead. I know they don't want me to go back yet, but I have to. My workload is accumulating at a rapid rate, and I haven't even started the new collection. Lily and Nikki have been bombarding me with questions about when I'm coming back. Right now, hanging out with them seems like the best distraction from this ache in my heart. "Please take care of yourself, sweetheart," Dad says with Mom beside him. She's wiping her tears away and sniffing. I only sigh, wanting so badly to hug them right now. "Of course, I love you guys." I blow them a kiss. Mom only clutches her chest, smiling sadly. "We'll miss you," she says, blowing me a kiss as well. "I'll miss you both too. I'll call you when I arrive in New York. Bye." I end the call first, or they'll only guilt trip me into changing my mind. If I had a choice, I'd stay, but I'll only hurt myself even more. Things didn't have to end this way. I would love to go back home to my family, especially now that I've patched things up with my dad. But I have to leave. I pick up my luggage and walk out of my hotel room. My flight is in a few hours from now, and I have no time to waste. I'm already missing New Orleans and I haven't even left. I enter the elevator, pressing the buttons to take me to the lobby, but this heavy feeling overwhelms me once again. I just hope this doesn't last until I'm back in New York. The elevator finally stops, bringing me back to reality. I only release a sigh before I step out. The staff greeting me politely. I grab my phone, almost forgetting that I haven't said my goodbyes to Lindy and Ellen. They're still at work, and they'll probably be hurt if I don't say goodbye in person, but there's no help for it. I've just decided to text them when I hear somebody calling my name. Chelsie. I look around, trying to spot who called me. I see Lindy and Ellen coming from the entrance, ambling toward me. I smile in delight at their presence. Lindy? Ellen? I was just thinking of you. I stop in my tracks, confused yet happy to see them. They both hug me tight, and I can't help but return the favor. Thank God we managed to catch you, Lindy says, breaking the hug. You came here for me? What about work? I ask, but Ellen only snorts. We can't just let you go without saying goodbye, Chelsie. I clutch my chest, feeling touched. Aw, thank you so much, girls. I hug them again, happy they came for me. I'm really going to miss them. I only ask them for one favor, to take care of Mom and Dad, and I know I can count on them for that. But Chelsie, Ellen starts, making me meet her gaze as she hesitates to continue what she's about to say. About Scott. Does he know that you're going back to New York today? Hearing his name again makes me remember the dinner at Wilma's. I almost forgot that Ellen saw what happened. She probably told Lindy about it, and that's why they came. Lindy and Ellen notice my silence, and they try to change the topic. I only smile at them and check my phone. I'm sorry, but I need to get to the airport now, or I'm going to be late. Would you like to send me off? I ask, giving them my best pleading look. I squeal when they nod. We get a cab to take us to the airport, with the girls avoiding any mention of Scott. They ask me when I'll come back, and I only give them a shrug. I honestly don't know. Just as long as you don't wait 5 more years, Ellen says tearily. I'm going to miss you, sissy, Lindy pouts along with Ellen. They're being so emotional, and it makes me want to cry too. I hug them tight as they wipe away their tears. Same here. Take care of our Mom and Dad for me, guys. They both nod as we share one last hug. I wave goodbye and proceed to the airplane, taking a seat beside the window. But then Scott suddenly crosses my mind. I clutch my chest, feeling the bitterness and pain again. I'm still hurt after everything. I will try to forget him as much as I can. I promise myself. Scott has been trying to reach out to me since I walked out on Wilma. He visits me at the hotel, but I told the concierge to tell anyone looking for me that I'm not around. I also ignore his calls and messages, begging for a chance to talk and explain that it was all just a misunderstanding. I really can't help but feel hurt. I've been hoping for a relationship between us too much, and I only ended up getting my heart broken. I will forget about Scott and move on. Surely it won't be hard, will it?
Chapter 44. Scott, here to get drunk? My friend and the bartender here at Nola's ask me. He's a famous sommelier, but no one here knows that because he loves working as an ordinary bartender. Yeah, I choke on my reply, feeling the heavy burden on my shoulders. Damn it. Chelsie and I fought. It's been a week and she hasn't called me. I want to call her, but my pride won't let me. This is killing me, though. My heart's in constant pain, as if a knife is piercing me. I feel like a jerk, too. What's your poison? Castor asks, holding a bottle of wine in his hands. It's still not business hours, you know. I know, I reply, looking around. I'm the only customer, but employees are milling around, busy preparing for opening. So, what's on your mind? Castor places a glass in front of me. Nothing, I reply. Whiskey on the rocks. Too early for hard liquor, he says, but he serves me one. I don't understand why you're here trying to get wasted. Shut up, I scoff as I take a sip. You know me well. Castor shrugs his shoulders, shaking his head. I don't know you at all. I laugh, shaking my head. Even the whiskey isn't doing anything to numb my heart. I drink it in one go. You're here. Someone taps my arm. I see you're drinking your sorrows down. I turn to the voice, and I see Lindy. She crosses her arms as she stares me down. Did Ellie tell you Chelsie left a few days ago for New Orleans? Yes, I answer, avoiding her gaze. She told me. Lindy's lips purse, and she looks like she wants to squash me like a bug. Then she frowns and sighs. Chelsie was so upset when she left, Lindy admits. She clenches her palms and her mouth opens and closes. She looks torn. What is it she's trying to tell me? There are so many things I want to say, Scott. She sounds stern. I think a lot has happened between you and my sister. I'm not one to pry, but she's my sister. I'm here to talk about her. What is it? I ask, worried. Did something happen that I didn't know? She left New Orleans days ago, and she looked upset. My sister confined herself to a room, and her eyes were puffy for days. There were dark circles under her eyes, too. My body sways on the stool, and I feel like a jerk. Lindy grabs my arm, squeezing it. Damn, she doesn't have much strength, but her sharp nails dig into my skin. I want to know. Lindy glares at me. What's your deal? Are you messing around? If you are, don't contact my sister ever again, she snaps at me. There's no way in hell I'm messing with her, I reply with conviction. Her eyes widen a bit, and she squints. Are you sure? Be honest with me, or there will be hell to pay. She's so protective, and I like it. It makes me feel reassured that Chelsea's loved by her family. Smiling, I nod. I love her, Lindy. There's no mistake. I've never been so serious of anything in my life. Then what do you plan to do about it? She's hurting right now, she exclaims. Chelsie flew back to New York with a broken heart. She didn't just mess with you, Lindsay adds. Chelsie has feelings for you. I know, I say as I take a deep breath. Thank you for coming here. Lindy crosses her arms again. What do you plan to do? I'm going to NYC, I declare. I'm going to woo her until she forgives me and takes me back. Smiling, Lindy looks relaxed. I hope she listens to you. You know firsthand how stubborn she can be, but she needs you right now, Scott. You can make each other so happy. You and Chelsie are perfect for each other. Thank you, Lindy. If you didn't come, I'd probably be drowning myself in sorrow, I say seriously. Yeah, Lindy grins. I'll do what I can to help. I'm leaving by. Okay. Happiness blooms in my heart. Finally, my mind's clear. Just go for it, Castor cheers behind the bar. You should go and talk to Chelsie. She's an exceptional woman. Thanks, I reply, grinning. You look silly, man. Is this what happens when you're in love? Castor teases me, and we both laugh. The right woman will come for you, Castor. You'll probably be worse. I chuckle. No, thank you. I go home immediately. They're right. I need to pursue my happiness. Opening my laptop, I book a flight to NYC at the earliest time. I hope I can leave tonight if possible, but the earliest available flight is tomorrow. Great. I frown as I slump onto the sofa. Screw tomorrow morning. I want to see her tonight. Closing my eyes, I try to calm down. Perhaps this is better. I'll have time to think properly. I should make a plan. Think carefully about what I'm going to say. Tonight, I have to strengthen my resolve and my heart. Chelsie isn't someone that's easily convinced. I can only hope she stops long enough to listen. She's feisty, and I love that about her. She's stubborn, and I love that about her, too. We'll just have to see if my resolve can outmatch her stubbornness. See you tomorrow, my love.
Chapter 45. Chelsie. You look like the sky fell on your shoulders. Nikki gives a rap on my open door. Hey. I turn to her with a slight smile that doesn't reach my eyes. How are you? Nikki asks as she leans against my work table. You look miserable, girl. I stop measuring the cloth in front of me, sighing. I'm fine. Nikki crosses her legs as she stares at my sketches. I told you before it's okay to take a break. Anya will understand. She knows how hard you work. I can do this, I reply, giving her a tight smile. There are so many designs I need to do, and I have to make sure everything's ready before the next submission. Nikki stays silent as she watches me work. Then she says, At least you need to sleep properly. Relax. Heal your broken heart. My hands stop moving when I hear her say that. I'm trying my best to forget, but it's difficult. Scott left a deep impression and a huge scar on my heart. This is way worse than when he left before. This time, I feel hopeless and betrayed. I love him, but it's making me insane. I don't know if we'll ever have a chance. Maybe his dad is right. Rose suits him better than I do. I don't know what happened exactly, but you're my friend, Chelsie. I'll take your side any day. And whenever you need someone, I'm here. Nikki taps her chest. Excuse me? Someone interrupts us. It's one of the staff. Miss Chelsie, Miss Anya needs you in her office. Well, go, Nikki says, pointing at the door. Don't make her wait. She winks at me and grabs my hand. Maybe she wants to talk to you about something. We walk out of my workroom, parting ways as soon as I arrive outside Anya's office. I knock on the door. Come in, Anya says, staring at me. I can see the worry in her eyes. I nibble on my lip. Is everyone worried about me? Good morning, I greet her. Hi, Anya smiles sweetly as she gestures for me to sit on the sofa. She takes a seat on the other side. How are you? How about your mother? Is she okay? Anya fires questions at me. Mom's fine, I whisper, tilting my head as I stare at her. Do I look that bad? Honestly, she questions me. You look like a zombie, lifeless. You're unmotivated, Chelsie. I want to see the brilliant you from before. Damn, I'm sorry. I cover my face with my palms, feeling frustrated and embarrassed, but I pretend a calm I don't feel. I'm really okay. Everything's fine at home. Anya sighs. Her eyes tell me she knows what I'm going through. That's great if you're fine. I'm here, you know. You can tell me anything. If you want to go back to New Orleans, you can, Anya adds. You're an excellent designer and an amazing member of my team, Chelsie. But if going back to New Orleans will make you happy, so be it. Wow, she's so nice. No other employer would be so understanding. No matter what you do with your career, I'll support you. I'm your friend, not just your boss, Chelsie. Anya grabs my hand, squeezing it. Thank you so much. Her words warm my heart. Here in New York, I've met a lot of amazing people. Anya tops the list. She mentored, guided, and helped me since the start of my career. There are a lot of things I learned from her. It will make me sad when I leave. You're welcome. I want you to be happy, girl, she says, embracing me. You're the best boss, Anya, I say from my heart. Now go, do your thing, and think about what you really want. You can always come back. You will have a job here for as long as I'm in charge. Anya pushes me out of her office. Make sure you follow your heart. Anya closes her door, but I'm still staring at it. Follow your heart? How can I? If I do that, more heartache is waiting for me. Scott and Rose deserve each other, and I don't want to be the one who ruins it for them. But she's right about my career. I need to think about what my next steps are, I murmur as I walk back to my office. Anya's words enlighten my mind. I drink wine on my balcony as I stare at the dazzling city lights in NYC. These lights represent the dreams of countless people, even mine. I came here to grab the opportunities that come my way and to further my craft. My dream is to become the best or one of the best lingerie designers in the world. Now that I think about it, it will probably take a lifetime. Perhaps I can't find the inspiration here in New York. Maybe all along, everything I needed was in New Orleans. Family and love, my family's there, waiting for me. I haven't been the best daughter, but I want to change things. I've neglected my family quite a few times. As for love, I'm not sure. Closing my eyes, I savor the cool breeze against my skin, then tears drip down from my eyes. I'm crazy. I say, wiping them away. Scott doesn't need me in his life. He has Rose. I keep repeating these words over and over to prevent me from longing after him. Scott can never be mine. I should just focus on my career and rake in the dough. I gulp the rest of my wine in one go. And I raise my hands. From now on, I'll only think of my career. As I say these words, tears fall down my cheeks. I'm such a liar. I weakly put my hands down as I slide to the floor. What am I supposed to do now? My heart's irrevocably into him, even if it's broken in pieces.
Chapter 46. Scott. NYC, here I come. After over 2 hours, the plane finally lands in New York. I grip my carry-on luggage and walk down the plane with heavy steps. My body's tense, and all this time, my heart's in my throat. I keep staring at my screen with Chelsea's picture in it. It's a photo I took without her knowing. Clenching the phone, I make a vow to do anything I can to have her back in my life. The car I rented is waiting for me outside the airport. As soon as I enter, I take a deep breath. I've never been so nervous about anything in my life until now. This is a battle I can't afford to lose, come hell or high water. I lean my forehead on the steering wheel, closing my eyes for a moment. I should buy flowers, I murmur. Then my phone buzzes. It's Lindy. Opening the message, I find Lily's phone number on the screen. I message her. Thank you. I'll talk to her first. After a minute, another text arrives. Lindy sent me Lily's office address. She's helping me, and I can't disappoint her. I'm going to her office now, I reply before closing my phone. Lily must be mad at me too. Sighing, I can understand why. Standing outside Lily's office building is nerve-wracking. Passers-by glance at me. They're probably wondering why I'm staying under the furious heat of the sun. It's almost noon, and I've been here for almost 2 hours. Lily knows I'm here. I texted her earlier. Despite that, though, she didn't reply or come out. I can only stay under the heat to show her my sincerity. I'm punishing myself. Some people approached me, telling me to go sit by the bench or rest, but I refused each time. They probably think I'm weird or just eccentric. Some of them recognize me as a famous chef. People start pouring out of the office building. I hope Lily comes out. The employees watch me curiously as I crane my neck, searching for her. The guards look at me with suspicion. Maybe they're judging if I'm dangerous or not. You can never be too careful these days. I sigh when I don't see her and shake my head. Lily won't come out here because I'm waiting, right? What are you doing here? Behind me, someone speaks. I turn around to see Lily standing behind me. When did you get here? I ask, surprised. She didn't come out from the main entrance. Do you think there's only one exit? Lily raises her brows and crosses her arms. She glares at me. Can we talk somewhere private? Do you have time? I ask her, worried. What if she doesn't talk to me? Lily can be so protective of Chelsie. Did Lindy send you here? She told you to talk to me first. Lily sighs, cocking her head to the side. Then she impatiently taps her foot on the ground. Sweat trickles down my back. The heat and my nerves are making me dizzy. It was my idea to come here, I reply in a hoarse voice. Lily frowns. How long have you been here? Since you texted and called me earlier? I've been here since then. Her eyes widen a little. Are you crazy? What if you fainted? This is the only way to prove my sincerity. I clench my fists, willing to tolerate almost anything. If you didn't come out, I'd have stayed until later. Lily sighs. Why don't we talk inside my office? I'll just order my lunch. Thank you. I hope this bodes well for my confrontation with Chelsie. Lily shakes her head. Don't be happy this early. We're just going to talk. And I'm not Chelsie. Instantly, my cheerful mood deflates. She adds, Follow me. The clacking of her heels against the floor is making me nervous. I lick my lips. Damn, it's even worse than going to the principal's office. I've had my fair share of misfits in high school. Pushing the glass door, Lily enters and I follow her inside. Then she leans on the table, crosses her arms and stares me down. The hostility in her eyes is clear. "What do you want to say?" "I don't have a lot of time," she sighs, frowning. "I don't get why you're here talking to me." "I want to talk to Chelsie and I need your help," I reply. "Please." "Why would I help you? You're the one who screwed things up between you," she scoffs. "You hurt her, Scott." "I'm sorry." Running my fingers through my hair, I feel a pang of pain in my chest. It's my fault, but I'm willing to change things. "Change what?" Lily sits on the nearby chair while I remain standing, her stares pinning my feet to the floor. "I love Chelsie. She's not just a passing fancy to me," I say solemnly. "I'm willing to do anything for her, Lily." Lily shuts up. Then she walks toward me, measuring me with her gaze. "I hate liars, Scott," she declares. "Chelsie came back from New Orleans with puffy eyes and a broken heart. She's devastated." "Please let me make it up to her," I beg. "I know you won't believe me that easily, but I promise I won't hurt her anymore. Help me, Lily." Desperation leaks into my voice. Lily must have noticed as she looks at me with consideration. Then she sighs. "Okay," Lily grits her teeth. "But if you hurt her, I'm going to come at you, and I'll break your balls if it's the last thing I'll do." The ferocity in her face makes me realize just how much she cares for Chelsie. "I promise," I vow. "Here." Lily grabs something from her wallet and gives it to me. "That's our address." "Thank you." I hold the paper in my hands like it's the most important thing in the world. I would like to ask another favor. "What is it?" She frowns. "Can you give us space? Time? Maybe you can come home late or something." I don't know if she's going to agree. "Sure." Lily shrugs her shoulders. "Just don't hurt Chelsie and we're good." Chapter 47. Scott. If I was just nervous earlier, this time all my insides are a mess. My stomach's squishy, and I feel like I'm going to faint. A full-grown man losing consciousness because he's a nervous wreck will certainly be embarrassing. I need to take a deep breath and calm down. I can do this. Sighing, I run my fingers through my hair as I stare at the building in front of me. I'm still a few steps away, hiding behind a tree. Chelsea's inside her apartment, and I'm right outside. My palms hurt from clenching my fists so hard. I'm going to talk to her, but my legs refuse to move. They're heavier than lead. Damn. My courage is waning. I'm not a coward, but knowing that my happiness hinges on her makes me overthink. My heart is on the line. What if she ignores me? What if she says she doesn't love me? These questions run through my head like a broken record, taunting and scaring me. But I can't live like this. I know I have to face the situation and Chelsie head on. Walking toward her apartment, what I do in the next hour will determine if I live in heaven or hell. I press on her doorbell, my hands in my pockets. As the seconds pass, my heart beats louder and louder. Coming! Chelsea's voice reaches my ears. Elation eclipses the fear in my heart. Like a kid on Christmas morning, I smile. Then the door opens and my smile awkwardly freezes on my lips. Chelsie has dark bags under her eyes. She looks tired, sad, and shocked to see me. "Why are you here?" she asks in a small voice. I can hear the telltale quiver in it. A hand clenches my heart. "Can we talk?" I beg. I don't know if she's going to let me in, but I'll kneel if I need to. "What for?" She sounds hurt. "I don't need your apologies. You didn't need to come here." "I wanted to," I reply, staring at her earnestly. "I wanted to see you." Chelsea's lips purse into a straight line. Then she opens the door hesitantly. Something in her eyes flicker, but it's too late for me to catch it. "Come in." She cocks her head to the side, gesturing for me to enter. My heart swells with joy. I still have a chance. As soon as I step in, I notice the simple but chic furnishings. A reproduction of a popular painting hangs on the wall, and flowers in vases decorate the living room of the apartment. The pastel-colored sofa adds to the cheerful ambience. I can see Chelsea's touch in every corner of this room. Stopping in the center, Chelsie faces me. She gestures for me to sit down, but I shake my head. I hold my breath for a moment as I read the naked pain and sorrow in her eyes. Oh God, my body throbs as I watch the raw emotions on her face. "Chelsie, I'm here," I stutter. What do I say to make things better? My mind's going haywire, and I can't think properly. What I practiced earlier flies out the window, and I'm an incoherent mess. "I see that," she replies and sighs. An awkward silence fills the room. "If you have nothing to say, please leave," Chelsie adds. My eyes widen a little. Damn, is she throwing me out? "I'm sorry," I mumble at first, and then, in a much, much louder voice, I repeat, "I'm sorry. Hurting you was never on my agenda." Chelsie looks shocked. "I'm here because I want to explain what the real deal is between Rose and me." I sigh. There's nothing between us. I just asked her to join us to help keep my parents at ease before I spoke to them. "She was never in a relationship with me. Rose is only a friend and nothing more," I add. "But your dad..." Chelsie trails off. She looks conflicted. Gazing into her eyes, I explain, "No matter what you heard, please believe me. You can talk to Rose if you want. We're just friends. She's also my business partner." Chelsie frowns and bites her lip. Sure enough, it's difficult to convince her, but I expected this. "Rose and I have been working together for years, Chelsie." I breathe. "I'm willing to do anything. Tell me what I need to do for you to believe me." "Why? We weren't even officially together." "What does any of this have to do with me?" Chelsie replies, staring at her feet. "What?" I ask, confused. She raises her head, tears pooling at the edges of her eyes. "As far as you're concerned, we were just friends with benefits. You didn't need to come. I have no right to ask for anything." It hits me hard in my solar plexus, the pain almost making me double over. "I love you," I blurt out. "How can she say it's not her business? Does she not love me?" Chelsea's eyes dilate. She looks surprised. Seizing her arms, I bring her closer to me. "I love you, Chelsie, more than you'll ever know." We stare into each other's eyes, looking into each other's souls. I let her see everything I'm feeling. "I don't care if you don't love me," I whisper. I don't want to imagine a life without her. These words barely come out of my mouth. All I know is that I love you, and I need you in my life. Caressing her face, I take her in my arms. "I'll do anything to make you love me. Just give me a chance." Running my hand through her hair, I feel every inch of her. "Tell me what to do," I beg. Chelsea's hands grab my shirt and push me away. Doubt paints her face. "I don't blame you for not believing me," I say to her, my heart throbbing. "I understand it will take time to gain your love and trust, and I'm willing to wait, however long it takes." Running my hands through my hair, I kick the frustration I'm feeling to the curb. Patience is a virtue, and I'll do what I can to gain her love. "Chelsie, I'll always be here for you."
Chapter 48. Chelsie. His words keep repeating in my head. It takes time to sink in. "I don't blame you for not believing me. I understand it will take time to gain your love and trust, and I'm willing to wait, however long it takes." My heart's beating so loudly, I can barely hear Scott's words. "Chelsie, I'll always be here for you." Is he serious? There's no camera here, right? God, Scott's confessing his feelings for me. The love of my life is saying he loves me. Can I believe him? Is it okay for me to take this chance? My heart's telling me yes, but my mind's holding me back. I hold my chest as I remember the torturous pain I felt just minutes ago. His confession dispels the ache in my heart, but I don't know if I should just believe him. This is crazy. I can't afford another heartbreak. Scott gives me a weak smile, and it melts the ice around my heart. Stiffening, I don't know what I'll do. There's a war inside me, and I'm so confused. How do I make things right between us? Scott asks. Tell me, what do I need to do? I stay silent. The fierce debate between my heart and my brain is almost making me dizzy. I want to be with you, Chelsie. Turning away, I keep my distance from him. His hands clench. Please, say something, he begs. If you don't feel the same way, tell me so I can take the next step. To be honest, I blink my eyes. I don't know, my mind's telling me not to trust you. Scott's face goes pale in a second. Was I being too harsh? Don't get me wrong, a lot of things have happened between us in such a brief time, Scott. I explain, licking my lips. Everything is just a whirlwind. Scott gives me a tight smile. Do you need time? He barely utters the words. It's as if it's taking a lot from him. What if I say yes? I ask, testing the waters. Just what is the depth of his patience? I want to know. I'll leave and give you space. He immediately replies, a resolute look on his face. But I'll be back. What if this thing between us never happens? The question comes out of my mouth out of reflex. I just blurt it out without thinking. A pregnant silence settles in for a few seconds before he loudly exhales. Scott painfully smiles at me, his eyes soft and moist. I visibly swallow. Scott's about to cry. There are tears pooling in his eyes. Chelsie, I won't force you if that's what you want, he replies. I just want you to give me a chance. How are you going to do that? You don't live here. We're miles apart. Distance is something that factors big in a relationship. I'll support you wherever you want to be. Scott looks so serious. I've thought about it. Your career is in NYC, and I can't force you to go somewhere else for my sake. My heart's beating so loud. What will he say? I have a feeling his answer will decide if I can take this jump with him. I haven't thought of a concrete plan, but I'll prioritize you in everything, Chelsie, and that includes your career. Even if I have to be away from my restaurants for long periods, I'll stay with you. I gasp. His answer is unexpected. I thought he would tell me to make concessions regarding my career, or maybe that we can have a long-distance relationship. This is beyond my expectations. He's willing to go this far and sacrifice his career. In the long run, I'm thinking I can open a branch of my restaurant here, he whispers. What do you think? My throat constricts, and the words are stuck in my throat. Scott, seeing my reaction, looks like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Another silence descends, this time. The tension's so thick. His forlorn air squeezes my heart, and I feel a pang in my chest. I guess you need time to think. Scott blinks his eyes and takes a deep breath. I'll leave first to give you time to consider things. He continues. Actually, I planned to bring flowers, but I forgot because I was so nervous. Scott runs his fingers through his hair. Insecurity is vivid on his face. I'm not sure if I'm doing things right, he adds. Proper courtship needs chocolates and flowers. I came here so fast. I'll come back later. Scott turns around to leave. I panic. What if he never returns? Scott! I shout as he takes a step closer to the door. The tremble in my voice betrays my feelings. Don't leave, I say weakly. I give up. There's no way I can't fight what I'm feeling. Also, in the deepest recesses of my mind, a small fire of hope is burning. What if this is real? This isn't just a dream, right? Stay, I add, imploring him. I believe you. There's no way I can treat him so coldly. After everything he said, no woman in their right mind will let him go. You believe me? The haze covering his face disappears, and his smile turns sunny. Yes. The tears I've been holding back burst like a dam. I cover my face with my hands as I sob. Scott's arms surround me in a tight embrace. His warmth seeps into my skin, making me feel better instantly. He's still here. He won't go. Scott didn't hurt me intentionally. Scott, I look up into his face. I love you. You love me? Scott's face is a picture of disbelief. Then, after a few seconds, it transforms into happiness. I nod. Scott's tears drop down my cheeks. My eyes widen in surprise. Scott, I call out to him and grab his face. Don't cry, my love. I'm just happy, he says. Then his lips reach for mine in an instant, engulfing me in a passionate kiss.
Chapter 49. Scott, I'm ecstatic. Chelsie says she loves me. Isn't that the best news? Tears fall from my eyes, and I don't stop them. My love for her explodes in my heart, and it swells so much it's about to burst. I feel like I'm going to die of happiness. Don't cry, my love, Chelsie says, wiping my tears. I'm happy, I declare, seeking her lips. We meet in a fiery kiss. Finally, we're on the same page. I love you, I repeat, whispering against her lips. I can't get enough of her. We're finally together, and nothing will break us apart. I won't let it. There's something I need to tell you. Chelsie breaks our kiss. I hid something from you. Frowning, I ask, what is it? No matter what, I'll always be here. Thank you. Chelsie rubs my arms. Actually, I'm planning to move back home. What? Did I hear her right? Oh my God, this is great. This is wonderful. Capturing her waist, I pick her up. Scott! Chelsie screams and playfully slaps my shoulders. Put me down! No, I say, laughing. With her in my arms, I run around the living room, my heart full of glee. Chelsie giggles. Put me down. I place her back on the ground and our eyes meet. Slowly, our lips move closer together, shortening the distance between us. As soon as our lips touch, fire bursts in me. Every cell of my body calls out to Chelsie. Her taste lingers in my tongue. Say it. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 50. Chelsie. Thank you. Scott embraces me from behind, and I lean my head on his chest. The cool breeze brushes against my face. It's so refreshing. We're on the veranda of our new home, watching the cloudless blue sky, and the trees sway here and there. Brightly plumaged birds pass, attracting my attention. I love this place, and Scott made this possible. Why? Scott replies, putting his chin on the top of my head. I cock my head, staring at him from the corner of my eye. You make me so happy. Scott turns me to him. A soft smile graces his lips, and affection is shining in his eyes. Just as you do me, baby, Scott replies. You make me a better person. I smile. You've always supported my endeavors. Thank you. Thanks for everything. I took a deep breath. You helped me with my lingerie brand too. I've achieved all my dreams because you're here with me. And you're my inspiration for my new restaurant, he replies, capturing my chin. Our gazes lock. I hold his face in my palms, and I tiptoe to give him a soft kiss. Thank you for this house too. It's perfect. I'm glad you like it. Scott returns my kiss and says, actually, there's something else I want in exchange. What is it? I ask, puzzled. What can Scott possibly want? As if in slow motion, Scott kneels on one knee. I cover my mouth from shock, and my heart races. Oh God, is this it? Tears pool in my eyes. Chelsie, you're the one who changed my life. The most beautiful and kindest woman I've ever met. Scott's voice trembles. Will you please do me the honor of marrying me? Moving his hand to his back pocket, he pulls out something. I gasp when I see what it is and my tears fall. I can't stop them. I feel like I'm the luckiest woman on earth, and in between, his thumb and forefinger is a diamond ring. Small sapphire stones surround the circular diamond at the center. The only movement I can do is nod my head because there's a lump in my throat. My hand trembles as I touch him. Chelsie, I love you. He stands up as I grab him, and we embrace. I put my head on his chest, my tears wetting his shirt. Please don't cry, he says to me as he slips the stunning ring on my finger. This is a family heirloom, and I promised my mom I'll only give this to the woman who owns my heart. Thank you, I sob. My hands cling to his waist. I love you. He wipes my tears one by one, using his thumb. Then he grabs my hand with the ring and tenderly kisses it. I love you, Chelsie. He chokes. I smile. There's something I want to tell you, Scott. What is it? He glances at me full of questions. I wanted to prepare before I say anything to him. I'd imagined it would be over a romantic dinner, or maybe a day out on the beach. But come to think of it, there's nothing more perfect than this moment. Scott, you're going to be a father, I whisper. He looks blankly at me while his hands holding mine start to tremble. This isn't a joke, right? He asks in a small voice, eyes wide. I don't know if I should take offense or not. Aren't you happy? Scott grows silent, and my heart sinks to the quagmire as he avoids my gaze. Looking down, my hands stiffen and I move to seize them away, but he's holding them so tight. I feel a drop on my skin and I'm shocked. Scott looks up, and I see tears flowing from his eyes. God, I'm so happy. Finally, Scott immediately envelops me in his arms. I'm going to be a dad. I choke. You made me nervous. I thought you weren't happy. How can I? He looks at me, aggrieved. I'll never take you and our baby for granted. He kisses me, proving his point. I can feel the possessiveness and happiness in his actions. Does anyone else know the news? No one yet, I whisper, staring into his eyes. He smiles and kisses my forehead. That's great. Scott chuckles and picks me up. What are you doing? I hold on to his shoulders. My heart's beating hard. Maybe it's the pregnancy, but I'm feeling more nervous lately. Put me down. I grip his shoulders tightly. Scott brings me to the settee, and he sits down, putting me on his lap. My face heats up as I feel something poke against my side. Oh God, he's insatiable. His manhood's hard, and my insides are getting hotter. Then suddenly, he raises my top and presses his face against my stomach. My heart swells with happiness at the sweet gesture. Baby, Daddy's here. Remember my voice, okay? He rubs my abdomen. There's no bump yet, and the baby can't hear you for now. I choke, emotional. A month-old fetus shouldn't be able to recognize your voice. Not yet anyway, I add. Scott turns to me smiling. Thank you. Scott looks at me as if I'm the most beautiful person in the world, and he's holding me so gently, as if I'm made of glass. You're the answer to my prayers, Chelsie. The past year has been so meaningful to me. You've shared your life, dreams, and achievements with me. You complete me. Scott. I rub his face. There's no need for thanks. I'm going to be your wife. We're about to become a family. Yes, Scott replies, kissing my navel. Then he sits up. He gently puts me down beside him. Our gazes lock, and he swoops down to kiss me. When he does, I feel like I'm finally home. Slowly, he pushes me down, I need you, Chelsie. He growls. I'm yours, Scott. Forever. I'm finally home.